I kind of want to do Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics. And Chocobo's Dungeon. I've got that on the Wii, the physical game. The After Years. Yeah, well, I feel like I should do FF4 and After Years close together since those stories are connected, so... I want to call you ending the stream with a voice changer enabled last night. Roxas is just overhyping it. Wow, that was like being in a dream. I haven't even caught my breath yet. Yeah, that was pretty amazing, wasn't it, Curly? It was great. There was a dancing bear and a tiger that jumped through a ring of fire and an elephant that rode a giant ball, not to mention that guy who flew through the air. Yeah, Max Galactica. He was absolutely fabulous. Oh, what, Max? Max Galactica, the world's greatest magician. Magician? No, a magician. What is it? Does magic have anything to do with channeling spirits? I don't think it has anything to do. You don't know about magic, do you? Sorry. Arrived the winter cold and took Pearls to see the circuit. It's been 6 months since that terrible incident in Korean Village. It was during that trying time that I met Pearls. Thankfully, she seems to be recovering from it as returned to her normal self. Time to go. You're right. Can't miss the last train. Remember the train? Of course I did. Don't really understand what everyone means by express train. Well, next, see you later. Come by to help clean the office. Got to be spotless for the new year. Don't worry about it. You're going to visit Mr. Nick on New Year's? Maybe. Glad you would get to spend your New Year's with your special someone. Pearly, look, it's time to go. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Really hope it will turn out that way. I don't feel like you should play both FF7 and Echo S since they are both literally the exact same game. Yeah. I was just kidding. Today wraps it up for this year. Hope I can finish cleaning this place in one day. Beep. Hello? It's terrible. Maya, perfect timing. Things are terrible here too. Office is in a terrible mess. Now you have to clean it up. What are you talking about? My dirty office. What are you talking about? Listen, you have to turn on the TV. Just checking at the scene. What happened? We're at the very big circus has become a center of sensational murder. The very big circus. That's the circus we went to. They're saying that there was a murder. They arrested him too. Arrested who? Max. They arrested Max Galactica. Maximilian Galactica, popular magician who can fly through the sky at will. She was a huge fan of Max. Alright, Nick, see you in 2 years at the detention center. What? See you there. You still got plenty of time to clean your office. What? What are they talking about? Why did they arrest Max? You're asking the wrong man on that one, Maya. Maybe he uses magical skills to deal death with a sleight of hand. Maximilian Galactica would never do such a thing. Fabulous. What the young lady just said was absolutely fabulous. What a clever girl. Such a fabulous understanding of events. What's with all this fabulous talk? Welcome to the visitor's room. Look, it's Max, Nick. Look, the real Maximilian Galactica. Alright, sweetie, pick any card. Call me sweetie. Aha, time's running out, sweetie. Pick a card. This one. I thought you would pick that one, sweetie. Ace of Hearts. Ah, you got it. You got it. What can I say, sweetie? You've stolen one of my most valued possessions. One of Maximilian Galactica's hearts. Oh, time to make this an absolute fabulous time. She'll let Nick pick a card. I don't want to steal one of his hearts. And you are? Oh, how silly of me. You must be Sweetie's driver. Or driver? Whatever, hurry up and pick a card. I want this one. Let's be honest here. You came to this visitor's room to visit me, didn't you? Yes, I'm your biggest fan. Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much. Hang on, what about my card? Think of it as a souvenir. I think it's time to get to work. What's the matter, Nick? What are you looking at the ceiling? Just thinking about what I should have for lunch. Drop Porcupine Head over here. Shower me with your attention. Oh, yes. Absolutely fabulous. Absolutely cringe. Hoping you could tell me a little bit more about yourself. Fabulous. And then we should go get to know each other better. There's a big piece of security glass between us. Sweetie Jeeves, what in the world? If only I could use magic, then I could make this wall disappear. What's this guy talking about? Anyways, Lately, you become awfully famous, haven't you, Max? That's Maximilian to you, porcupine head. Get it straight. People nowadays, they get their panties all in a bunch over nothing. Anyway, Maximilian, you won a very prestigious award recently, did you not? I did indeed. Won the Magician's Grand Prix, held by the Association of International Magicians. It's an award that recognizes that I'm the most fabulous, a fabulous world magicians. There was a trophy and a bust, and it was a amazing day. Wow, that's incredible. Wow, that's incredible. Certified the greatest magician in the world. Gonna guess you didn't win a trophy for the most modest. You're assigned to the exclusive contract of the Very Big Circus, correct? Long and short of it, you sure do know your research, sweetie. I'm impressed. You can't watch a magician on TV, you know. Magic is so fabulous, you have to see it with your own eyes. You're right. However, the circus, it's a dinosaur. Thing of the past. Nowadays, no one even cares about what goes on there. What do you mean? That's why I signed the contract. That's why you signed the contract. Thanks to me, Very Big Circus is fabulously popular. People come out in droves to catch a glimpse of the magic of Max Galactica and revive the dinosaur that is the circus. But to me, it was just another magic trick. Isn't it just wonderful? Yes. Made all the old crusty circus performances obsolete. But I kind of like the circus performances. Tell me what happened at the Very Big Circus. Last night, the ringmaster was murdered. Ringmaster, you mean Russell Berry? Someone smashed him over the head, I hear. He was slumped on the ground. You know, it was in the middle of the night. The police presence was fabulous. The police questioned me at length. Questioning about what? About everything. I was the last one to see the ringmaster before he was murdered. Saw him last evening in his room. So then why were you arrested? Arrested? Don't make an anthill into a mountain, sweetie. They just wanted to consult me on matters. That's all. I don't think Max understands how serious this is. She's right. I think I should shock him back to reality. Or the murder you met with the ringmaster? What did you talk about? Things that aren't for your ears. Maya, would you please ask him? What did you talk about with the ringmaster? Nothing. Small talk, really. We were just having a chat about my salary. Salary? I'm the one bringing in the crowds. I think that I should be compensated as such. You agree, don't you? Yes. That's all you talked about? Of course. It was a fabulous chat. Uh-oh. We got this again. It's fabulous. I mean, now he's got me saying it. What's the matter, Nick? You look all bent out of shape. What is that badge? Is it used in a disappearing act? I'm not a magician, Max. I'm an attorney. Attorney? Then why are you wasting your time talking to me? He isn't wasting his time, Max. You're... Okay, relax. You're just a little over anxious, I think. Anyways, I've been curious about something for a while now. What's that? Why do you keep looking at me with such a sad look on your face? Because you've been arrested for murder. Oh, don't be ignorant. They wouldn't arrest someone like me. Why is that? Obviously, because I'm the fabulous Maximilian Galactica. I'm the very big star of the Very Big Circus, and that means I'm rich. I'm paid fabulous sums, which means what? Max, quit joking around. You gotta be pulling with my magic wand. Police aren't really serious about all this, are they? They don't arrest people as a joke. Look at Max, he's crushed. We need to wake up and smell the coffee. Yes? Sir, you're a lawyer, right? Yeah, I'm an attorney. Please, help me. I didn't kill anybody. Didn't kill anybody? I may be more spoiled than a hog in a hamburger mud pit. But a killer? That's insane. Max? I swear, I just wanted to pay off my daddy's debt. He's back on the farm. Take your case. Really? Really? Thank you. Y'all sure are nice folks. Yep. What's your real name? It's Billy Bob John. Oh my god. It's Billy Bob Johns. What's the matter, Maya? He's really just a country bumpkin. Let's apologize for not being my absolutely fabulous self just now, sweetie. Huh? Mr. Attorney, yes. A few minutes ago, you took one of my cards, didn't you? Now he mentions I did take a card. It was a 10 of hearts, right? How do you get it right? What can I say? You, 10 of Maximilian's Galactic's hearts. You sure do have a lot of hearts, don't you? Putting my faith in you, sweetie. He didn't just call me sweetie, did he? Alright, let's make this an absolute fabulous case. Come on. Alright, we got lots of things we have to look into. No time for slacking. Let's get going. What's the matter? You seem down. Max Galactica. Who would have guessed he was a country bumpkin? Here's an achievement right here. What's the matter? You've been acting strange for a while now. Max, you're just some country bumpkin. So what does that matter? Still a famous magician, right? Guess. But his real name is Billy Bob Johns. Poor guy's got 3 first names. I guess that's pretty odd. Oh well, if a big star can do it, then you should pretend to be exotic too, Nick. Big star. Max Galactica is a pretty big name. Anyway, What do you think about Naruhodo a Raido? What's the A stand for? A stands for attorney. I'll think about it. We're here again. Yep, but this time we are here for work. Let's find someone who might know something about what happened. Sounds like a plan. Circus stage sure doesn't look this small from out in the audience. Wow, this is where they all perform, isn't it? Nick, do some somersaults. I'm not doing somersaults. Why not? You look like you'd be great at it. Huh? Nick? It wasn't me. Ah, tiger. Tiger uppercut. He's coming this way. Ah. Tiger flame. You're too young to die. Stay, stay, heal. Still here, not dead. Nick, are you okay? Scared you, didn't I? Regen is such a cute tiger, isn't he? What's the matter? You two are quiet. Don't what's the matter, me? He almost died there. He wasn't anywhere close to getting hurt, let alone dying. This little tiger hardly bites people. Besides, people normally never get to play with a wild tiger, right? So if you think about it, you're actually really lucky. You agree, don't you? I guess. What do you mean? Woohoo, your costume, huh? It's cute, I want to try it on. Costume, you mean my clothes? You don't mind letting me try it on, right? I guess not. Really? You're the best. Tables turned quickly on that one, so much for the tiger thing. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Regina Barry. My name's Maya Fey, I'm a spirit medium. Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Put us up to an animal tamer, but we look really odd. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Regina, do you know what happened last night? You mean the murder? Yeah. My dad was murdered. Oh, I see. What did she just say? So the ringmaster was your... Yep, the ringmaster was my dad. So sorry about what happened to him. Why do you say you're sorry, huh? Anyways, everyone was here practicing last night. Even your dad? Yep. Everyone was here at 10 p.m. Everyone went off on their own. I was the only one who stayed around here. Why do you do that? Playing with Regent. She was playing with the beast. That's when the police showed up. When they took me to check things out, Dad was dead. For someone whose father just murdered, she seems awfully perky. Wish she would just tell us more about her dad. That's incredible that you were an animal tamer, if you say so. Must be really scary. Scary? Why, huh? Regent is scary. He's cute. Ever since Leon died, Regent has been my best friend. Leon? Leon S. Kennedy, the lion. Regent or Regina, interesting name. Yes, actually, he was killed. My dad killed him. What? Why did he do that? Not sure why he did it. It's tough not to get charmed when she looks at you with those innocent eyes. It's Max. Hey, where is Max now anyways? You don't know? Nope, he's been arrested. He was charged with the murder of your father. It's okay. We'll help him. Max isn't a guy, is he? You mean the criminal? Of course he's not. Worry about so many things right now. Like what? Giggle? After practice was over, Dad went right back to his room. His room? Yes, that door right over there leads to the ringmaster's room. I don't know why, but he went off to his room in a hurry. Wonder what happened. Ringmaster's room. Probably a good idea to check it out. Regina, what's the matter? What's on your mind? Giggle, I'll tell you, Maya, just you. Oh, well, what? Really? And then, oh my, that's incredible. Come on, Nick, there's no reason to pout. Don't worry about me. Gina told me that someone professed their love to her. Professed their love. Not only that, it was Max Galactica. I wonder how many people have stolen one of his hearts. And on the exact same day, another person professed their love for us as well. What? Who was it? Someone named Telio. Apparently he's a tenor who sings in the circus. Haven't met him. Jenna seems to be quite the hit with the men at the circus. She must have some sort of strange power on him. You're not kidding. 2 people in a day. Even I want to profess my love for her. Me too. She's cute. Giggle. Here's the ladder achievement. Ah, ladder. It's just a step ladder. What's the difference? They did the same thing, right? I think you should stick with the basic facts of the matter. It's not even worth arguing with her on this one. Okay, there's the next ladder for the achievement there. This was the ringmaster's room? Yes, this room belonged to the victim, which means this must be where Max met the ringmaster last night. Now that you mention it, this is what he said. Wonder what? That's an interesting poster. It's a poster of Max. I want it. Nick, I want it. I want to get out of here. Table for guests. There are some papers scattered on top. Ah, look at this. Max's salary is written on the paper. Yikes, what is it? Didn't know that was a magician. The salary is incredible. So she's about to already pass out from shock. How much is it? That much? Incredible. I'll say that again. This must be the paper they used to negotiate Max's salary. Ringmaster signed and dated it. What's the matter? Max definitely got a raise, but this document is dated a week ago. There's a lot of posters here, don't you think? They are indeed. So many posters that they aren't likely to miss one, are they? Maya, supposed to be here on the honest ones around here. But you didn't even notice that I took one. She already swiped one. You're incorrigible. You know that? Seems to be a dorm where all the performers stay in the circus stay. Might run into that stoogey clown here, right? He's so kooky. It's you two. Oh, Detective Dick. How is it you guys always seem to know when I'm working at a crime scene? Because you're always working. Well, I'd rather not be always working, but with crime, you don't make your own hours. I have to be at the circus anyway. I want to see the lion tamer and the tightrope. However, no matter where I go, the show is always the same. Dead body, stage left. Nick, he complained. That's a rarity. Let's get back to business. Looks like Max is the most unpopular guy in the circus tent. You know what they say, bad attitude follows you everywhere. He's a bit arrogant, but he didn't seem that bad. Just because someone has a bad attitude doesn't make them a criminal. It's not just his attitude, I got proof. He left something at the crime scene, one of his trademarks, a well-made hat. Well, it does have very classy decorative elements. Max used a cloak, silk hat, white roses as a signature symbols. Pretty mundane. Who cares if they're mundane? At least they're easy to understand. Must have hit a nerve. That's what he said. Who said? The eyewitness. Eh? Tell us about the eyewitness. You know who will be in the prosecutor in the court tomorrow? Of course, it'll be Vis von Karma. Yes! Yes! She's gonna hit me with her whip again, is she? What do you have to worry about? You only have to see her in court. If she shows up at the precinct, sound of that whip never ends. Detective Dick, I'm sure Miss Von Karma is really interesting and all, but there's someone else I'd rather talk about. Like who? Like Mr. Edgeworth. You know, Nick's true rival, Miles Edgeworth. What in the world happened after I went back home? Edgeworth, you haven't heard what happened to him? Nick won't tell me. To be honest, I'm not at liberty to tell you either. Let's just say he's not around anymore. He's not around? What does he mean he's not around anymore? Exactly what he said, he's not around. Edgeworth is gone. Don't say his name again, okay? The ringmaster of the circus was murdered, wasn't he? Yep, last night at 10. He died outside in the cold. Pretty sad way to go. It was rather cold. This is the scene of the crime. Body was found right over there. Right about where you're standing. Oh ho, surprised you, didn't I? I'm not laughing. Excuse me, but do you mind telling me what happened to the victim? He was killed by a blow to the noggin. Pretty clear cut as far as murders go. He was discovered quickly, but there's just one thing that doesn't quite fit. There's always seemed to be something that doesn't quite fit. What was this one thing that didn't quite fit? The thing you mentioned earlier. Footprints. Footprints. Look at the picture of this crime scene. What's this? The wooden box under the body? No clue. Some forensics experts took it back and are examining it. And what was so mysterious about the footprints? Whoa, calm down. Take a good look at the footprints. The victim's footprints are on the scene. That's right. The problem is, killer's footprints aren't there. Bingo. Where did the killer come from and where did the killer run off to? Obviously, there's no way the killer committed this crime while flying. A flying culprit. That's when something just clicked in my head. He can fly. There's no way. Flying is impossible. That's right. Flying's impossible. What's with the hollow laugh? I mean, nothing about it. Better state it means I don't want to talk about it. Maybe I can get some info about Max out of him. So about the eyewitness. You know I'm not going to tell you about that. That's the prosecution's trump card. Oh well. I just remembered. What? Forgot to mention that you two are barred from entering the lodging house. Why is that? There's something I remember to tell you. Must be because that's where the eyewitness is. Let's check it out. Don't you dare. Nick, look over there. What? There's someone over there. Excuse me. Hello? Wow, he sure is a quiet one. Excuse me. What? Me? You work at the circus, don't you? No, I'm just your everyday average Joe. Average Joe who just happens to hang out at the circus? I don't think so. Got nothing to do with what's going on here. He's lying like any regular person would hang around the circus dressed like that. I'm an attorney, Phoenix Wright. Spirit medium, Maya. Well, I just happen to be passing by. Don't suppose you happen to be some kind of carny. Not a carny, I'm a performer, a ventriloquist. Benjamin Woodman. Your last name is Woodman? Snicker. That's right, but everyone calls me Ben. And that's your alias? Stage name? Excuse me, Ben. You mean me? About the murder. I'd like to ask you about the details. Really, I'm just a regular, normal guy. I don't know. This guy's nervous. He's creeping me out. Cheer up. Try to smile. Am I telling you something about Max? Max? He's not very nice. My head hurts. Yikes. I hope he's okay. Sounds like he just popped a gasket. You're a ventriloquist? I'm just a regular guy. You already told us that you're a ventriloquist. Oh, yes. Don't yell at him. Can't do that. I can't help it. He's making me nervous. Mind showing me some of your skills as a ventriloquist? Well, right now, my pay... Why? I don't know. Whatever. Pee Wee Herman? Pretty much, Rosie. Pretty much, yeah. Kablamo. Oh god, it's a clown. You're the big wiener. The 1 millionth visitor of the room of one Mr. Mo Curls. Me. Earplugs. Celebrate this momentous occasion. Would you care for an organic grape? Just one. Did you get my joke right there? Ahaha. I welched on giving you one more than one. It was funny. It is your duty as a human being to laugh. People who don't laugh are usually last seen in Lansing. Catch my drift? Oh boy. Ahaha. Come on, it was funny. Clowns are always funny. My book, they're just funny looking. Sure do have great taste in clothes, girly. Look at that garb. You look just like Greta Garb. We're going home. No, Nick, you can't. You know, I can excuse a bad joke or two. This stooge keeps laughing at his own jokes. That's what I object to. To admit, he is kind of funny. I do have to admit that because he isn't. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh boy, this is going to be a long case, isn't it? Could you please tell us more about the Very Big Circus? Very big story. You sure you got that kind of time? Just keep on coming. Circus has been in business for 20 years. We all performed under the guidance of the ringmaster Russell Berry. 20 years? Wow. Working in the circus is never easy, especially nowadays with movies, TV, and bowling. There's too much competition. But I love the circus. I love it too. That's why I've been here for 20 years. We work hard to keep the show running. No one sends in the clowns on us. We just made a joke. Har har hardy har. Ringmaster was a real big shot in the circus world. Real class act. Even when there were no customers, Russell would use his own money to pay me. Because he knew that I had a family to care for. He was happy to take care of his employees. You see. How could anyone do that to such a wonderful man? Wiggity wiggity what? Sorry, Mo. Nick was born without a sense of humor. Don't worry about it. How can you fault someone for being born that way? Let's talk about the murder. So it must have been taking place around 10 p.m. last night. After rehearsals were finished, I was tuckered out, so I came back here. After I went to bed, that's when I caught a peek of it. Caught a peek of the crime, just as we suspected. This guy's the eyewitness. Ringmaster was truly ahead of his time. He would always add new elements to the show. New elements? When you've been a performer for a long time, your act starts to get a bit stale. I realize that even my act can get a bit long in the tooth. Sometimes my jokes can be a bit old-fashioned. That makes a believer... But that make-believer takes things too far. Make-believer? The magician, the one who thinks he's all high and mighty. He had the gall to say to me, you're one of those funny types, right? What does he mean, one of those? Well, the joke's on him now. It's got everyone's nerves. The day of the murder. Go ahead. Nope, no way. Just forget I said anything. But he's still hiding something about Max. Say you saw the crime. Do you mind telling me what you saw? The police told me that I can't share my story with others. Don't say a word, pal. I'm just gonna have to let these lips stay zipped. That's not fair. Guess you're right. Maybe I can tell you a few details, but only if you can get old stiff lips here to make with the funny. Stiff lips? Wait, do you mean me? What's the matter? Just getting ready. You know why I Phoenix Wright am a great lawyer? Because I'm right all the time. At least his expectations are low. Wouldn't let him quit his day job. Yeesh, cut a guy some slack. At least it was funnier than Chuckles over there. It wasn't the greatest joke I've heard, but you did try, so I'll tell you what I saw. Sorry he's incapable of being funny. Von Karma is going to be having a fill day. Yeah. She's going to whip this clown into shape. Once I tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Once I heard it, I jumped out of bed. That's when I saw. Without question, without doubt, it was the magician. That's all I saw, but it proves how terrible that man actually is. He knows more about Max than he's letting on. If he thinks he can kill the ringmaster, it's only he should die too. Mo. Sorry, I crossed the line, but truly, he is a disgusting human being. Why do you hate him so much? Let me tell you this one story. The morning after the murder, something terrible happened. Max clunked Ben right over the head as hard as he could. Ben? The ventriloquist with the speech impediment. You should go to the cafeteria and investigate for yourselves. The cafeteria? Let's just say there's gaudy be something interesting there. Oh, God. The very big circus is very big, isn't it? You should always carry a map with you. Thank you. This is an atlas. Ah. Oh, I kill myself. Really, I'm dying here. Laughing to hear his own voice. This place is gross. Must be because of last night. They didn't have time to clean up after dinner because of the murder. That reminds me. Where was it Mo said? Yesterday morning, Max clonked Ben over the head here. He said that there's gaudy be something interesting here. Not what's gaudy be interesting. Don't ask. What's this? Must be a juice bottle or something. Watch out, Nick. There's broken glass all over the floor. Broken bottle just lying in the middle of the floor. Think it means anything? There's gaudy be something interesting here, huh? Looks like you're going back. Have to go back and meet with them. Broken bottle. Oh, it's my two sweeties. Welcome to the detention center. Did you just call me a sweetie again? What's on today's agenda? What can I help you with? Gathered quite a few clues. Wonderfully fabuloso. That's why we came to meet with you again. What's wrong? Quit making a scary face. Okay then, Max, let's make this absolutely fabulous. Time to tell me your secrets, sweetie. Last night you met with the ringmaster, correct? To negotiate your salary and such? Exactly, we reached an agreement about the salary for my 6-month-old contract. That's the truth, the whole truth? What do you mean? You just went to his office to negotiate your salary? I hate lies and I hate liars even more. What are you insinuating? Do you have any proof that I did something other than negotiating my fee last night? It was on the table in the ringmaster's room. You weren't lying when you said that you received quite a raise. Is there a problem with being well compensated? Not with the compensation, just with the date. This is dated a week ago. Finished your contract negotiations a week ago. Fabulous. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. That night the ringmaster called me to his room. He called you? Why'd he do that? Sorry, sweetie, that's private. Ringmaster called him, wonder if there was some sort of problem. Perhaps you could share with me what you two spoke about? Not if I don't have to. Isn't this why the ringmaster called you into his room that night? Where did you get that? The cafeteria, but you already knew that, didn't you? Of course. Fell and broke on the floor. He's still hiding something. Max, what is it? It didn't fall and break on the floor. You used this bottle to attack the poor ventriloquist. Because you beat him up. Ben. You nailed him over the head with a bottle, didn't you? That's why you got called into the ringmaster's room that night. Fabulous. You might as well be a magician. Heard a lot about you at the circus, Max. Oh, you must mean from the dinosaurs? How were those Jurassic geriatrics? You aren't very popular with the other performers, are you? Yes, that's what they call jealousy. They are absolutely jealous of my absolutely fabulous self. People who really understand can see the obvious differences between us. People who really understand. For instance, my sweetie pie, Regina. Plan on getting married to her. She's truly my sweetie pie princess. Wow, that's so cool. It's already in the works. Oh? You met with Ringmaster on the night of the murder. Yes, I was with him around 10 p.m. Once I was done with practice, I went to his room right after we finished. They found the Ringmaster's body in the plaza in front of the lodging house. Yeah, I heard about that. He needed to step out for a bit, so I waited in his room for him to return. Sorry, Max, I have something I must attend to now. You mind waiting right here for me? It's pretty cold outside. Where's your coat? It's alright, I'll be back. Should only take about 10 minutes. And then I waited for him, but he never came back. Did he go to the plaza where the body was discovered? Possibly. The snow had tapered off a bit. It was still very cold. No idea what he went off to do. Truth is, yesterday morning during breakfast, we had a run-in. I mean, you had a fight with Ben? You could put it that way. Why'd you fight with him? Ben seems like a quiet man. What about my sweetie pie? You mean Regina? Ill-bred creep told my sweetie pie princess that he was in love with her. Would you put up with that? Ill-bred? Are you talking about the same Ben? Told her he was in love with her? Sure this is the Ben we're talking about? All I can say is that he made me mad and I had to tap him on his hard head. That's when the ringmaster called me and I realized that it was my chance. Your chance? That's when I went to his room and laid it all out on the table. I asked him to let me marry my sweetie pie. What? The ringmaster told me that it sounds good to me. That's why my sweetie pie is my sweetie pie, no one else's. Since Ben is causing me so much trouble, I realized I had to shut him up. Shut him up? What do you mean by shut him up? You don't know? Trilo can't say a word, not without Ben. Trilo? The puppet, the ventriloquist puppet. His real name is Triloquist. The puppet doesn't talk. I know, that's why I hid it. Or the police came and took me away. That puppet started flapping off at the balls, I'd be screwed. You hid him? You mean the ventriloquist puppet? You're so smart. Where did you hide him? What? You aren't thinking of trying to add him to my defense, are you? Well, Ben does seem awfully lonely without his puppet. Fabulous. That should have taught him a lesson. Okay, I hid Trillo in the ringmaster's room. You don't mind going there and getting Trello for me, do you? No problem. No, I can't stand to see my sweeties in a jam, then don't go hiding puppets. Interesting. Okay. Back over here again. Ben's not here anymore. Yeah, I want to ask him something. It's cold out. It's probably in the tent. What do you think, Nick? I wonder if we've been making any progress. Don't be so negative. Of course we're making progress. Everyone loved the ringmaster and there's no sign of footprints. Still a lot of mysteries left to be solved. Now Regina's not here. I'm not seeing how that's related. Looks like the same as always. Great big mess. Considering how messy it is, I bet they wouldn't notice if another poster went missing. Will you just stop it, you poster pilferer? Just kidding. You know, I already got one of them. I mean, stole one of them. Yeah. Let's focus on what Max told us. He said he hid Trello somewhere in the room. The puppet. Look at all the cute trophies. Just look at all the awards the circus has won. All county quiz champions, Ringmasters Association, Mini Golf Master, Beer Belly Balloon Bounce Champ, Pet Grooming Grand Prix. Ringmaster was multi-talented in ways I could never have imagined. There's something shoved under the bookshelf. That's Trilo, Ben's puppet. Think you're right. We'll give it back to him later. Why do I have to carry this thing? Alright. Oh, hey, Ben. Hello? Hello to you, too. It's awfully cold today, don't you agree? Yes, do indeed. Don't you think it's cold, Nick? Ah, this is yours, isn't it? Yes, that's mine. Here you go. Ventriloquist was... Alright, Maya, let's get going. It's that time, isn't it? See you around, Ben. Okay. So, Nick, where are we going next? Let's see. Hey, wait. Who said that? What are you looking at? I'm right here, you blind wench. What's your problem anyways? Don't you know how to properly greet someone? Ben, is that you? No. It was me. Yeah, me. Down here. You're Trilo? That is Mr. Quist to you, sir. Learn some manners before you blurt out my name. Now try speaking to me again, but this time with proper respect. Not again. Mr. Quist, is that better? No, look at me when I'm talking to you. 8-bit excuse for an attorney. Trilo, we talked about insulting people, you promised. But he was mocking me. Not being mean to bullies was not included in the deal. Sorry. What just happened? Trilo's still a puppet. Who do you think you are calling me a puppet? Tell us what you know about the murder. Talking to me? I said you talking to me? Don't look at him when you're talking to me. There's nobody else here. You must be firing at me. Triloquist. You behave, young man. Shut up, Woody. What murder are you talking about? You mean the one where they offed the old man? I guess so. No need to make such a fuss about things. That old mutt paid us all peanuts. Can't say things like that. I didn't raise you to be that kind of puppet. Don't you have nerve pills or something to take right now? You just really are an odd couple, aren't they? Okay, I'll talk. Gramps got clobbered over the head. Let me lay it all out for you. The pay sucks, the clown sucks, and my partner has his hand up my pants. Partner, you mean Ben? Yeah, the creepy old guy who never finds it himself to leave me alone. Tell him to back off for me, will ya? He's just another one of the dorks around here. But I'll be fair, in this cesspool of human garbage masquerading as performers, I found my Madonna. Your Madonna? Regina, my lovely Regina. She is stunning, right? Well, I'm not sure if I would go that far. You'll have to excuse him, he does not understand what he speaks. I, on the other hand, am an appreciator of true beauty, hence why I shall marry her. Marry? Ringmaster got knocked upside his cheap head by that flying fraud. You mean Max Galactica? Why do you say that? Tryla, straighten up. Don't accuse people like that. Straighten up? I'm made of wood. Besides, you were there. You know what happened. You were there? You're that interested, and I'll let you in on the facts. You're gonna marry Regina? That's right. She doesn't quite realize the joy that awaits her, does she? I think I'm beginning to see why she seemed troubled. I don't care. It's my choice, not hers. We're getting hitched. I know you think that. Well, what? I gave her a special gift. I gave her the wonderful gift of song. I gave her a song? I'm a renowned tenor. You'd be happy to know that I've decided to grace you with one of my songs. I want you to touch me. I want you to kiss me. I want you to rest as private. Melody's pretty good. Those lyrics, I think they need a little work. Who asked you? I'm the artist here. Thanks. Now that Trilo's here. Does that mean you can talk normally now? Hey, buttface. You must be looking forward to tomorrow, aren't you, Mr. Ambulance Chaser? You know, it's time to get rid of that pesky magician once and for all. Trilo? Enough jibba-jabba. Let's get our court already. Hey, wait a second. What's going on? He's a witness for tomorrow's trial. Well, that was interesting. Hey, Ash. Hey, Roxas. How's it going? Welcome in. Started early today to hopefully get a bunch of this game knocked out. What in the world happened with Ben and Trilo? Quite a pair. Oh no, now what? Oh, yeah. Did the monkey just steal all my stuff? Welcome back. That monkey. Ah, my badge. The monkey stole it. Ha ha ha. Mr. Turner, the face was so cute. You look so completely dumbfounded. Regina, you, that monkey. No need to get angry, okay? But my attorney's badge. Don't worry, I'll help you out. If I don't get my badge back, how can I flash it? By the way, the monkey's name is Money. Money the monkey. His name is Money? The monkey is called Money. It's a Tomb Raider 3 monkey. He steals all the health packs. Rich Ape just stole the attorney's badge. Mind if I get it back? See what I can do. You don't have money problems. Whenever Money sees something shiny, he takes it back home. It's pretty funny. Well, I guess I'll just have to find out where Money disappeared to. I think that's your best bet. You should probably ask Uncle Mo. He might know. You don't know? Money isn't exactly someone I'm on friendly terms with. What? It's not really the kind of animal I work with, even if it does need taming. Oh, I see. Go to Mo's. You mind telling us a bit about Ben? Ben? You mean the guy that is always hanging around with Trilo? What do you mean hanging around? Well, he was there when Trilo told me that he was in love with me. Trilo told you he was in love with you? Yes, he did. Kind of cute, don't you think? He's so smart. He's such a wonderful singer. I love him. What about Ben? What about Ben? He's got nothing to do with me loving Trilo. Like sand through the hourglass, so are the days of the circus. Regina, you were proposed to, weren't you? Proposed to? Nope. That won't be for a while, huh? That's strange. Yeah, Max and Trilo both said otherwise. They said they asked for a hand in marriage. But Max only talked to the ringmaster about it. Forgot about that. He asked the ringmaster for a hand, not Regina directly, so I guess Trilo hasn't asked her directly yet. He's gonna propose? I'm so confused. How about you, Maya? What? Who do you think I should go for, Max or Trilo? Wait, you do realize Trilo's a puppet. I don't care if he's a bit stiff. Oh boy. Huh? Detective Dick took off already. Probably because we ditched him earlier. Bet he and the other cops got lonely and head back to the precinct. Oh god, not the clown again. Do the third game today too. I've got this case, then one more case for the second game, and then the 5 cases for the last game. I started early today, so yeah, I mean, if I can get like 2 cases into the third game, maybe 3 cases into the third game on tonight's stream, then I could definitely finish the whole thing tomorrow, and that'd be perfect. That's the goal. I'm just trying to slam through this. Oh my, if it isn't Mr. Right all the time. It's all right to be wrong every now and then, right? Just took a while for the joke to find this audience. So what can I do for you? Did you remember a good joke and wanted to tell me? Pull up a chair, maybe just pull my finger and let me have it.
Hey there, little boy.
Why, so you can fart on me like Signified? We're just gonna get the same sound effect either way, aren't we? How'd you know I put a whoopee cushion on the chair? Yep, knew it. You really know what it takes to be a clown, don't you? Aha.
Stick your finger in my ass.
Exactly. Regina's such a pure, innocent child. She's such a cutie, too. She was born and raised in the circus, you know, but that means she doesn't really know much about the world outside the big top. Sounds like Pearly. For her, every child's dream of the circus is her everyday reality. She lives in a dream world. She sees dancing wild animals, men flying in the air, and one very funny clown every day. Funny thing is that all seems normal to her because it is her everyday life. Guess that explains why she thinks she can marry a ventriloquist puppet. Don't ask me if her reality is a good thing or a bad thing, though. Clown sees life simply without complications. Have you ever heard of a monkey named Money? Oh yes, Money. He stole my attorney's badge. Well, Money does love shiny objects. That makes sense that he'd swipe your badge, but under no circumstances can you chase after him. Why's that? You don't want to get involved in any monkey business, right? Exactly. Aha. Enough joking around. Money isn't considered a member of Regina's family. Then who does he belong to? I'll be happy to take you to where his owner is staying. You mean right now? Of course, shall we go? Should we go with him now or wait a while? Go with Mo. Huff huff, this is it. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? I can't breathe. Don't be such a wimp. You only had to climb 2 flights of stairs. Anyways, this is the place. Acro's room. Acro? He's an acrobat. Seems like he's not around today. That's a big pile of junk in the corner. I don't think it'd be wrong to assume that Phoenix's stuff is over there too. Just be careful. See you later. Money the monkey is added. So you played this one before, Ash? Holy cow, there's a fork and a mirror, everything's shiny. There's even a really cheap looking knockoff wristwatch. Look at this, it's a trophy, it's really heavy. I found it, your badge. Thanks, you really saved me. What's the matter, did you find something? Yeah, check this out, it's a ring. There's something engraved on it, from T to R. Well, I think it's about time we wrap up our investigation. Do you think we'll win in court tomorrow? Who knows, even I can't imagine what kind of testimony will come out tomorrow. Guessing Mo will be a witness in court tomorrow. Mo and maybe the puppet. Don't worry, Nick. No matter what, we've still got a magician on our side. That's good because he might need some magic tomorrow. Great. We're going to have a clown and a ventriloquist puppet on the witness stand that we got to deal with. Wonderful, wonderful. But at least we get to see Von Karma again. Morning, Max. Max? Milk? What? I don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage. I just can't function. Stage? Don't worry, there won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down, I guess. Nick, Max is really nervous. That's understandable. My sweeties, what? You don't think I should fly, do you? Huh? You know, you gotta make a good first impression. When I enter a room, maybe I should fly in and warm up the crowd. No, no, no. We can't be having you flying around the courtroom. Just wouldn't be right. Imagine if you hit someone. Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay. What is it this time? Why don't you try flying in the courtroom? I can see it now. The dashing young lawyer flying fabulously in from above. One glimpse of that and everyone in the room will be on your side. Max, really, no one needs to fly today. What's with that look in your eyes? I like the sound of that. Dashing young lawyer flying fabulously. From Trilo to Regina. Yeah, probably. There she is. There's Francesca. Ah. Oh, there we go. We're already getting into the whippy business. Your Honor, get on with it. Sorry, I just realized that the defendant's name is Billy Bob Johns. Isn't the defendant also known as Maximilian Galactica? Yes, Your Honor, he does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild is a huge fan of his. I think everyone here wouldn't mind if we call the defendant Max. Sounds more friendly. Wonder if that was to our advantage. Miss Von Karma, your opening statement. Hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Eh? The spirit channeling trial was a sham. I refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy. It did not count. Do you hear me? She must still be upset about what happened last time. You have no chance. Zero zilch nada. I'm not losing this one. Why I ask? Because it is not in the nature of a Von Karma to lose at anything. I guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass to be arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Phoenix Wright. Show you the textbook procedure for proving how absolutely guilty you are. Me? Guilty? What are you talking about? Be my ultimate revenge, but it's not like it'll bring your dad back. There, opening statement complete. Now let's hurry up and wrap up this waste of time. Very well, you may call your first witness. Detective Dick, get up here now. Sorry to keep him from work. I'm sure you need every penny you can earn, Detective. Don't mention it. It's no trouble at all. I've been looking forward to this. Very well. I'd like you to begin shedding light on the events in question. At your service, sir. I like how they all call her sir. It's awesome. Night of the crime. Snow was falling till 9:40, making it extremely cold out. All the circus performers were gathered in a big top to practice routines. Practice session broke up around 10. Murder itself took place in a plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15. Victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. Cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. I see he was beaten to death. Here's the autopsy report. Court accepts evidence. Blunt object. Very well. Cross-examination time. Let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until this time of the crime. Did it pile up? Wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about 1.5 inches was on the ground. The snow froze in place and stayed on the ground till the next day. The snow, let me see. There's got to be more to this. What's the matter? I need to take a look at the court record. Mr. Dick, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of crime? A wooden box? That's right. Victim must have been carrying a wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box? It was a rather strange wooden box. What do you mean? It was much heavier than it looked, not to mention it was locked. Locked? Maybe the only chance, so I might as well ask some questions. You mind telling us what was inside the box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox, so we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Bottle? What is that? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle. What's inside? Filled with pepper. Pepper? Why in the world was it locked in that big box? There's only one little bottle in the huge box. I wonder if it has some sort of special meaning. A pepper? Causes... Okay. According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? Done your homework. You haven't found this murder weapon, have you? Police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that it is something that the perpetrator ran off with. We think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. I made it disappear with magic. Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of the event now. I guess that's all we're going to get out of Dick on this one. You mean all we're going to get out of him is that little bottle of pepper. Now that we have wrapped up with Detective, I'd like to call my next witness. I'm not even off the stand yet. Obviously, but that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Thank you very much, Detective Dick. You may step down. Von Karma, your next witness. I would like to call Ben Woodman to the stand. Just talking about the ventriloquist. I wonder if Charlie will show up on the stand as well. Yep, there he is. State your name and occupation. Full name is Triloquist. I'm employed as operatic tenor. Excuse me. The witness called to the stand was Ben Woodman. The road must be cutting off your circulation. I said I was a singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine, I'll grace you with a song. Me, me, me. World of law, exciting and daring, guilt or innocence, decided by a judge, dress up like a woman. Well, what do you think? Had a good rhythm. Just the lyrics, they leave something to be desired. Trello, you know better than to insult a judge. Shut up. Just look at your nose. You would think you'd have the sense to fix it. So ugly, I want to punch you in the face off the chance swelling would help. Know that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star. Celebrities must be really enjoy saying everything that flashes in their minds. What's going on here? Order. I demand to know who the witness is. Don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trello handle this. I'm not... Ah! You won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness. Now let's proceed. Thank you, Von Karma. She always whips the game into getting to the point. That's why I like her. Once practice was over, I left the tent With the stooge, I mean clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to Plaza's entrance. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Then the police showed up and they took my magic boy away. You saw Max heading towards the scene? You sure of that? Without a doubt, he had on his silk hat, cloak, and the dumb white roses. How can he mistake someone with that crazy get up and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Just one thing, you said you ditched the clown. That's right, dress boy. Since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? He's got a point. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the culprit. What is that? Here's absolute proof. A silk hat. It's found at the scene of the crime. Without question, he was wearing the signature hat during practice. If the clown was a murderer, there would have been no reason for this hat to be at the scene. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your prosecutional skills are unrivaled. Well done. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay, guess she's the boss again today. You saw Max and only Max? That's right, it makes him the killer. There was only one person headed that way. Makes quite a bit of sense and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to the story than meets the eye. Is there something amiss in this? It's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That you only saw Max? Does it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? What? Where are you going with this? Who else do you suppose this witness could have seen? You know, the person that got killed? That's the victim. That's correct. Charlie was at the entrance to the plaza. He should have seen the ringmaster as well. Ah, obviously the ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness could have seen him. Anyone with sense could have figured that one out. What are you talking about? The ringmaster and Max went together to the ringmaster's room. Is that according to the defendant? A likely story. I want Coke to find a gif of this with her finger and do like a Jill Sachs for my stream. Because I like her. Is that according to the defendant? Likely story. Max was supposed to be in the ringmaster's room. Why was he, just as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? I see. It seems like at this stage I have no reason to doubt the witness testimony. I'm shrimping. I'm shrimping on Von Karma. I am. What year did this game come out? She's 18 in the game. So in 2024, how old would she be now? Yep, I'm shrimping on Von Karma's daughter a little bit. Clearly no conclusions, contradictions. He's right. Brilliant judgment, Your Honor, now let's move along with the testimony. Charlotte wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for recruiting Max, would he? Max is part of that bitter love triangle with Regina. There's a GIF of it on Discord, so you should find it without issue. Nice. Hey, Chalk. Game's going alright. We're trying to solve a murder at a circus. It's probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick, wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over the head? Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. Let's see. Around what time did the police arrive at the scene? Suppose that would have been around, what time was it? I think it was around, say, a bit after 10:30. Practice ended at 10, so you hung around the lodging that whole time? I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't awfully cold? I can't believe you just stand outside in the weather. Well, the truth is, will you shut up, you big-nosed dope? Why are you telling him anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in the weather? Well, maybe you were waiting for someone. What? Who said we were waiting for someone? Objection! Mr. Phoenix Wright, we can all do without your offhanded theories. Objection! The game came out in 2002. She was 18 in 2002, so she's 40 years old now. Oh, she's actually 1 year older than me. Okay. Nice. Me and Von Karma. Oh, yeah. This witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm onto something. Mr. Wright. Who do you suppose the witness was waiting for out in the cold that night? Obviously, Regina Barry. Who everyone... Franziska Von Karma. Prosecutor in Germany since age 13. She has come to America to defeat me in court. And she's my girlfriend. In real life. Anyways. Yeah, Regina Berry. Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. One person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer, Regina. What? You were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. I'm mistaken? Is this true? Well, can't ask me that question. Who cares? I was waiting for that night. What's important was I saw. Don't you forget it. Oh, well, the puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. Alright. There's obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. Ah! It makes perfect sense. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there's a high likelihood that he could have... There's absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. Guess you got me. Alright, I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true, I was waiting for Regina. She even whips the doll. Nice. Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time, and I mean the whole truth. Were you or were you not waiting for Regina at the house? I was. I was waiting to propose to her. You were what? Waiting to propose? What's the matter? You think that humans have a monopoly on marriage? That matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case. You're the judge. You look at your horrible outfit. More pain. Thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time
calling the cops.
Getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. Regina is 16 and this dude is 30. This ventriloquist guy is 30 years old. 30 and 16. Well, technically it's the puppet. How old is the puppet? Nevertheless, she's 16. So that's, yeah. Wait, is it confirmed that she's 16? I guess in her bio, I'll check. Don't be so surprised I was going to propose to Regina. I even had something to give her. Kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why do I feel like that's the ring that the monkey took? You were going to propose, you a puppet? Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. Guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. What did he just say? Exactly. Sounds looking a little less than honorable right now.
I want to play a game.
Please continue with the cross-examination. What was it that sigh at the end? What's up, Zazareth? They all just want to do a little hawk to it. They just want to do a little hawk to it on Regina, everyone. 16 is the minimum legal age of marriage in Japan. Who's to say we're not applying Japan logic to Ace Attorney? I guess. Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. At least Von Karma is 18. Oh, is that right? Yeah. They all want to do a little hawk to it about the proposal. All right. What was exactly you planned on giving her? You know exactly what I was going to give her, numbskull. The only thing I could find that could match Regina's beauty. Answer his question. What was it? You're going to die when you hear this. It's an engagement ring. Engagement ring? Wow. Those two nearly fell out of their chairs. Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. Time for this to end right here. Francesca's whip looks like it's about to lash out at almost anything. Yeah, that's me in Elden Ring. Thought you were setting me up. No, I don't have the sounds in yet. How's it going, Gizlek, by the way? Welcome in. I've kind of got a little bit of a crush on Francesca Von Karma right now. One hit for mething will probably shut someone up for a long time. Maybe something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. First, ow. Advise you to cut this argument short. I'm gonna have to agree with the defense here. He's about to get whipped too. Witness, please revise their testimony, specifically about the engagement ring. I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology. You sure do enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in black bathrobe. Plan on giving... Okay. Hold on, it'll say how old. Yep, there it is. She's 16. The clown's 46. She's 16. He's 31. He's 21. Franziska von Karma, she's 18, which would be, by the time this game was released in 2024, Ash said she's actually 40 years old right now, which means she's 1 year older than me.
Oh my. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of free time.
Charlie, you mind if I show you something? What is it? What are you talking about? Uh-oh. Looks like they're going to double team me now. You recognize this ring? Ah, that's mine. Give it back. Thief. Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said in the end I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why then do I have it right here? Ah! Whoa! Where'd he go? What's going on here? That's Ben. Say something. Don't put me on the spot like that, Trello. Found this in the money's room. Money's room? You mean a room they put money like a bank vault? The filthy monkey's gonna get what's coming to him. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you avoided slandering innocent fiats in my court. Money is really a monkey in every sense of the word. I see. Well then. Money likes to go after the shiniest things that he can find and gather them up. Shiny things? Trello, when was this ring stolen from you? Well, I suppose it was that time, you know, that night of the crime. What did you just say? Details. Any more details? Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you'd be able to say that. The ring could have been taken around that time. Ooh. Yeah. Screaming monkeys. Ben, what's with you? Oh, whatever. Has nothing to do with anything, especially not who committed the murder. It's not for you to decide what has to do with what. Now, Charlo, back to the topic at hand. I haven't admitted a thing, not I, Charloquist. What did you do when the ring was taken, Trello? I know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring-snatching monkey. You weren't able to catch up with him, were you? It's all this slow, loafy fool called Ben's fault. While he's fumbling his way through the snow, that dumb monkey was able to get away. That's indeed an incredible shame. Well, this doesn't indeed prove one of your important part. Prove an important point? What point could that possibly be? There's a huge contradiction in this witness's testimony. Contradiction? The witness just testified to following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated he chased after the monkey. When the witness was off chasing the money, there was no one watching the plaza. What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? Saying that there is no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to my next point. It's highly possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. Interesting, Mr. Wright. Well, then tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that something slipped past this vigilant ventriloquist? Well, he obviously didn't see the victim. The ringmaster arrived on the scene. However, ooh, I like that close-up shot. Does she show up in the third game? You can spoiler me. I don't care. I hope she shows back up in the third game. She's my favorite character so far in all this. She's purdy. However, that doesn't change the fact that she saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He is blinded by his rivalry with Max. Really remove the voice changer if the mod's going to disable a second after. Well, if it's annoying, it's going to be removed. I mean, when you do it, there's no telling what sound voice changer it's going to be. There's like a list of like 100 of them. Some of them are hard to hear, and this is a very like text-based game where I'm reading the game all the time. So if the voice mod's hard to hear, then obviously people are going to want to hear my voice since I'm reading everything off. I'm basically just reading a visual novel. So it's a little different in the case of me playing this game right now, rather than playing like something like COD or something. Defense's argument does hold water. This witness does have a history of animosity towards the defendant. What? How dare you? Wouldn't lie just to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him. No doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar. Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night. I told you so many times. You think you'd know my story's not changing. You've already changed your story, stick boy, and I'm sure it will change some more. Where there is one lie, there's usually many more. Exactly. That's why we have to keep after him. Edgeworth doesn't show up in it. Edgeworth doesn't show up in the third one. They keep talking about Edgeworth going away, but I forgot what they said at the end of the first game, what happened to him. CS laughed at me because I guess apparently I saw what happened, but I was so getting over through the first game, I forgot what they said happened to him. I'll give you that I was waiting for that night for Regina, but that doesn't change the fact I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Max at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. So that means that money doesn't show up until after you saw Max. That's right. Money ran up less than a minute after I saw Max. Then Money snatched the ring and you went chasing after him. How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting? Well, let's see. I'd say about 5 minutes, I think. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Trial is not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder. A fight? A fight over Regina. Wasn't that big of a deal. It was just an argument. Disagreement at most. Disagreement usually doesn't end with someone getting clonked over the head. Ah. Hero Edgeworth chooses death? When did he do that? Was that at the end of the first game? Edgeworth chooses death. When did that happen? After his trial. Are we talking about... Are we talking about the one where he's on the boat and he shot the guy? But it was actually the crazy man? Okay, so it wasn't the police station one. That was case 5. So you're talking about case 4. Edgeworth chooses death. Huh. Yeah, I don't remember that happening, and I guess that's weird for me because he shows back up in episode 5 anyways. But like CS was saying, that episode 5 was like one they added later on to like the remastered version of the game for like episode 5 wasn't originally included in the original game. They re-released Phoenix Wright 1 and then they added episode 5 to it after the first game had already been out. But that's still weird. Why would they keep Edgeworth chooses death and then have him show back up in episode 5 anyway? I don't know, I'm confused. That morning, Bit got clobbered over the head by Max Denny. What? Is that an admission of assault and battery? Ouch! Before we handle... Oh! Yeah. What's up, boss? How you doing? Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder charge first. The truth is, on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There's absolutely no way they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. We're almost exactly a month away from QuakeCon, guys. Almost exactly a month away from QuakeCon. Actually, we are exactly a month away from QuakeCon. August 8th. We're literally a month away. Oh, yeah. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on stand. There's no way a puppet this lewd would just up and say good evening to his rival. Why? Are you saying this witness is lying? That he's trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the crime scene? I didn't tell a single lie, honestly. That's enough from you, Mr. Quist, Mr. Wright. Let's clarify this testimony from the court. Could you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? It's my belief that witness didn't see someone that night. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? If we had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all, which means there is only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Max. That's why Trella made the effort to greet whoever it was that he saw that evening, or good evening as he put it. What in the world? Would the defense kindly explain who it was Trella saw that evening then? Considering the ill temper of this witness, there is only one person he would greet. Must be Regina. No, Your Honor, it's not Regina. If it was Regina, Trilla would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh, yeah. I suppose you got a point there. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You are correct. It was indeed Russell Berry. The person that you saw at 18 was the victim, the ringmaster Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trilo. Is that correct? Gulp. Answer the question, Mr. Quist. Wow. Order. How do you respond to this? Wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man. But once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Max. I'll be off, but taking care of Grim since he gets surgery on the 1st. I think it's high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quist obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who the person was. Was it Max? Or was it Ringmaster Russell Berry? Prosecution argues that it was the defendant that the witness saw that night. The witness has clearly stated he saw the defendant's 3 symbols. 3 symbols? Alright, this is getting old. Come on, man. You've got to remember them by now. Here we go again. Everyone, all together now. Ow! Yes! Good job, Francesca. Whip that motherfucker. Yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and the white roses. Silk hat and a cloak. Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's 3 symbols. However, how do we really know it was Max? Could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russell Berry. What? Miss Von Karma, do you have to clear evidence that the person the witness saw was the defendant? Well, if that's the case, then it is impossible for you to make a judgment at this point. I think we finally won. That's very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix, right? So I said before, but this thing with her like leaned over with her finger, I want it as like a Jill sax for my stream. I want a Francesca Twitch chat community redemption. Oh, yeah. What do you mean by that? You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. I applaud you on your effort, but who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. Huh? Prosecution will provide beyond a shadow of a doubt an answer to that question and evidence that clearly establishes one thing. That there is no one other than Max responsible for the crime. Very well. Court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request the prosecution prepare the next witness. Court is in recess. Court is now in recess. Take a look. It doesn't say the magic word. It doesn't say the magic word. No idea since I hadn't finished JFA, but since Ep5 is from the DS release, it could be spoiling JFA TT. The Rock taking a look at the gavel. Me taking a look at Francesca Von Karma. Sweetie, you have to believe me, I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then where were you when the murder took place? We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room. And while you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, right? Exactly. Told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. That's when the ringmaster headed to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it seems like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume. Oh, I just remembered. I went straight to the ringmaster's room, still dressed in my stage clothes, but when I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off, which means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. Fabulous. That's a fabulously possibility. Well done, Nick. However, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? Think about it. All they found at the crime scene was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Oh, Max, I never thought of that. You should be a detective. Well, I was never quite sure what to be when I grew up. Magician or president. You have no idea how hard it was to make the decision. That's really cool. Fabulous. This mystery just keeps getting deeper. Double or double Double Now that everyone's back, let's get started. The court is in session. Miss Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well. I'll now call my next witness. A pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Mr. Lawrence Curls. Larry Curls, please take the stand. Why did she just call him a pitiful clown? Oh, God. Here we go. Witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. Yeah, whip him. Whip him. Name and occupation. Will the witness please inform the court why he's speaking autobiographical gibberish? Oh, sorry. Just not used to being in a court. Never been in a courtroom in my life. I wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited for this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. Since it's easy to see your occupations, please state your name for the court. Oh, yeah. Maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no sirs, no service. Okay, how about this? Have you met my proctologist, Dr. Seymour Butts? Whip him. Just whip him. Your name. Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown. You witnessed the scene around 10:15, the night of the murder. Yes, it is. Very well. Mr. Curls, will you please testify what you saw that evening? A rabbi, a priest, without the humor. Poor Mo can't be his normal stoogey self in court. Bet you never seen this in any of Courtroom's Wizard Boss, huh? I know. I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament. I'm the clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless. But I keep trying. I even try to come up with jokes just for today, but this atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try and make everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone, what do you think of me? How am I doing? Are we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness. We will listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Thus, please stick with the facts of the case. Really? You really hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be your straight man later. Thank you. Can't wait. Poor Gumshoe. Yeah, it's going to be Dick Gumshoe, isn't it? Now that's Miss Settles. Shall we begin with the testimony? Of course we can. I'll talk for as long as you want. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep before I did. I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. Kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. That's very interesting. This eyewitness account is to be believed. I have enough to pass judgment right now. Or maybe her bow. I don't know. I like the finger point better, though. Of course you can. There's no way that this account can be criticized. However, the witness is a bit, how do you say, off-kilter. Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. That must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin the cross-examination. Nick, you've got to find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that. I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster on the court. I sincerely hope you are not going to engage in pointless saber rattling. I understand. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with the corny jokes. Coke has to do it, yeah. Coke's got some homework when he gets home later tonight. Just happened to glance out of the window? You could say that. You could also say a peach, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballed. Mr. Curls. Oh, guess synonyms aren't allowed either. What should I do? I wonder if I should press him. Exactly why did you look out your window that night? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look out their windows, do they? That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday. Once I had tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You forgot. Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not simply glance out of his window. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? Ah! That's not something you just forget to mention. Oh yeah, what she said. I believe it would be best if Mo were to revise his testimony. Very well. Curls, revise your testimony. This should start turning the tables in our favor. Boz, have you ever seen so many people lie on the witness stand before? I don't think there's been a I'm 2 games into the series. And 3 cases in to the second game. And I think every single person that's been called to the witness stand has lied on the stand. You say you saw the ringmaster get clonked over the head. Yes, I did. It's the climax of the story. He really does enjoy the complete random. What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean the weapon? I have no idea. Weapon, it wasn't found at the murder scene, right? It's not what I meant. You did say you did see everything, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no, I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Mo, did you or did you not see the crime of murder committed that night? Objection! Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right, Gizlick. Yeah. Polly the parrot. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. I take that back. I guess now I was the one that lied on the witness stand as the streamer. Am I right? I forgot about Polly the parrot. I will not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. You'd better have an excellent reason for attacking this poor clown. Why is she sticking up for the clown? Because if you don't, you know what is waiting for you. A nice penalty. Oh God, that's half my health bar. If I lose. Isn't this a bit melodramatic? So I'll be then, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I mess this up, I lose half my health bar. Any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? Got a great reason to make my claim. And I suppose you will be telling us all that great reason? Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own testimony. What's the meaning of this? Mo said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Mo just stated following under oath. He kept watching them and all of a sudden Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. Mo is to be believed when he says he looked out the window upon hearing a sound. There's no way that he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1972, Mr. Krulls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They didn't commit. These clowns promptly escaped from a maximum security clown car. Krulls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? No, I'm just stalling for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick. These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. Just have to peel back the layers of the clown makeup to find the truth. Well, you're back from your jog? Well, pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much. When I looked out my window that night, the ringmaster was already face down in the snow. Prosecution helped me fill in the gaps of my statement. Von Karma. Tampering with witnesses again. So now you're saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the ringmaster? Yes. When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already been checked out. Checked out? He was on a permanent... Mr. Krulls, Your Honor, you did not witness the actual crime. However, you still say you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. The ringmaster was slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. Very well, then please testify the silhouette you saw. Expect the truth. And if I catch a hint of joke from you, I'll put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Got it. It was a bit far away, but the shadow could only have belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His steel cap, black cloak, they were all there. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. Does seem that the defendant was at the scene of the crime. It took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever, this should finally be good enough, yes? It's decisive testimony. Was Max really at the crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to believe in that. Alright, Mr. Wright, cross-examination time. The silhouette. You say you saw all of Max's uppity symbols? I suppose so. The silk out and the cloak, right? Mo, everyone knows that Max has 3 uppity symbols. 3? Everyone get ready, all together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. What the? Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention one. Isn't that right, Mo? Just whip him. You like pie? I like pie. Silence, fool. You are not to respond with the whole truth, not fractions. Order. Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw. Crime scene was dark. It's obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail. But the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of the criminal's face, not to mention that the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them. Then the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that's the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to facts of the case? Clearly not. He's just toying with the court. I got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me through the truth yet. Someone's toying with the court, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Troilus' testimony? There's no way I could have mistaken someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck so high? How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece getup? Troilus saw them all. Troilus saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there were no white roses on the person he saw. There's absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. Hey, Ashley, welcome back. What am I supposed to do now? One's supposed to disregard the pointless, but this... Judge, forget the roses. Think about this other testimony. The witness has stated without a doubt they saw Max. Nothing else matters. Let's wrap the case up now. Your Honor, maybe trivial, but it does cast doubt on the prosecution's case. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. Seems that, unlike wine, the witness has not grown more mature with age. I'm not mature. Come to a conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable, which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony. What? There are no contradictions in his next statement. I am prepared to issue a ruling. A ruling? This is your last chance. There's no doubt in my mind there were no white roses that night. However, all the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There was no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. Mr. Wright, you got one last chance. One chance? I will not allow even the slightest hint of badgering against the witness. If you're going to prove that there's a contradiction with Mr. Kroll's statement, you better have at least a shred of evidence to back it up. I only got a single shot at this. I gotta be careful. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I need. Objection! This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind? Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see. Is there some sort of problem? Miss Von Karma, where exactly was the silk hat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the crime scene. The crime scene, that means... The silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. No, it's not true. Gotcha, you little clown. Yes, Your Honor. What is the meaning of all this? You are old enough to know better than to behave like this in court. Hey, that's not right. It's not as here's your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things. Let me guess, you just didn't like my jokes or something. You didn't have to go and insult my eyesight or my memory. They're both great. Just because you're sitting above me, no matter how old I get, I'll always be younger than you. Enough of this childish outburst. Who do you think you are? I saw him. I swear I saw him. It was Max. Even if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb silk hat. I'm telling the truth. He turned into a bratty little kid. It's pitiful. He left the scene wearing the dumb silk hat. He was there. He left the scene? What's the matter? Something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo? What do you want? You just said that he left the scene. Exactly. How did the murderer leave the scene of the crime? What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that. Yeah, because there was no footprints in the snow. How did he leave? Badgering the witness. The witness testimony is full of holes. Miss Von Karma's protest is useless. Got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on the matter. Is that all right with you, little guy? Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Besides, the kind of stupid question is, how did he leave the crime scene? The answer is obvious. He just turned around and walked away. That's what I expected you'd say. You sure that's how it happened? Say what? I'm not sure I know exactly where you're going with this. Lawyers nowadays sure do love to harp on the smallest things. He proved to counter his story as to how the criminal left the scene. Yeah, because there were no footsteps in the freaking snow at the scene of the crime. Look at this picture. Problem is the footprints in the snow. Footprints? Well, we can clearly see the footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Aye. So Mo, exactly how did the criminal escape the scene? Your Honor, a witness has already proven his testimony is completely unreliable. Move to strike all this witness testimony from the court record. I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he came into court on. Wait just a second. You guys can just ignore everything I've said. Fine, I'll tell you the truth this time. You wait a second. I think you've said more than enough for today. That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways. Give you the real deal this time, I swear. I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are going to get worse before they get better. Yes, the testimony you provided up until has been false. It hasn't been false. I haven't lied. It's just that I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karma and her whip told me not to talk about what I really saw. Oh. Order. Franziska Von Karma, how could you? Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you have to say. You're not going to believe this, but it's all true, I tell you. Try not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel. He's going to say he flew away, isn't he? Now it's time for our next segment. Mo knows. Everything I've said up to now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white roses, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's when he saw he flew in the air. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's the truth now. Get ready for it. He flew. He jumped up and flew through the air. He flew right off and disappeared into the darkness. That's why there were no footprints. Flying people don't leave footprints. Told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now? Well, that was... How do you put this into words? Max is a world-class magician, but to leave the scene of a crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened. You're right. Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses. Why won't you believe me? Especially since it's the best part of the story. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? What he just said was so strange I don't think he would have made it up, which means that he is telling the truth. That's what I think. That means that Max actually used magic. You're right. Ah! She just whipped me. Only foolish-looking fool would be fooled by such a fool's foolish dream. Don't be ridiculous. Magic does not exist. Suppose I will let you all in on my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared into the sky. I'd love to believe that. But I just can't wrap my head around how that could actually happen. You imbecile. If you disregard a need for proof, Miss Von Karma's case is sound. However, I've got the feeling that this case is in dire need of more investigation. I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. It's an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow I want us to find out the reason why behind the mystery of mysteries. Maybe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned. He should know that Max can't fly in real life. Hey, sweeties, what in the world's going on? That's what I want to know. They say the criminal flew off in the air and disappeared. Max, I can't believe I'm asking, but you didn't fly that night, did you? I know you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please. It's not that easy. It looks so effortless when you're on stage. It's not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. I use invisible wires and have them hoist me through the air. Wow, you just told me the secret to your magic. No. I broke the first rule, the cardinal rule. I'm so sorry, Max. We made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secret to their tricks. What do we do now? All we can do now is hope we find a flying criminal in the court tomorrow. Great idea. Let's do our best and catch this sucker. To be continued. Nick, what is it? I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks are by their very deficient tricks, right? I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. The trick Curly showed me was incredible. Pros did a magic trick? What kind of trick? Let's see. Looked like she pulled the end of her thumb off. Put her right... Oh, this one. I bet Grem knows this one. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? Was it kind of like this? What? How'd you do that? You're like a real magician. That's why I can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it, especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. Take the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. Am I going to finish this case today? Oh, yeah. I'm going to finish this case. I'm going to finish the next case. And I'd like to get, like, a few cases into the last game, Trials and Tribulations as well. Yeah. I'm trying to, like, completely get through the trilogy. Oh, my sweeties. You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by. And since I'm a famed magician, they said, let's make you your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? Max, the Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. But if I do the special before acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. It would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's what I was thinking, but the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem awfully calm about the possibility. I have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. The night of the crime, you didn't happen to fly off in the sky, did you? Here's how everything went down. Time of the murder, I was sitting in the remaster's room, not to mention flying off in the sky is not something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says, it wasn't me. Max, you mind teaching me the trick behind flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much. It's much harder than you think. I was thinking about this out of court today. I've got a favor to ask of you. Anything for you. Be friends with other performers in the circus. Fabulous, a great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? But I've won on the world stage. I've won International Grand Prix. Performers should always look to perform on the world stage, but the performers at this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. Something that I can't simply tolerate. Something about that, what Max just said, rings true to my ears. Oh my sweeties want to hear about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest, though, I've told the story like 100 times already. It's boring. Sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I'm really sick of telling the story, but what can you do? I'm Max. Suppose I can tell it again. Voila. Take a look at this. I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Look at the fabulous stage. That's the first stage that I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted in applause. At that time, I thought to myself that I could die right then and be a happy man. Never forget how I felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim. By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to other people in the circus. It's incredible, Max. I want a trophy, too. How about you buy me a trophy? It's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. Just make sure you show it to the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them. Learn how to get thrown in jail. Alright. Nah, Max, you want to marry a 16-year-old. You can stay there. Yeah. Yeah, Ashley, we were just talking about how Regina's 16 years old. And this guy and the puppet guy are both trying to marry her. And how weird that is. But then someone else was like, the legal age of marrying in Japan, I think, is 16 years old. So maybe that's what they were going based off of. But surely they would have known that the translation to the West and the US would be thought of as really strange. So maybe they should have edited that before releasing it in North America. I don't know. Hear that? Sounds like two people arguing. All right, let's do it. Oh, wait. Quit your whining. Let's just... All right, let's go. Row, row. Row your boat. Row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that. Try my best, but Charlo, this isn't going to work. Do you enjoy saying dumb things? You're going to have to be on your own someday. Can't handle something as simple as this. What are you going to do then? Hello, Ben. Hello. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course? Sorry. Secret crash training. Whoa. Trilo wouldn't give up until I said we try out a new idea for a new routine, so we were trying to sing it around for our new ventriloquism act. In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible. See? Even they are surprised by the idea. I told you, they're not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea. Once we've got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice. You think so? I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you. There it is. Now that I got this ring back, it's time to take one more shot at Regina. Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to all that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking to you, it looks like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. You have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laugh that much? Francesca really did set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way. You're not going to get me to backbite a woman with a whip. No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us, and every time you definitely don't want her to show up, there she is. Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. Looks like she wound him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak, huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. That's what happened. It means the killer passed right by this window. Oh, I see. Who lives in that room behind the window up there? The air acrobat's got his room up on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Von Karma's going to start an investigation in there, so don't get any ideas of going up to the acrobat's room. Francesca Von Karma. Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. They should have changed her age to 18, at least for the Western version. Yeah. That's how you get a trophy. Yeah, you just buy it, Grem. You just buy it. Yeah, you can buy a trophy from me. I'll get you a trophy. Huh? Where's Regina? I don't know. She's with that tiger. I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. You're kind of chicken, aren't you? Just allergic to wild tigers. Milkshake, what are you doing? So he did acrobatics to leave the crime scene. Exactly what I was thinking. Yes, yeah. Ah, right. Oh, God. Awfully good mood. All right, you know what time it is? Riddle time. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Come on, you can answer this. It's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of battle destruction? Wrong. Try again. Okay, what do you think, girly? I got it. Okay, what is your answer? Because they are in the cafe Teary-Eye. Teary-Eye. Sad place, that cafe. I did it. What's going on? He's being too nice. Wow. Not this picture. He showed it to you guys too. You seen it as well? Well, you know what they say about Max. He only gets around. Aha. Oh yeah. Didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust too. Let me tell you, the thing is enormous. It's in the picture, I think. He'd make us worship it every day. He made us bow to his greatness. He's got a big bust. Wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust. Not that I'm into that sort of thing. Sure. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? You're telling me? I didn't think it was going to be so tough. Tough? Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call it, a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning I had to smash watermelons. Thought it was a great story and even greater jokes, but no one busted out laughing. Even used the famed no shoes, no shirt joke. Exactly. How can you not laugh at stunning comedy like that? Are you 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear. The creep just flew through the air. It wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. Silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a side clock. Must be telling the truth. Max's bust should be on that small table over there. It's nothing over there. Really? Oh yeah. When was it? Say about 5 days ago, all of a sudden the bust disappeared. Disappeared? If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Max just had to put the picture up. This thing's really cool. I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Is there anything else that's changed about this place? Nope, nothing's changed that I can see. I wonder if he's really thinking about this or setting up a bad joke. I'm drawing a blank here. Quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book. Guess there really aren't any other things that have changed, huh? Well, there's one teeny tiny thing that does seem different. What changed? Well, on the morning of the crime over on that bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center. Torn, so I don't know what it said, but it could see its title. Yikes. It says, to the murderer. Murderer? That's what it says, but the rest of it has been ripped off. And I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? The morning before the murder. Before the murder? Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after the paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? Thanks for telling us about that earlier. I think we'd better follow up on this important lead. Yeah, thanks for telling us now about all of this. It's great. Appreciate that. You know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. Do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Thanks for letting us know about this, you know, an hour ago. While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess there wasn't really a company. It was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned incredibly bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. Really? Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on the thing? Let's see. Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go on, find you out on your own. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. Might also want to ask my princess. Max and the ringmaster had their talk in this room. That could have been when the ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why'd you do that anyway? Was it really that cold or something? You see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved in the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, I've got a feeling what I know that this is. The other half of the note that Mo gave us. Let's hurry up and check this out. I knew it fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? To the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 o'clock tonight at the lodging house plaza. It's 9 to 10? That's when the murder took place. Now we find out who called the ringmaster. Hey, Detective Dick, I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I'm done with the investigation of the acrobat, finally, but with Miss Von Karma. Nick, what's that? The beeping sound. It's Miss Von Karma. Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager. Don't mind, pal. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. See ya. Didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. Never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. Well, let's go inside. Wind's biting. Ah! Biting his lashes from a whip. There she is. Von Karma. It's a battle today in the court, wasn't it? Phoenix, right? You have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be today. The day my dream finally comes true. You mean the story of my defeat at your hands, making national news. I want that picture of her pointing at me without the text on the screen. As a PNG, man. I want that. Her pointing right at me. Can I get rid of the text? I guess I can't. Aha, national news. You possess such a small sense of scale. Global news, Mr. Phoenix, right? Your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win just by a smidge. Oh, that almost got rid of it. Pull up the image on Google Images. Do you think they have one? Do you think they have one of this without any text over the front of her sprite? I suppose you could, like, split second the frames of my stream in between these menus and get it to where you could, like, pause it, like, right now. And then you'd have it on my stream, on my Twitch VOD. It's fun, Carmen. It appears that you got your hands onto something big, huh? I'm amazed you picked up that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? You must mean the acrobat. I'm putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Phoenix, right? Yeah, I get it already. You want me to beat and destroy me. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove Finn guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred von Karma. Of course, your dad. I know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this or any other conversation? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Phoenix Wright. I have to see him again one more time. Sure you know whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. Why would you even bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. It means Edgeworth was... Right again. Miles was like a little brother to me. Little brother? But Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth. There's old edgy boy. Man who inspired me to become an attorney. I fought against him a few cases. A little after that, case was over. He vanished. It's your fault he's gone. It's the truth, isn't it, Phoenix Wright? Nick, what does he mean? Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case, and then with the case after that one. He never set foot in a court again, and then one day he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Oh, that was 1 year ago. A few months after you left to go back home. Edgeworth, he's dead? I don't believe it. He's still alive. I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him, just like your victory muddied the honorable name Von Karma. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own 2 hands. What about Edgeworth? I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me. Von Karma. What? I don't know if you're God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had about enough of you. Him too. When the world happened. This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick, let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor. You must be Phoenix Wright. Yes? Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Ding... What? Ken Dingling? Ken Dingling? Do I have a Discord? Yeah, exclamation Discord. You got a screenshot of Von Karma pointing? Ooh, thanks, Ashley.
Say cheese!
Ken Dingling. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingling. Kenneth Dingling. Hold on. I'll be back in just a second. Let me see. Milkshake's running around and... Hold on. I think he needs food. Well, I just figured out what the commotion was all about. My trampoline is here in the box. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Ashley, for posting that. And I see the GIF there too. Oh, that should be real easy for Coke to do, probably. To get the white background off of. And then we can make it a Twitch channel redemption. Kind of like how Jill Sachs is. Just instead of Jill Sachs, it would be Francesca von Karma pointing her finger at me, about to whip me for being a bad boy. Look for better quality. Nice. All right. We're almost done with this case, I think. Now that everyone has been able to look at the screen of Ken Dingling for all this time. Here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro. Mr. Acro, Mr. Dingling. How do you know my name? Detective told me, said you definitely show up here. Acro, you remember the circus as well? That's right, I mainly performed on a tightrope on the flying trapeze. Nowadays, Big Berry Circus. Why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. Then one night, they decided to run away from it all without me. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredibly good care of me. He was truly a lifesaver. Since that ringmaster was truly a saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. Decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life. Such a shame. Sometimes I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina. Regina is so cute. She's a princess. Truly a princess? Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of a grudge? I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair? The nerves in my legs were badly damaged, and you can't walk now? I can't even stand now. Since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself. That's awful. The accident happened during the acrobatic session, right? Uh-oh. Doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I was last hurt. Injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago when the world went on a circus then. I stopped by yesterday and noticed that you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. You went there for a rehab? What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced it was all a dream. I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw. What you saw? That sounded really ominous. What did you see, Acro? That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. See, the scene of the crime was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? He was flying straight up into the air. He? Max. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that it was Max you saw flying? I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick? Grr, I've got a bad feeling about this. Grr, gah. Wonderful. Today's special must be Filet-O-Phoenix. Stay, heal. Oh, Maya, Nick, it's you guys. I'm sorry, I guess I made a mistake. Mistake? Yeah, little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson, but I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. Monkey? Oops. It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man. He was. I love my dad so much. I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. That's why I feel so lonely, now that I won't be able to see him for a while. For a while? Yeah, when Leon died, I talked with my dad, and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. A star? That means that my dad is looking down for me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone. When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. There's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that? Do you think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course. You really think so? Yeah, I think you will. I had a feeling that everyone's doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. Just go back and clear something up. Why'd you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. Got something that means a lot to me. Something that means a lot to you must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got a lot of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. We should. When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney, if you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. Leave it all up to us. Guess there's no turning down that request. You're really gonna do it? Eugenia, have you ever seen this before? I know what this is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket? Yes, I noticed it was around breakfast time. Yeah, I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast. That's when you realize the piece of paper was in your pocket? Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged to someone else's pocket, and then what? I wonder if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did, I stuck it up there. How'd you know? So it's Regina who put it up there. When did this happen? The morning of the murder, I think. That explains a lot. I wonder who wrote this. Okay, interesting. Mo's not here. What's that? I hear something. Oh, it's the monkey. It's money. Monkey's holding something. That's it. That's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember? Time to take on this monkey attorney style. Give it back, monkey brain. Ooh, that means a lot to Regina. Yikes. Wow. Tried to have a man-to-man with him. I really did. Man-to-man isn't really accurate. It was more like man-to-monkey. I swiped it while Money was distracted. Really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it. You see it fine from where you are. You know what I mean? I want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then I'll take you in the circus and I get some peace and quiet. Oh! What's the matter now? Doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, guess it's time for you to lay off the burgers. Haha! Not to mention it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. Here you go, Regina. Yay, thank you. You really got it back for me. Don't mention it. Love you, Mr. Attorney. It's nothing. No wonder guys melt to mush in front of this girl. Hey, careful, she's only 16. Stop it. Phoenix, right? Costume is yours, right? Try it on, but it doesn't fit me. Huh? Costume is in mine. It's Leon's. Leon's? You know, the lion she told us about? One that someone killed. He was killed, wasn't he? That's right, my dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during practice. During practice, Leon was sitting down and he opened his mouth, you know. Usually when he did that, I would put my head in his mouth. Wait, you put your head in a lion's mouth? I sure did. People in the crowd always loved seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming. Sure they were screaming because they loved seeing you do that? Anyways. Phoenix is a bad boy. He needs to get whipped. What was the bad thing? Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during the practice. Regina, is everything alright though? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry, and that's when that's when he became a star in the sky. Poor thing. Leon added a court record. Okay. Something smells fantastic. So we know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello, hello. Welcome to Bistro du Cirque, the cafeteria. smells so good in here, and those burgers look great. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. Burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. Oh god, special sauce. They're absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I don't think I want special sauce from a creepy clown. It's all by the smell. Whoa, I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. Oh, whoops, I already read this. Very big circus. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you gonna do? That's all I've thought about the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You've heard Echo's story, haven't you? Like how he was adopted when he was younger. He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Echo was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. Is that upset? Yes, he was. Anyways, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. Think of trying on the ringmaster's shoes. What, really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? Maybe a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue his importance. He's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. No. All that's left to see is if everyone can get over the tragedy, you know. The tragedy, you know, what is he talking about? Get over it? What? Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. You must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster. Yes, that's it. Dang dang. Correcto mundo. Does he mean ding? I mean, no disrespect here, but are you lying to us? No, not at all. What makes you think that? Just the way you said if everyone can get over the tragedy seemed a bit strange. Sound like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Well, I'm right, aren't I? So now we're getting closer to the truth. It was about 6 months ago. It was just a little accident. Give me a break. Us old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. 6 months ago. Are they talking about when Leon died?
Take that!
Meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meows. Meow meow. Meow meow. 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 Get over it. Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at the circus? Okay, there's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Look over there, juicy burgers. Let's eat instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man. Actually, I've kind of got an idea what happened back then. You said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? Yeah, Leon the lion. Heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during practice, right? How did you... Told him so many times, you shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts, like putting her head inside Leon's mouth. Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He never could say no to her. Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo, don't clam up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. Promised? He's involved in this too. He's involved, huh? Mo must be talking about. Mo? Is this the person that you promised you wouldn't say anything? Ken Dingling? Must have been Acro, right? How'd you know? Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No way. I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know. Sorry, Acro. Just like you said, you know, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it would have probably been better if he had. What? How would that have been better? He's still alive. When he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma he's in. Coma? Comatrix? What he does now is lie in his bed at the hospital, and that's all he's ever going to be able to do. I see. How's he related to Acro? He's his brother. The person who got bit was Acro's brother? Brother? They were an acrobat team of brothers, Acro and Bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyways, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime. Who is Acro's younger brother? Sean Dingling, but everyone always called him Bat. He fell in love with Regina. Trying to win her love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden, Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon." Why'd he do that? I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling. You mean Leon? Yes, Leon. When he was bit down, he was smiling. some sick grin. No way, that's impossible. Smirking lion, flying murder. Why does it seem that it's always Mo who catches all these incredible events? Nick, Cat's lion, smile. Never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. So that's what really happened. Well, you guys were so serious. What was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all untruthfulness has put me in the mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. Ah! I know that shaker. Ah, that's you. Nice, what a wonderful sneeze. Think so? Sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's basic clownsmanship. Know that, Gotti. Understand that. It'll make a good clown. Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneezer. Does Regina sneeze with pepper too? She does. That? From my point of view, those two always look so perfect together. They look perfect together. I've seen that shaker before. That was in the case where the guy died. We're getting to the bottom of this. We're getting to the bottom of this. That's right, back again, I see. Well, he did say I'll be back, or was that something else? Someone else. We're back because Akira's hiding why his legs were injured. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. What Simi knows that we know. Well, it seems you've got things you want to talk about, so fire away. Out the wheelchair. I have to ask you, how are you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during a practice. An accident during practice? Yes, unfortunately, acrobatics are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real case, he'd have no reason to keep it a secret. Akira, are you really telling me a practice accident was the cause of your injury? Leon, 6 months ago you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. I know I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked by a lion? That's what I'm saying. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Maybe attacked is not the best word to be using, so let me rephrase that as battled the lion. Seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save someone. His brother. He's 22. So it's a 22 going for a 16. So all ages are going for the 16 in this episode of Ace Attorney. It's a shame that what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. Mo must have had told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo. But he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose it was a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. Slip of the tongue? Anyways, they were an incredible team cut down together in their prime. Cut down together, that was where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the center of the same accident together like always, I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. Still haven't broken Akira's last cyclops. This must be one incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Akira, I know you are still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive. Regina, you always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her, saying things like she is cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite a set of eagle eyes. You know, her tiger tried to attack me. Regent tried to attack you twice. It wasn't serious, I'm sure. I'm not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught to command attack people. Regina is capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it. What? What are you talking about? Maybe I overdid it. If I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. This, where'd you get it? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. You wrote this and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. Can Chris Hansen would have a ball with the circus? My legs were injured by Leon 6 months ago. My younger brother Bat had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. I can put my head inside Leon's mouth like you do. You have to go to the movies with me on a date. That's insane. Didn't you know how dangerous that is? We all thought he was being stupid too, but that lion was very old to begin with, and age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing, and that's when the accident happened. He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Poor Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up. What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. I see. Still waiting for him to open his eyes again, and that's the reason why I keep going. Bat and Regina. They were such a great friends. Oh yeah. Wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him. Gross. It's covered in blood. The scarf. It was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. When he did it, he looked like he was smiling. He? Leon, obviously. When he bit down on Bat's head, the expression on Leon's face looked like a grin. Mo said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. Oh, there she is. Already heard everything. So hand over the scarf. Scarf is evidence in the trial. That's for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro will talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro. Let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am. Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it. We'll figure something out. Look at all of you full of confidence. Must have found something you can use. It's all beginning to come together now. Yep. Just the trial left on this case. Hey, randomness, welcome back. Good to see you again. Think in the Ace Attorney anime, they changed so that Bat is the same age as Regina. That's good, because in the game, the translation from Japan didn't really go too good for Western audiences. She's 16, and there's a bunch of 20 and 30 and 40-year-old dudes trying to get with her. Yeah. Good morning, Max. Yeah, good morning. You don't seem to like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Tee-hee. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, I have a glass of milk. Regina. How fabulous. My sweetie pie. Came to watch my performance today. Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that? So what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess. You'll fly at the end? It's not that kind of show. It's not my... Right. I think my princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on or even where she is. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today, I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself. Good luck. You're the best. Regina's is different, don't you think? Top of the morning to you. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Top of the morning to you, Governor. Top of the morning. That's the ticket. Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms like higher brain function. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh my, thanks. How are you today, Wright? Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line, literally. He's got guts to spare. All I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is. I'm used to it already. Just means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you going to do then? Guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psych warfare. Today we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro to the truth. You're right. It's going to be tough. Anyway, I want to see you make sure Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes. That's why I brought her here to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. Hey, Lady Lavin, what's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. Court is now in session for the trial. Max. Prosecution is ready. Defense is ready. Very well. Prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We've discovered a new witness, or shall I say a new eyewitness. One that saw Max fly off from the scene of the crime. Order. I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. Explanation the prosecution will present if the need arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night. Create a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor gumshoe. Very well. Call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work, or shall I say time to walk the tightrope. Hope you're having a good day. I am. My trampoline is outside in the box waiting for me to put it all together, so that's super exciting. And my Xbox Series X will be here tomorrow or the next day, so that's also very exciting. So heck yeah, y'all. Name and occupation. Ken Dingling. Everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Berry Big Circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. Gotta stream myself on the trampoline? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I saw that post, Randomness. Were you talking about the theme music? The soundtrack again? On YouTube? If you look at the map, you will see the witness room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. How are you doing, Lady Lavin? Are you doing all right? Just after 10 p.m., I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump from outside the window. Then a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max. I only saw him from behind. That's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. Witness testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown. If that's the case, there is very little the prosecution need to add. All that's left is explain how the defendant disappeared in the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. Man must know the proper timing for things, Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. I am, thank you. Been relaxing, doing really good. That's good, that's good. Cross-examination Moderato 2002 plays during Acro's testimony what I witnessed, and also during his cross-examination such gloomy atmosphere. Okay, so right here. This right here, this gloomy music. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see the human fly by your window? The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see. Honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of their symbols? Clearly saw the silk hat as well as the cloak wrapped around the body. I'm convinced that it was Max. More impressive than the rest of the results I seem to get, but maybe there was something fishy with his latest bit of testimony. There is a contradiction. There's a huge contradiction with the testimony that was just given.
Objection!
There's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. She's right. See evidence. Do you have any evidence? Yep, silk hat.
Take that!
Claim to seeing this exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? Silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside the window was a tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how... Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has 2 silk hats? No. This is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Max. Which means Acro. That you've been fibbing on the stand. Oh! Order. As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking. Are you okay, Nick? Open my big mouth, now I have to back it up. How about it, right? What would cause this witness to commit perjury on the court today? Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion? Accuses Acro? When in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious. Haha, I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab at an audience's heart and mind. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to almost be scary. He is staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingaling, do you have any response to the accusation? I don't really need to say anything, do I? What do you mean? Everyone take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of a murder of all things? See? Even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. She's right. Way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Phoenix, right? You're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery. That's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well? I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Of course he didn't. Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. Well, that would explain why there's no footsteps in the snow. What are you getting at? Way to keep them on her toes. Now I'm going to have to prove how it all fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it? Now that I can't. What I can't do, I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, let's do it. Mr. Wright, if this witness is a killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Right, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingling? He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room? Pretty simple. Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can be only one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts? What say you, Mr. Dingling? He threw something at him? That's it? Considering that what you propose is impossible, yes, that's it. He threw something out of his window and killed the guy? Without leaving the room? Yes, Your Honor. As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. As he's in a wheelchair, there's no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You got a point. Seems you've forgotten once again, Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. It's true. Mo said he saw Max, didn't he? He was using the costume with wires from his window? He was using a pulley system from his window to, and he threw something at him and used the costume on a pulley system? I don't know. That's what I think. Why it's still possible for humans to fly? Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of legal buffet. Be careful. If you mess up here, she's right. I can't mess up here. I gotta give this one serious thought. He did it while he was in his room, no doubt about it. Time no likeness as to how Mr. Dingling committed the crime. Gonna present some evidence. So what did Mr. Dingling use to commit the crime of murder? What's that? A picture? Is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust? It's quite a large bust, and because it's very life-size, it's also very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it's dropped from a third-story window. Ah! The birds flew away. We're getting to it. See, this is how Acro was able to kill the ringmaster, with the force of gravity and Max's ample bust. Order. So you're saying the bust fell onto the ringmaster? Rather simple crime. Even if he were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit.
Objection!
How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible.
Objection!
Well, Acro's an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to the charges? Well, Acro's a lost for words. He should be. He knows I'm getting close to the truth. Well, Acro. Ow! I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to the case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, Von Karma. She's just using this testimony as a ruse to solve her time.
Objection!
There's absolutely no need for such testimony.
Objection!
Defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. Defense's objection is overruled. Why can't you see things my way once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards them. Thank you. All right, that woman will sink to any low to win a case. Suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? I have no doubts in regards to this witness testimony. It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Wright? So, proceed with cross-examination. He's simply stalling. Can't let her get to me. I gotta focus. Akra's physical state. Acro, you didn't really need to lean out the window, did you? What are you driving at? You already knew ahead of time where Ringmaster's head was going to be. Right precisely, I may add. Your silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix. Enough stalling, how about you show us some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes, hurry up and explain. Now you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over. The same. Question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box, which means that wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bus came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up the wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the bus were to fall on the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could miss the head of the victim. No. Order. Unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going. There's only one way to go from here. So the next question I have is, who placed that wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Ow! Allow me to whip some sense into you, Mr. Phoenix. Ah! Oh god, stop, stop! Stop, stop! More. No. The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so especially made. Specially made, indeed. Had the most peculiar feature. The box has a remarkable weight. Weight? According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have to squat down and lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That's correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be approximately the same place. Cool. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place this wooden box in the plaza? Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? Of course I remember. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria. Then what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. That means... You understand what I mean, don't you? May very well have been able to drop the bus from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bus from the cafeteria to my room? The monkey. Mr. Phoenix tried to explain that. It was the monkey. The monkey kept bringing crap to his room. Don't forget you said there was no accomplice. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bus from the cafeteria. We definitely have a problem here. No place to get perplexed. Gotta get my wits about me and prove how things happened. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the bus from the cafeteria back to his room? A monkey? Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist ring. You saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own, then brought it back home. Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room?
Objection!
But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny.
Objection!
Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. Oh! There's some very nice cards he's holding, and there's made of platinum, which is very shiny. Ah! Acro. Money's a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bus back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be the market for a new roommate. Order. I said order. Where's the bus in question at this moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. It's a rather strange turn of events, but let's say that the monkey had not stolen the bus. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. Then you mean this bus was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw the money's mountain stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Wright's argument was so circular, I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow! Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix. What is that? You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. There's no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. It's true. How do you respond to that? Don't let her beat you now. This is my chance to turn this trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this, Mr. Phoenix. Who is the murderer the clown saw? Oh.
Take that!
It was the bust. He saw Max's blah. I asked who was the other person most on the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question.
Objection!
Au contraire, mon frère. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. It was the bust. How was that possible? Simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust.
Objection!
What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all? Silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak.
Objection!
There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It'd be easy to hang one off of the cards in the bust hands. Idiot. Who in the right mind would put a cloak on a bust? It doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, right? Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is the most important to the case, don't you agree? He caught me. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust?
Take that!
Fool? Him? You're saying that it was the victim himself, Russell Berry? That's what I'm saying. I mean the victim himself placed the cloak on the bust? Place the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. Then what would be the right way of putting it? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine. Only putting the pieces together. There's only one picture I can paint. Alright, so you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. Acro used a rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust. Dangled the bust out of his bedroom window directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance to the lodging house by another other than Ben and Trillo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. At the very instant that the bus hit the victim, you wait just a second there, Mr. Phoenix. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this can't be true. It can't be. Still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. The circus isn't over yet. What? The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused the sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. The witness was, of course, the clown. When Mo looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Mo saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it, primarily because in his wheelchair he couldn't see out of his window. So he just kept pulling the bust up. Yeah, okay. That's how the magical murder disappearing into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro, could have only been you. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us, he sure has, but he has come to the end of his rope now. So, what now? You grace us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter, the power of evidence and the power of my whip. She's not wrong. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method, but there is still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. Unusual contradiction. Use that and get out of this jam. Stop talking amongst yourselves. Proceed. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. The problem is that Max has three symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, the roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday, there were two contradictions in Mo's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other, but the theory I just presented explains all these contradictions. You fool, do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Mo said yesterday. He testified that the criminal he saw in the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the bust's. Makes sense. If you look at that way, then you did see the silk hat, well, sort of. Fine, you've got one, but what about the other contradiction? The other one? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court. He said that he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night, but the clown's testimony doesn't match. The clown said that there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try and explain that one away. Can you do it? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the incident when the cloak snagged onto the bust. If the cloak snagged onto the bust, what happened to the white roses? You get it yet? The cloak was snagged on the front of the bust. It means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust. Ah! Explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Maybe then Von Karma will finally throw in the towel. So much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Yes, I did. Is there something making you think I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. We're looking for motive now. We need motive. Absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life until now. What do we do? There's no doubt that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Acro's motive. It seems that this case isn't over yet. Very well. However, I feel like this is a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess. This court now take a 10-minute. We're almost done. We're almost done. Can't believe it, Acro. It's pretty shocking, isn't it? Definitely is, and I think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, am I that hated? Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did? But I'm nothing but a little nobody, you know? You're not, which is what kind of reason why. Hey, pal, you're gonna ignore me after all I went to trouble to bring you some evidence? Detective Gumshoe, forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyway. Now, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? We've got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick? Oh, well, if you insist. About that evidence you mentioned? What is it? Here you go. This was yesterday in Acro's room. Included the forensic results. Take a look at it later. Won't Miss Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything. But everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know, Miss Von Karma didn't seem in control of things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually. Yesterday, our final plans were set in motion. Final plans? That reminds me, I've got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it, and that's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. What did he mean by that, the very end? I'm not sure. It was all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing. Don't scare me like that. Looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? For me? It's milk. To the reception area looks like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. Tired dairy's worth of milk for me? Court is now back in session. Miss Von Karma, please continue where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. So I'd like to get the proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit this crime. Understood. Mr. Dingling. Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. Wonder how anyone could think that Acro would kill the man he held in such esteem. Absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringmaster? This might be my last chance to answer that question. No need to question him now. No need to cross-examine this witness. What's that? Why was the ringmaster murdered? There's no need to delve into that bit of testimony when I know the answer already. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead. I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation as to why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? Nick? Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start, Your Honor. The reason that Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ah! Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so full-heartedly foolish. Did you forget you made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was this is the real killer of Russell Berry Ringmaster. Want to jump to the end of things? Then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things? Acro? You didn't plan to kill the ringmaster at all, did you? The ringmaster wasn't the target. What did you say? Saying that the target of the witness's murderous plot was not the ringmaster. He was going for Max, because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? He was trying to kill Max, I think. Bailiff, I don't care who it is. Smack anyone who's loud in my face. Twice if you must. Right. What in the world are you trying to do in my court? Ah! Mr. Phoenix, what in the world are you trying to do in this court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro was trying to kill someone else? Oh, no, he wasn't trying to. He was trying to kill the girl. Yeah, Regina, yeah. He was trying to kill the girl, the daughter. This young girl is the ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you?
Objection!
You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question.
Objection!
You could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all he has to do is say is you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix? Enough. Mr. Wright, allow me to... Ah! The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself, huh? That goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix. Show me the evidence now. Want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves Acro was out to kill this young girl. Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the ringmaster's tailcoat. Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled "To the Murderer." Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Acro did indeed place this note in someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the ringmaster. You mean it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Barry. Order, Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours. It's a truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her, which is why the morning of the crime she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, I mean the ringmaster, saw the note. That's correct. The ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today. Lifting the bus and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out of the window myself. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I got it. Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza, and that's when he let the bus fly. Hey Nick, isn't Regina listening to all this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. Hope Regina can handle it. Acro wrote this note to Regina.
Objection!
You're so foolish you've even made me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes? What about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Barry, it would mean that. This note is declaring that Regina Barry is a murderer. You don't get it, do you? What? What did you say? The ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza in place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Wright. What is the incident that is alluded to in the note? The incident 6 months ago. I know all about it. The incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I am more than ready to show this court what happened at that time. Moron. Wait, are you sure that it relates to the present case? It does indeed. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. The conclusive evidence about the incident 6 months ago is actually... Achoo, achoo, achoo. Achoo, achoo. Oh, okay. It's big. Is it okra? Nice. What was that?
Controller.
Oh. Nice, I got food. What kind of spicy joke is this? What? Isn't a joke at all if this is decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, right? What exactly are you saying? Are you claiming that Regina Barry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw.
Objection!
Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways. If you're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer this question. Who is Regina Barry's intended victim? Oh, nice. Alright. Who is this? That is Acro's younger brother.
Objection!
What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead? Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? Did you spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state. A lion? Regina, I mean Miss Regina Barry, is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. So then, what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of attempted murder. He's the victim of an accident. Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? The lion-biting bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix. There's no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother Bat. That's just a scarf, Acro. The scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who is the one that gave the scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina. There's something more than just blood on the scarf, Your Honor. What might that be? Pepper. Pepper? Regina gave the scarf to Bat right before the accident. She covered it with as much pepper as she could. What's with the silent treatment? Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of fingering a criminal. But out of curiosity, what was her crime? Miss Berry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? Still seems like the judge doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix, wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling right before Bat was bit by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed and it looked like he was smiling. Lions smile? Never heard of them smiling, however. Lion sneeze. Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. Well, looks like we've got to the bottom of it. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. You fool! You gotta be kidding me.
Objection!
What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object for objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix, your theory, you believe it? You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to the accident, or this joke, as you put it, which is why you tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot. Ha. It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true? Acro. You can't mean, witness. Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem it's always been. Evidence. If I drop Max's bust on top of the ringmaster, where's the evidence that proves that claim? You mean the conclusive evidence? The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack thereof, to be more precise. The murder weapon. The bust that the defense claims was used. If that were to be found in Acro's room, if it's covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. Yes, it would be. The bust. You gotta do something. This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. Might be worthwhile to search Acro's room, but why aren't you going to search his room? Looks like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now you know the true meaning of Von Karma total justice. I guess. Figured with you, that's the least I should expect. You'd leave no stone unturned. Ow. She whipped me again. Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. Where did you search Acro's room yesterday? What'd you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright, the bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Acro directly to the PO after that. End of story. Just wait a second, something's funny about this. Looks like you lack the final nail to put into my coffin. But what about the scarf and the note? What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Right, do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust, where is it now? Where's the bust right now? You're Phoenix Wright. You know where the bust is? I'm sure you do. There's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is? Seems this case is coming to a close. Defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short. Thank you for your support. Back. Terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings an end to the cross-examination. Hold it! There she goes again, interrupting. Where's Max's bust? Defense needs time to prepare prison its lace. I mean case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Ah! Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? You really have a case to present. Why are you asking me? The rest is up to you. Good luck. Wait, you can't be serious. Acrobats already have their lives on the lines, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking by the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim, the only way through is forward. The murder weapon. Where's Max's bust right now? Somewhere in this courtroom. It's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you're a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket, because it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say hide a bust under it. Ha 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 ha. Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karna happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would all have been over, which is why you had to hide it. The only place that you could hide it, under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again. Would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Oh, wow. He actually did it. You fool. How could you? You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Miss Francisca Von Karma and Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search on my room last night? There were two pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. And the only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you've got me. Well done. All makes sense now. I can't believe Von Karma thought that far ahead. That's amazing. Definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. No, I sure couldn't. Can't believe it. Me make a mistake. Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't have done that. Seems you finally arrived at the truth. Acro? Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for the crime. Well, we finally got to the bottom of it. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he teased her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. That's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen, I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times. But I just couldn't forgive her no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely. That she would laugh innocently when saying it, too innocently. Just couldn't stand it no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. Are you saying that you are a victim in all this as well? No. That's not what I mean. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first, I thought I'd kill myself. Then I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. No, I just couldn't. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. I'm so sorry. This has been such a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Not guilty. Boom. This court is adjourned. Fabulous. But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, Bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? Good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Many congrats, but only at max a million of them. Thank you. What's with the vibe in this room? We're just thinking about Acro. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Wah. She's been like this for a while now. Wah, it's all my fault. Bat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina, Mr. Wright, tell me something. What do you want to know, Regina? Acro said something right at the end. Does that mean that Acro, is he gonna try and get his revenge on me? He's not gonna do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? You're really sure? I can't believe that. Yep. Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. I want to know you're not just making up that stuff about Acro not wanting revenge. Acro didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. That's right, Regina is still alive, you know. Never knew. But now that Acro's been caught... I know. What? I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes, until he opens his eyes, and then until he can meet Acro again. So sorry. This is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max. What is it? Really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? Sorry about what happened. So whenever you like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? Big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I made a decision. What is it? Decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn the circus into the best circus this world has ever seen. Don't laugh. That's quite the goal. Yay, I can't wait. Then I guess that changes things. There's only one thing the best circus in the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions, which means the circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me. What are you talking about? What do you think I brought you to court today? Gotta work together to make Berry Big Circus bigger than it's ever been. I was right. Can't be the Berry Big Circus without Regina Berry. Seems like everything's gonna turn out all right. I can't wait to see the best circus the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. Take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats. I see. What made the case? Yesterday's surprise raid. Really paid off, just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? It was just a theory. If Acro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acro's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the chief prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Oh, there he is. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth. There's the man. Turnabout Big Top. All done. All right. Let's do this last episode. All right. And before we started, I'll be right back. Just a second. I had to stuff my face real quick. Alright, let's get this last episode done for Phoenix Wright 2. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Who will be this year's Grand Prix champion? Jammin' Ninja, Captain Saipan. Lady Luck is with our heroes. And now, the winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix is me. Still Samurai? Hey, there he is. Hero of Heroes. Looks like this year's Grand Prix winner goes to this fantastic warrior. The Nickel Samurai. Too bad, Jammin' Ninja. Looks like the title owed you again this year. Oh yes, did you hear that, Nick? Did you hear this Nickel Samurai? He did it. He sure did. I'm getting too old for this. I'm proud of the guy for doing the series justice. Oh, all the characters from all the previous cases are here. Okay, got the prize. What are we talking about, right, Pearly? The Nickel Samurai. No, every Sunday I only watch the educational channels, Kids Masterpiece Theater. Okay. From now on, the Nickel Samurai, all the kids watch it. Do you like the Nickel Samurai too? Nick's an old fart. So, he's not allowed to watch it anymore. That's right, but I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater. Didn't know you were so young at heart. You're grown up. You're not allowed to watch it anymore. You're supposed to act your age and have interest in that match. It's very important. Give it a rest. It's like I made the choice in inviting everyone here. I'm glad you're all having a good time. It's like a dream. Too bad for the Jammin' Ninja, though. Last year he lost to the Pink Princess Warrior of Little Old Tokyo. Yeah. Oh, did anyone else think that Jammin' Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Wasn't carrying his bright red guitar. You're right. Strange he'd walk around without his signature guitar. Never understand these people in their shows. Anyway, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight. It's nothing. I owe you one, so it's just my way of saying thanks. Hey, Nick, come on. It's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon. And then, heard there's going to be a press conference after that. Press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize? Not exactly. Something about Nickel Samurai confessing something. Confessing? Come on. Nick, do you? Why me? This show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Oh. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting us today. It's nothing really. Guys like us don't get to come to a place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all. Hey, Mr. Powers, what have you been up to lately? Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on a kids' exercise show while wearing... Oh, I see. I'm so very sorry about all the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright. Well, this one is done. Let's not forget about it. This is Will Powers. He's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was the Steel Samurai. He was the first case Maya worked on with me. It's too bad you look scary, or people would know you're a real softie who's good with kids. Thanks. Can't believe they're going to make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai. Can't believe it either, but for a different reason. The Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch-nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of Neo Old Tokyo. And last year they started a new series, the Nickel Samurai. The new series seems to be a hit with the kids too. Really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show, so I was hoping that maybe I'd get a chance to do something in this new one. It's too bad. It'd been awesome to see you with the new actor Matt Engard. He's super popular right now. Engard? Looks like Pearls doesn't know who he is. This year it's going to be Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin' Ninja at the box office. Jammin' Ninja? Who's that again? So who's this Jammin' Ninja again? He's a hero, duh. His symbol is a bright red guitar he's always carrying. Ninja is always carrying around a bright red guitar. How does that even work? With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in his hand, he rises to stardom in an ancient time. Ninja, who becomes a star? Ninja becomes a star. There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios, Nickel Samurai, and Worldwide Studios, Jam and Ninja. They even air at the same time. You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. The Nickel Samurai Zengard and the guy who plays the Jam and Ninja. Nickel Samurai speaks French? Or you mean Matt Ongard, the actor? Guess even the world of heroes isn't a sparkling happy place. Wow, what is with this place? Looks like I've stumbled into Oz or something. Way in the back, there's a sign for a bathroom. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. Sounds like the post-ceremony show is about to start. Alright, I'm so pumped. I wonder if he's going to show off a special move today. Nickel Samurai Smelting. Actually, what I'm interested in most is the press conference. You mean the big confession the Nickel Samurai is going to make after the show? So what is it? Don't you know what it's about, Mr. Powers? Well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea. Sorry. I guess you are all going to the press conference then? Yeah, of course. If that's the case, then here, take these tickets so you can get in. Thank you very much. Well, let's get going to the lobby. Looks like it's over this way. Okay, for great justice. Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a large, gaudy lobby to a match. I think they're going to have the post-ceremony show over there. They're using a compact stage, I see. Already used my special samurai power. Just ready to start a fight. Your attention, please. The Nickel Samurai's post-samurai stage show will not be held tonight due to unforeseen circumstances. What? You have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it. We are asking for everyone's cooperation at this time, so please stay where you are. There's a special request from the police. Police? Did they say police? You want me to go check out what's going on? Wait, I'll come with you. Freeze, you two. Didn't you just hear the announcement just now? It just finished telling you not to move. That voice. I've heard that voice somewhere before. Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. Just the other day, it was the same thing. It said, beware, bridge out. It's not responding to the bridge. It tried to tell the boy. Listen, no, of course not. He said he'd careful. I'm not kidding you. Their kid said that and really meant it. Well, I can clear the bridge. It's non-stop chatter. Miss Old Bag? Oh, she's back. What is it, you young whippersnappers? Do I know you? Wait, you're Powers, aren't you? Yeah? But what happened back then? You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? That's right, you're doing that children's exercise program, trying to play nice. Yeah, that's me. Thankfully, I still have a job. I love that show, and you're a hoot. You're the Big Brother character, right? Yes, even with your face covered by a mask. What a work of art. So many TVs you break. What they deserve. What are you doing here? Look at my uniform and tell me you can't tell I'm a member of security. But that outfit. Annoying noisy brats get the blaster. Nothing really out of the ordinary here. Looking for the incident that the old lady was talking about. Doesn't look like it happened here. We better go look somewhere else. Alright, then let's try. Excuse me. Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey? That's me. You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk. Call? I wonder if it's someone from Curian Village. That's wrong. Nothing. You guys going ahead and I'll be right there. Okay. Right this way. Let's go look somewhere else. This is a little exciting and scary. I told you, get people the info they want, which means that I've got a right to know. Don't care who you are, pal, we're investigating, so you can't go in. What's your problem? Just you wait. Be over the morning paper. Scruffy detective secret scandal revealed. You'll see, I'll get you back. So sound pretty serious. A southern accent can only mean, hey, Wright. Hey, Lotta. Come on, do a gal a favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job and I got rights. You, Detective Dick. Hey, pal, help a guy out. Tell her only police are allowed here. Scene of a murder, so she'd leave us to the pros. A murder? Oh, shoot. Me and my big mouth. See, I knew it. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said, and that's what it is. A genuine murder. Hey, wait. Yeehaw, murder. Of a big star, no less. Oh, man, I'm in trouble now. We got every character from the past cases all coming in here right now. So Detective Dick, a murder? That's not it. Got my facts mixed up for a second. Is a dead person the Nickel Samurai? Why do you ask? Well, Mystic Maya was rooting for him, so... It wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin Ninja. Jammin Ninja. That woman with the big puffy hair that looks like cotton candy, you mean Lada? That woman, she was there that time too, right? That time when Mystic Maya did that channeling. Well, Lada's a journalist, so that's why she was there. Journalist. Looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around? Yeah. Hiding and wait in front of the Jammin Ninja's door. But why would she? She wouldn't tell me. Said something about getting the big scoop. What sort of news could she be after? Victim was the Jammin Ninja? He was a really popular rival TV show to Nickel Samurai. The victim was the action star Juan Corrida. He got a huge push and rode the express train of stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. I even recognize his face. I heard lately that Matt Engard's been taking the wind out of his sail. Telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, those two are hogging all the limelight. Guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all. Mr. Engard, that's the Nickel Samurai. Yep, I mean, no, you've got to say it with more Nickel Samurai. That means Engard has the whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't bet on it, pal. We can't have that happen, you know? Can't have that happen? What's that supposed to mean? Okay. Nickel Samurai, he really took the Grand Prix tonight. Maya's a big fan of his. Really? Sorry then. Why are you sorry? Matt Engard was just arrested. Suspicion of murdering Juan Corrida. What? Oh, no. That's not what I meant to do. Why was Engard arrested? Sorry, that's not something I can tell you. We just started an investigation, so we don't want any leaks. Looks like another still samurai hero is in hot water. Somebody knew about this, and she may need to take the case. Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright? Looks like Juan Corrida has been killed. What? Juan, looks like he was murdered and the suspect was arrested. That suspect is Matt Engard. You're joking. They arrested Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Jammin Ninja. Hold B to fast forward. Okay. Feel sick. Again. About a year ago, something like this happened. Still can't believe. No way. No way. What's Mr. Powers got in his hand? Oh, before I forget, this is for you. Got this from the bellboy that came by earlier. Radio transceiver for me, but why? I don't know. All he said was it was for Phoenix Wright. Okay. Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. The Nickel Samurai really still displays as a pop idol, but he kept adding fuel to the fire with his rivalry with Juan. Mr. Juan, those two would butt heads over everything they could think of. Matt was the one who always came out on top. Yes, some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads. One said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined a rival TV show, and that was the Jammin Ninja. Stylish Nickel Samurai and the burning Jammin Ninja. Things turned messy real fast with those two using their shows for their war. In the final tally look around, it's pretty obvious how things ended up. Matt even won the Grand Prix this year, the final one over his rival. Mr. Engard was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he? That's what I heard. Though if he wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurai's conference. He was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way. He was going to be in a costume. Why? I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore. Wondering, where's Mystic Maya? Maybe she got lost. I'll take a quick look around. What is it? Not sure. Coming from the transceiver. Hello? Is this Phoenix Wright, the attorney? You are? You don't need to know who I am. Think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as help, Nick. Mystic Maya. So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree that more important issue is the fate of the girl, her fate? Does he mean what I think he means? Maya, where are you? Come now, don't fall on me yet. This can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. Do you require, then I will return to you your valuable item unharmed. What is this called again in your fancy lawyer terms? Kidnapping for ransom? That's it. This is a kidnapping. Hey, Wasteland, what's up? My side, everything's fading away. Maya has been kidnapped. Are you there, Mr. Attorney? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation. Hurry up and state your condition. Money is not what I seek. What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal. Complete acquittal. What in the world have you done? Not the person you'll be representing. What? You're currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there. One was killed, and the suspect is Matt. You are, as expected, quiet on top of things. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal for Matt. He did not kill anyone. I can attest to that. However what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. Very smart someone who is setting out to take the fall. I agree and do what he wants. Can I believe he'll keep his end of the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word or not. However, there's one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me in my possession. You have 2 days. Of course, tonight he will be in questioning with the police, but the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you, so don't let me down. Oh yes, that's right. Now that I'm playing the role of kidnapper, I can't pass up this chance to say, don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea. Damn it. Who the hell are you? Very well. I'll tell you that much. My name is The Killer. Okay. Where's Maya? She's been kidnapped. No, it's all my fault. If only I had gone with her. It's not your fault. Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what'll happen. Detective Dick. Yeah, that's it. Wait here, I'll be right back. Alright, I'll take care of the girl while you're away. What, ransom? Not so loud. The ransom is complete acquittal for Matt. The deal is complete acquittal exchange for Maya, you mean? Then this means Matt Engard is obviously the killer, pal, no doubt about it. But the guy said that Mr. Engard is innocent. You really believe what a kidnapper tells you? Guess he has a point. If Engard really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? On top of everything, there's all this evidence we keep finding, huh? Forensics team's having a field day. But it's strange, there's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong. Just too much evidence? Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about Engard being set up? Anyway, looks like you won't be leaving here tonight. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours. Alright. Also gotta careful about pushing the kidnapper in the wrong way. You're right. Edgeworth's on the other side of the line, you think? My head. Where am I? I wonder if I'm still in that hotel. What happened to me? Nick, Hurley. Come on, guys. This isn't funny anymore. So you have awoken. Who are you? Me? I'm known as The Killer. The Killer? You mean like an assassin? Don't worry. You are not my target for now anyway. Nick, where are you? Help me. Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now, and that is Phoenix Wright. What? Nick's gonna save me? Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction. I'm gonna contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well. It's gonna happen to me. What's wrong with his face? Why does he have like a scar in front of his face? This is Phoenix Wright, the attorney. You don't need to know who I am. Give out things. Oh, okay. Got any sleep at all last night, Miss Maya? She's alright. Yeah, she's alright. I'm gonna have to save her. You can trust me on that. Crying for both of us. Busy hours, so Pearl's line came down there early. Good morning. How are you today? I know the situation might be a little tough for you. Sorry, dude. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is, you know. We're not life insurance. No. Really don't need that right now either. Fire extinguishers. I mean, this building isn't my house. We're not here to sell fire extinguisher. I'm a lawyer. A lawyer? Hold on a second. I'm gonna ask my manager. Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. You're a lawyer, dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it? This is our chance. I have to make him let me take his case. What are you going to do with that? I don't know yet, but I figured I could show him to him. That transceiver looks like a real nice one, too. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes, dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. Coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You're gonna give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Huh? Me? Why, you're in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. He didn't know? Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you personal questions. That's okay, but dude, my autobiography is coming out soon. If I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be in hot water. One second, I'm gonna ask my publisher. So lucky he has so many people he can talk to. I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like, I thought the publisher said it would be real bad if I said anything. Does he have a mind of his own? I would like to ask you about the murder. Are you covering this for a tabloid side job? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. I'm not asking on behalf of a tabloid. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio. Is he alright? If we're talking about Anger's brain here, I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. Studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer. What's Neo Mount Fuji? It's a mountain in the city of Neo Old Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Let Mr. Nick represent you. Man, oh man, lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids deploying clients. If you don't take me as your lawyer, then the killer's going to. Wait, did you say the killer? What's he doing? Looks like he's mulling something over. Alright, dude, I accept your terms. Let me represent me in court. We did it. Don't feel any better for it, and he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help out as much as I can. Man, I think my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero in your national spotlight. Didn't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen? It's really great to be Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately I just keep on getting more and more popular. Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze. That's what I am. Spring breeze. That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. Everyone wants a good scandal. Can you tell me about your activities last time? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had a post-ceremony staged show to do. Nickel Samurai costume. You were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Corrida was already dead at that time. Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. Beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Wan. What sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jammin' Ninja movie, even though we all know it'd fail. Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy? Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly. They find something on you. They found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. A button? I don't get it either. It was caught in the pleats of my samurai pants. Dude, I really think someone planted it there, though. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. Guess this is all about going to get out of him. Let's ask one thing. Let's test Mr. Inger to see if he's really innocent or not. We can do that? Yes. Use this. You won't be able to hide any secrets from you. I'm sure of it. I get it. Okay, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? He's got to ask somebody. Please put the phone away and answer the question yourself. Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay? Well, Mr. Nick, nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight. Which means it's alright to trust him. Yeah, it does appear that way. At least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. To be continued. I assume the bellboy knows Edgeworth unless he really is the killer and is playing a game with Phoenix. But then how would he know Phoenix and company would be there that night? Yeah, I don't know. All right. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without. Good morning. Hold on, it's you. What is going on around here? Heard poor one was killed. Is that true? It's a bad rerun, is what this is. Another still samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely. How do you know that I was a huge fan of ones? Why, oh why? Do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies. It's always been that way, ever since I was a little girl. Oh god, here we go. I was trying to move my chair, but I didn't want to run over Milkshake if he's under my chair. Murder and what happened. Don't push me, boy. Nick. Couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast. Old Dad, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. Hotel staff and police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. Do any investigation around this kind of atmosphere? I'd roll up the sleeves and try. Hey, you're here. Been waiting for you. Hey, Mr. Coffella. Thief showed his face. What? Arrest him. Put him on trial. Find him guilty. What's wrong, lad? Are you feeling alright? Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. Why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What? My camera. Die without your $700 camera? Yeah. This annoying character is back, though, and now she's accusing me of thieving. I really don't like this character at all. She's so annoying, she lies. Criminal goes back to scene of the crime. Looky, looky, here you are. Just so annoying. Just get out of my way. Leave me alone. Fuck off. Where are we? We're in Juan's room. Mr. Correa, the victim. Which makes this crime scene too. Oh, it's you. What's happened? The kidnapper, has he contacted you in? Not yet. He probably won't until we win on guard's acquittal. Doing okay? I just want Maya to be alright. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm gonna help you as much as I can. Can you do that? Even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this one special circumstances, right? I'll tell you everything I know, but you gotta keep quiet. It's my neck on the line. Thank you. Sure, I got you guys a map of the hotel. Here you go. Thank you. Haha, wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good. I got a map. That's great. Can't read what it says. Alright. Ooh, it's been a while since I did the side scrolly stuff. Beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it. Tomato juice, I don't really like it that much. Bottle on the table there, that's probably where this came from. Doesn't it seem weird? It seems weird. I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. The flower vase was broken and the makeup was strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still alright? Guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. That's strange. Guitar's not there. Mystic Maya. She said the bright red guitar was Gem and Ninja's signature item. That's true. This guitar case is wet. It's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? You know what was the cause of death? Well, technically the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you. It should? Yeah, here's a picture. Oh, stabbed. Knife in his chest. Yeah, probably that's a murder weapon, so he's stabbed to death. They're looking at the fingerprints down at the lab. Fingerprints on the knife? Yep, looks like they're pretty sure they're Enguard's. That's bad. Why was Engard arrested? Because he had evidence on him. Evidence. Looks like the victim won. Really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at the crime scene, you can tell. There's the signs of struggle everywhere. During the fight, his button came off. Engard said something about a button. Something like, one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught in his Hakama. It's not a... There's a witness. A witness? Who was it? That lady. Oh, God. No. Anyone but her. Even the game knows. Prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case, not to mention there's something around where the Vic that's a little off. Then that's for you to figure out. Alright, let's try to figure it out. So about this wine glass. You noticed it. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. Noticed that too? No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah. Pearls noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, she's around. Man, you're gonna be in so much trouble. Especially if she catches you in here. You can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. Uh-oh. She's on her way. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened the last time. Sorry. Gotta make myself scarce. Later. Yeah. There she is. Hello. At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix. It'd be too much for you to be nice to me for a change, so you're the type to steal information from pitifully hopeless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffy McTrenchcoat. Didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Detective, come here for a second. Yo. She's whipping his ass. Feel better knowing at least you were the man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time victory is mine. Victory is yours? Is that all that means to you? What? Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Ow, what did she throw at me now? What is this? Well, I guess this means I gotta get back to the precinct now. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department. If you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. What's this piece of paper? It's called an autograph. Autograph paper's got Mr. Kurita's name written on it, so it's his autograph. Can't read it, to be honest. I've never seen writing that looks like this. Special way of writing called cursive. Look here. It says, dearest Wendy, in more normal letters. Sloppy, unreadable writing. It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. Wendy, I heard that name somewhere before. Have I? I don't remember. Oh no, not you. Get out of the way. I don't want to talk to you. Bet you wish she would do that for you. Yup, I do. Old bag? Windy old bag? Oh, that's right. Windy old bag. Ha. 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 I get it. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word is a lawyer. Simple deduction, really. Trial's tomorrow. On guard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here one stop in your mad dash to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right. You're not totally off. It's really not the time to be showing off. I'm Adrian Andrews. Hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. All right. She may be small stature, but the appearances can be deceiving. Did you know the victim, Mr. Kurita? Yes, I knew him. The world is a small place after all. You know about his rivalry with Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. She must know why one was killed. Assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, we had dinner with On Guard. This very room. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you I hate to waste time with trifling details. Took a look at the table yourself. You wouldn't need to ask me, but she's a lot of fun at parties. When the awards show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. After the show ended, you came back to this room. No. I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for On Guard. After that, I went to visit Kurita. That's when you found his body. You really had held strong enough through everything. This seemed to be mentally tough as nails. About you and stop right there. You weren't seriously about to ask how On Guard and I are related, are you? Sorry. No idea he could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder to rub. Relieve your stress. I gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Ongar's manager, his manager. Speaking of managers, did the victim Kurita have one? No, he did not. He didn't. Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to the stars. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner, dragging a little girl like her to places like this. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Maya. I'm down. Came there. I'll buy you a juice later. Do you have any ideas as to why Kurita was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? Just doing my job. Do you have any ideas? Uh-oh. We've got to unlock her locks. There's nothing more I have to add to the combo. Psych lock? Yes. Just getting more and more of these lately. Let's see. Can't answer that yet, I guess. All right. How are you, Mr. Powers? Have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people are connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home. Can you tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show? Nickel Samurai is an action hero program towards kids. It's the sequel to Still Samurai. There are 3 samurai brothers, Aluminum, Tin, and Nickel. Wait, I love what? Love why? This girl, Sayo, works at a tea shop. And all 3 guys fall for it at the same time. I guess the Y shape is like the 3 brothers colliding over this one girl. Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clams leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, Romeo and Juliet. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo, does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Gonna stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. Can't believe she's really considering it. Move to Kurita's room. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little. What do you know about Andrews? Well, see, here's the one thing. I don't really know her, you know. There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? If you're interested, I'll be glad to share what I know. If you haven't talked to Gumshoe yet, what's the Jammin' Ninja show? It started from, like, the samurai shows that's geared towards kids. Story of a ninja who can't scale a wall but became a big pop star anyway. What? Really lousy ninja absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. Boy, could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. Ninja with a bright red guitar, and then the final fight in front of his beloved Princess Misola. Jammin' versus the Muromachi 5, suddenly. Brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Too bad for him. Yep. Kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. What happens next? I want to know. Jammin' Ninja, will he be able to sing? Every Sunday at 8. She's really considering it. Am I telling me this gossip? You are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah, I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too. You too, huh? Yeah, take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see your Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. The mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. See now, don't you? What? You can stop pretending to be in the dark, right? Kurita didn't have a manager of his own, which means if we're talking about a certain manager with initials AA, Adrian Andrews. Yes, exactly. This is big news. Seems kind of odd that woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client. It's that wonderful thing that can only happen between 2 people. Powers looks happy. Pearl's just following along, not having any idea why she's smiling. Like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. So you lost your camera, an ordinary camera. You buy it in a store and it's $1,600 brand new. But didn't you say you bought it for $7? A nice long talk with the guy at the store, about 5 hours. Itty bitty scratch on it. The manager got all huffed in the face. He gave me his talking to and was real mean about it. He done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night after the murder. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, sweet, darling, sweetie. What did you capture on that camera of yours? I don't rightly know. Snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember. Besides, I couldn't get anything from the scoop. Fireflada's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Actually, I was here until around the time On Guard was arrested. What were you doing here? Sure you went to school, city boy? Wherever a lot of heart goes, there's a story to be found, a big scoop to be had. Big scoop. Told you before, I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. I reckon, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. Although I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here, so maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Are you sure you weren't here the entire time so you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, so that's what real journalists do. Got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang on around here? Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer, can't be telling you that. Trade secret. Why does everyone have to have something to hide? Exactly. We've been stopped. Take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lauder and your rule smile. Okay. Oh boy. Here we go. It was inevitable. Daryl Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder, and only recently did I finally find a star that makes this heart go badump again. Don't know what to say. Actually, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? Watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about one. I haven't said anything. Don't believe a word that woman says anyway. What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. What is that matter speaking supposed to be? Why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modesty. Yeah, I'd like to see you two in a... I like to see you two in a conversation. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you. Hey, are you paying attention? Guessing old bag heard everything from Lada. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. Don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready for what? A show, of course. A press conference afterwards. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. But if you're talking about what I saw, it's different. I saw it clearly. What? Saw the most important thing. Most important moment? You don't mean treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Just tell me, what did you see? Oh, she's locked up too. Damn. Everyone, Jesus, she's got 4 of them. The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then what murder isn't? Please don't stray onto another tangent. Want to hear more? Then show your respect and bring this lady a present. Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. And please tell us what you saw, but oh, what a waste. A perfectly good chance to have a little fun at your youngin's expense. I'm a little devil, after all. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. That's one's autograph. Yes, it is. And it even says, to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me. Well, I say Wendy. Somehow I don't think one had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Please give it to me. Let me have it. Just have it like that. Yes. I know. Then how about an exchange? Wow, she must really want this autograph. My offer isn't good enough for you? Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag ready to open up her heart. Well, that unlocked her pretty easily. Feel bad for you now, huh? I tell you, I saw him that last night. I saw him coming out of one's room. You're kidding? Oh no. It was about 10 minutes before one's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet minding my own business. Did you tell that to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or 2 out of it, maybe more. Gift certificate. Been recruited again for that part of the trial. You know the trial tomorrow? This time you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But On Guard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about the details like that. I know he did my poor one, and I just do. Yellow-bellied chicken. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it. What did On Guard ever do to her to deserve this? What did On Guard do to you? Make you so? You don't know? That guy, he framed my one. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick, what is it? What's a scandal? Poor Juan led astray by the wiles of that vile temptress. Ah, can this little kid just shut up? Old bag. Who's this woman you're talking about? Adriana Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy who shoved the girl into one on purpose. His own manager, but why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. Always out here gathering info. There's nothing I don't know. Do you have proof that On Guard did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Of course, a tabloid. Why would Oldbag have info like that? And where did she get it? Hee hee. Yeah, I went there randomness. Yeah, yep. Back here again. It's been a while since I've been here. Something about investigation briefing earlier. Wait. Did I miss something? I don't think I can unlock her yet, right? Oh, I can. Yeah, I can. Unlock Lada's Cyclock. Yeah. That's what I missed. Will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I, for my scoop? What I want to know are the details of the scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, there's my bread and butter. Alright then, a pleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. You say that you were looking into a scandal. 3, that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story. Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan and this person. This woman, she's Adrian Andrews, Matt On Guard's manager. Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin' Ninja. Be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? Pretty good at this guessing thing, lawyer, but you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup, yeah. Gotta have that news source. Show me something that shows one guy had something with Andrews. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. Ah. Greta didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, On Guard's manager, AA, saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. Ah. Gotcha. You're looking to Coretta and Andrew's affair, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting. There's already an article about it, or the weekly tabloid mags. No longer breaking news. What'd you just say? Credentials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof or nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. That's what I was doing, getting photos. Then I whip up the reader's interest and then gossip and misleading. to spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Nice journalistic integrity you got there. Already finished writing up my spicy article, you know. Paper I wrote it on, my note to myself, it's gone. Your note to yourself? Inside the case of my $1,600 camera. They done run off together. I came here for my big story. I didn't come here to have my treasure disappear. I understand. It's not to make a gal go bonkers, I tell you. What's with people now? Never thought I'd see the day when someone done steals something from me. You don't want that note back, huh? Have an idea why, though? The story on the note is probably a bold-faced lie. Alright. Criminal affairs, yeah. Oh, he's back. Hey, you came. Why the blunt greeting? There's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean? Things look perfect this time around. The evidence and its testimony are very tight. Can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. Scandal with Corita. Why? 2 years ago, woman committed suicide. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan's manager. Victim's manager? That's not all. Impax was Miss Adrian's mentor. She taught Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor, woman who was both Corita's manager and Andrews' mentor. But her suicide have something to do with this case. You want to know more about her? So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? Can't give you all the details, but there's two big pieces. Two? Both of them are in this photo. First is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. Button that you found during your body search of Vanguard. And the second one is the knife in his chest. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest. Whose are they? You didn't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious. They're Vanguard's. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So what about this airtight testimony? It's that security lady old bag. I thought so. What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something? I even told her not to open that big mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10. No turning it down. This old bag saw it all. She saw Vanguard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way. She was the victim's manager and also AA's mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide. Now those two are linked again by another death. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Ah! Time to get whippy. Getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean. I do. Scruffy, you have the 30 minutes to get out of here. You're no longer needed. Goodbye. Wait, please wait, sir. If I don't get quiet, if it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Edgeworth. It's been a long time, Wright. This person? This is Edgeworth? What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Francisca. You. How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. You talking about the Von Karma family creed to be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? Are you having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country? You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. Never hand it over to you, never. Mr. Phoenix, I will see you tomorrow in court. It'll be a clinical...
Been a long time, comrade.
It'll be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. Well, well, well. Look who decided to come back. This woman is another key to solving the case. Do you really think so? She was AA's mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show, became Juan's manager. Then a few months later, she died. Her death was ruled a suicide, yes, but there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. Riddle, her suicide note went missing. No one could find it. Suicide note that just vanished. Thank you, CS. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? The wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided, but I'll say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What was that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack, and working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. So what is going inside his head? A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor. And a perfect win record is proof of a von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the PO? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead Edgeworth. I see, then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Well, with Francisca, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives, to save your client, you say? Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me, even if you're a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth. Looks like there is still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I've yet to learn? Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Miss Impax's death was however, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. Suicide note? How do you know Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high. Who had hide such a thing? The police think it was Juan himself. The victim? He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Corita hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway. Part 1. I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are reports that have multiple parts, like that one. That has two parts. What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. The attempter's name, it's AA. Miss Andrews, what did she do? She tried to kill herself? She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself. Think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. A secret? Her dependent nature, that's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews, dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste. Why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Why would she? Her pillar of strength, her mentor Celeste, was gone forever, that's why. Why would that? Is this what they call following someone to the grave? After attempted suicide, Adrian started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely, and once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep him near. Now, such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others. That's unusual to get a message from Xbox. Usually it'd be if you have a lot of Microsoft rewards, it reminds you every time you accumulate more. That's what it was. They're like, hey, you have like 96 Microsoft points. You can use them, whatever. Celeste was suddenly committed suicide the world before it turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian herself. That means her super confident attitude is all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. Andrews is here. Looks like she's talking with someone. That's Francisca. Blonde Karma? What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you got some nerd following me around. Following you. Blonde Karma, you're the one doing the following. You're always following after a detective with the little beard. Me? Let me show you something interesting, little girl. What is that? Electromagnetic receiver. Planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. So that noise we heard was this receiver. Feel really sorry for poor Detective Dick now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. What were those two talking about? She was a little dazed, doesn't she? Why was one murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Engard's life in danger? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? Truth is, I was not that close to Kurita. You were not that close? That's right. Never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person. Somehow I highly doubt that. Adrian Andrews is the most saddest character in the game. Really? I guess we're going to find out why. You and Kurita had an intimate relationship, did you not? Silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on our good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Kurita? As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Kurita for this person's sake? Celeste, your mentor? How do you know about Celeste? In fact, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan's manager. I believe you got close to Kurita so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You have a future yet as a slimy muckraker or a putrid third-rate tabloid. Andrews, there's no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Suicide note was never found, was it? Looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Make me the person who discovered her body, Mr. Kurita. Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That's why you became intimate with Kurita. I've sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor, however, allow me to say this again. Nothing to do with me. Didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. It's the impression you like to give, however, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste impacts with someone very special to you. Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You always searched out people on whom you could depend on. You were dependent on impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop. When Celeste passed away suddenly like that, I died a death of my own. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Kurita of hiding Impax's note. Heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this convo on again? It was why the victim was killed? Exactly. Somehow, Andrews, it seems like you have become the one with a reason to want Kurita dead. Me? Impex was everything to you, and then she died, and you would do anything to find out why she would kill herself, even commit murder. Murder? Unlocked her. It's true, I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. Physically small, and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I pushed against all that, though I tried to live strongly. Never wanted anyone to find out the truth. This one thing, it's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine and alone. Probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? All I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note, and that someone was one. Celeste, without her, I became scared. Everything seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to one to recover her suicide note. Looks like tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. If they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. As far as the suicide note, I wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. That's enough for now. I still have work to do. Understand. One small favor to ask. My attempted suicide, I'd like for you to keep it a secret. If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. Yeah, she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. Been playing with that card in her hand since a while back. That card, yes, she has. What is that card you're holding? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It's just suddenly appeared in my handbag. Looks like a Pokemon card. Looks like a seashell. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? Also, don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Or not remembering something clearly. Sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Must be off. I leave on guard in your capable hands. Hey, Mama Khan, Mama Buttons, how's it going? Welcome in. She suffered very hard in this case. Oh. I see. Well, I think we gathered about all we can. Mystic Maya, is she alright? Looks worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all and been walking all over the place with me. What's wrong? Let's go back to the office for a little while. Oh no, I'm okay, really. You don't look fine to me. What now? You mean Impact's suicide note? That's right, she was also the one to discover victim's body. That's Nick, transceiver. Hello? Mr. Turner, you're not answering a phone. Maya, where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Which is why I suppose she is absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Maya. Maya, damn it, you cut me off. Maya asked my sis, didn't she? What does she mean by that? Sorry. Oh, hello. Message from Maya, so come ask me anything you want to know about her. How's Maya? She's safe for now. That kidnapper's is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me, read the note she left. Then I gathered as much info about her surroundings as I could. Didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. Kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently Maya went to answer the phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. She didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? I'm starving. Could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at the time like this, sweet's the only way to go. Stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Oh, someone dropped a card here. It kind of looks like a business card, but there's a name on it. It's a seashell. Where have I seen that before? What a strange card. Try it's locked. This door's locked. It seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Ah, that's it. Use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I'm feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it. Now I'm getting the heck out of here. I should keep Nick waiting. Milkshake. Milkshake. It's milkshake. It's milkshake. 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 It's milkshake. 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 It's a milkshake. Yes. It's milkshake. The witnesses that are going to testify in the trial is Detective Gumshoe and Wendy Oldbag. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. Court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. Mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lara, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? Can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. It's almost time. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Pearls. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Let's get going. It's him. This is Wright. Good morning, this is it, attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how should she say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial, which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present, what in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win today's contest, if you please. Beep, Kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Larry, dude, who is that? No one, has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Court is now in session for on guard, prosecution, and defense ready. What happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me, Your Honor? Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. What is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... Wait, what? This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman? No! What? This is the president that man was talking about? Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive in stable condition. That's good. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francisca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Wow. Really, Edgeworth? Really, Edgeworth? Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. I have looked this case over and I'm familiar with the details. Prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Matt Ungard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right, I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call his first witness. Bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Gumshoe will only have 2 testimonies in this trial, while Wendy Oldbag has 3 testimonies with Allegro O2 playing. You sure do like that Allegro. O2, don't you, randomness? Witness, your name and occupation. Dick Gumshoe, detective down at the precinct for now. After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge. Prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up. Face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's have your testimony. If you want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. It would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for is interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Edgeworth planned this, I'm calling it. Edgeworth is behind all of this, you think? This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. Victim 1 was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered. First, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case, however, later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir, but both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms. I see. Mr. Wright, you may be in cross-examination. Bare facts of the case. Cause of death. Wasn't that because Corita was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that. Take a good look, hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn to this bandana. His bandana, sir. That's the only thing he wrapped tightly around his neck. The banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? Seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. First we thought... Okay. Why did you think that? Because it was empty. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. How about this theory? The fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims. So much for your theory, then. What convinced you had it nothing to do with it in the case? Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim one had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean you forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Engard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well, Gumshoe. Please testify about the matter. Yes, sir. I'll give you a hint. If the knife belongs to the hotel, does it become a premeditated murder? Engard and Corita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for the evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. Ripped off the ninja costume and found in Engard's hakama. Defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. Defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. He got her shot so he could take her place in court. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly. And there's this button. This was found in the defendant's clothes. Also covered in blood. Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood. What? All this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? I'll find the hole in your argument. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Alright. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal, the defendant did not buy the knife. Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has Gatewater seal into the handle. Gatewater? I think I heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Oh my god, Gumshoe, come on. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that's very true. That's a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't... Yeah, shut up, Gumshoe. Where did this knife come from? That's obvious. It came from the victim, Corita's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I'd like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant on guard. There's a knife missing. Especially was on top of his table. There's something missing, perhaps a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Onguard's knife was missing. Onguard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife to a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant, clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked into it. Murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There's quite a sizable amount of evidence here. Safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Wright? Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out the sound of defeat. You have something important and necessary to present to this court? There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention, something that this court has yet to see. I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I'm giving you one chance and only one. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. You may present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? Oh, shit. If I fail, my whole health bar is gone. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. Those are things on one point sitting on top of the dresser. I see your point. However, this glass that's sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over, along with everything else, is the wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you have to say? Well, yes, it's a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? Thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes. Edgeworth, what is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to the glass. What? Safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. Could Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? If I appear weak here, the trial's over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. I just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course, it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they are one of Adrian's. What? That's why he said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Coretta. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you said just makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario, as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. From here on out, I will show you the answer I have to come to discover. Wait a second, Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Edgeworth thinking? Oh boy, here we go. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness. Gotcha. Wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Edgy boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met? You should be more happy to see me. Saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet? It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand. Tell you this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with the terrible crime. The terrible crime is all the court needs to know. But I'm talking with my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, old bag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie one. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. I mean, you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard. Saying he's cute in a fresh way or something, but not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, one. Those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of Juan's room. He was on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. On guard came out of the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. You saw my client? Are you sure about that? Yeah, see? Really? Annoying brat? When I say yes, why do I guess it's a deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Please tell the court above about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now, what was it? Oh, yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. He's wearing that at the detention center. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. All right. So, Mr. Wright, was his testimony just now important or relevant in any way? Of course it was important, Your Honor. And perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right. Oh, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? It's a button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you. Wow, she really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Guard's body during a full body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal On Guard. It was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Kakama pants. On Guard is the Nickel Samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Ongard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress... Oh god, she's on a tirade again. Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not On Guard, the man, but On Guard, the Nickel Samurai. But when you think about it, They're really one and the same anyway. Oh, Bag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy-poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Alright, if you insist. Should be the one sighing, not you. On guard. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think he could have been someone else inside the costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things, but the possibility does exist. Young as today, I told you there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. You may cross-examine. Time for an achievement. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago. But let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be a judge. I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what? See? Look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Well, what I said earlier. Puts any weight into things like that. The now is everything. It can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did the court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? It's exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? Whose car are we driving? Arngard was really in a Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder. Then it's impossible for us to have his fingerprints left on the knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? Probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there's one possibility. And let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as a Nickel Samurai. And at the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He's probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. The murder still did take place. Well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. I've heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Edgeworth's theory? Get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? His theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Arngard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone through the victim's room without intent. Then why did he bring the knife? Just saying. This knife, this was used by Arngard at dinner. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Corita, I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing a costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. That brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? It's to frame my client, Mr. Onguard, of course. To frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? Well, we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. If that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness. Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo? Witness, did you or did you not really see nickel samurai? Guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Onguard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for one, am I correct? The way you think you are a sad amateur with terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? Solbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Kurita. Maybe Phoenix, maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. So I think Mia's hinting at it's certainly possible. Old bag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Who is this person? This is Adrian, Onguard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? Seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation. Oh, I see. The judge seems to really be into the article, if it can be called such a thing. And this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. That's fine, I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentially stuff. Witness, what in the world are you... Watch out, Phoenix, I got a bad feeling about this. Very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information. From a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation in secret, of course. But what for? Just for myself, personal reasons and all that. Well, Edgeworth, how you proceed? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. See, very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of you youngins. Sure, we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. That Onguard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin a poor one by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with one. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. This is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? The defendant was his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. Isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian person? We have looked into this matter. Found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Wright, cross-examine. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, Onguard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. As the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Secret information. Wait, what? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. That's true, then how do you know this secret information? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. How in the world did that old bat get a secret piece of information? So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, old bag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? The investigative photographer Lotta Hart. I remember that mischievous girl. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outright impressions about the relationship between the victim and Andrews. What? No, I said impressions. Then, everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? That's it. That's the note. Ah! You see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. And you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of ones, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil On Guard. She said so herself. On Guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Ejiku, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. But was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Nope. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? This old bag. I don't believe that the note was the only thing you stole that night. Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? Camera? Yesterday, a lot of heart was raising a huge stink over a camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie 1600 camera disappeared on me. What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical you have the camera, too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? Ah, that's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slime Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. When I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Wait, check this camera's photos. Hurry, let me examine. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to the case. Present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does this all mean, Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, On Guard clearly stated that at the time of murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that's the case, then this is Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? This photo really is decisive, then we're done for. If I raise an objection here and below it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. Can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's... Okay, apparently we actually do need to save here, because... something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Edgeworth? We can all agree there is nothing strange with the photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, right? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. You really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo? Then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, to find something wrong with the photo, I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Think it's here? would like to direct the court's attention to this one area here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does it mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been on guard. What's the meaning of this? Wonder if you could care to elaborate with actual facts. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Ah, please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside the costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. But I haven't damaged his case at all. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? The person in this photo is not on guard. Then everything the prosecutors tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not on guard. In that case, who is this photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Adrian Andrews. If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman. Why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Enguarde's room. Finally, she had dinner with Enguarde that night. How does that all add up? It means it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Enguarde's fingerprints all over it. A knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I'll have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order. Like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honor. Court is issuing a subpoena for Adrian. The verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. It's kind of bad for us. What do you mean? Adrian is summoned to court as a witness. That means the trial will go on for another day. One more day? If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Now then, we shall set Andrew's testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Now then. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot... I hope you're wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial, but we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me. What do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Adrian is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What's the meaning of your statement, Edgeworth? Adrian is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She's the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well, we will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we should take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness. Well, at least we're getting right into it. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian, no way, not cool, and collected it. Adrian, she's your manager. It would have been easy for her to pull it off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was her. After the ceremony during the break? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. She could have also easily planted the blood-covered button in your comma. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? She's the real killer, but why? She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time the trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of the day. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste's missing suicide note? Andrew's dependent on Impact's as a strength and reason to live. But then Impact suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note. Person thought to have hidden it is Juan, the victim of the murder. That's why I think that Andrews got close to Correa, all to get suicide note back. It sounds plausible. One thing bothers me. Who is it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated Andrews' dependency issues with Impacts. It was Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down. Edgeworth is certainly not spilling all the whole beans yet. Coronel reconvene, and now then, Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by the court. Adrian, the person who discovered the crime in Juan's room. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in the case, Angard. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure, what is it? Sheriff in this room was wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine. I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship with the victim. I was seeing Corita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. This was a private matter between Juan and myself. So was a fry and bait matter, or was that a bait and fry when I was fishing? But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim, Andrews. Very well, witness. Testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. That is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made. I see. Well, Miss Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix, she is one cool and collected customer, but she has the brains to match. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. You were in shock? What, was I not supposed to be? Managers is very calculating. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Corita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself, but you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There was no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan, you were in great shock. That's when you poured yourself a glass of juice. And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? So dazed that I made one careless mistake, that one thing. What one thing? Never mind, it's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, I'm just embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? Originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? Sorry, I thought it was that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Looks like another fact has come to light here. Please add this to anything else you have to reveal your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Okay, so she knocked the vase on top of the guitar case, but the water was only on top of the guitar case's lid, which means she spilt the thing on the guitar case and then opened it up after the water was already spilt because there was no water on the inside of the case. Yep.
Objection!
You testified that you knocked over the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell into the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell into the guitar case. However,
Bandini. Wanna wrestle?
if that's true, then the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
Do I have your attention now?
I'm about to get Edgeworth's attention. It's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. What's wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time of the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think back to what Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on the case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to the case, doesn't it? Seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. Can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Andrews, please testify in the court about the guitar case. How you doing, Cantot? Edgeworth never planned the kidnap of Maya after figuring out who the killer was ahead of Phoenix, then I'll be surprised. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, I don't even know. Looks like this really was an important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. What is it, Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? Why would you wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed for the occasion. Now I remember, I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. You see, well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. You're wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Yeah, our fingerprints were on the wine glass. You have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yeah, the wine glass has your fingerprints all over it. I have your proof right here, this wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on the wine glass. Ah, even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? Well, the guitar case plays a very important role here, but it's just an empty case. Or if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided. No, Your Honor, please recall that Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means the case was closed when the crime took place. However, is wide open in the photo of the crime scene. Sure, this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim. Please enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything at all to do with the murder. Can you do that, Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Bright red guitar not being the only thing. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it? Wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours, you haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder?
All right, I'll see you guys back at that spot. All right, guys, I'm back at this spot.
Welcome back to the spot. This is a photograph. Yeah, but what's important is what is in the picture. In the picture? Doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Wright, are you saying that the witness opened the... Alright, there we go. Saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume. What same point would there be in doing something like that? The same point would be to wear the costume, of course, and Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Andrews? Refuse to accept your theory. You have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get the shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order, order. Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job. We know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Matt Onguard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? Inside the guitar case. True, it is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? Mr. Onguard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare one. What? What are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the hotel? Yes, that's what I'm saying. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? No, I just... Explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Press conference? And the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at the conference. Well, what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Kurita himself. The victim? Yes. A spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as a Nickel Samurai and hold a conference, but why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. What I'm concerned with right now is why he intended to reveal. Nickel Samurai was going to confess something, and by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that one, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Ungard. I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, it's not a confession, that's a public disclosure. Sanders, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes. Just as you say, the press conference was set up by one. Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one who asked to help set it up. The person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? One had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him. Looked like somehow Juan had his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? Do you know what this secret of Ungard's is? That's something only one knew. I don't know what it is. Let's see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Ungard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill one no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence and, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I'm the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. The defense can find no fault with this testimony. I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine. Which means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then what about the button? The button? During the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matsukama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, right? Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me with an icy stare. Andrews, for Wright's sake, please add this info to your testimony.
Objection!
This is the victim's autopsy report. Clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stabbed at the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume. When? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Order. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, right? So, what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know the button was torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What is it? There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on guard. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right, On Guard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is, well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally. Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Can't let your guard down now, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame On Guard, is... obviously... right here. Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are the Caritas killer. What? Order. Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points towards her. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then, what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. The only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then what? What about the button that was found on Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ingard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such an incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Ingard's Hakama was the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Andrews. That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Andrews. The costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Andrews. No. But Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case, and it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. Photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is On Guard. It would be much too short for him, his own costume, if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Stop. Well, how about it, Andrews? Got her this time. Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes, you are absolutely correct, Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to Player in On Guard's room, Adrian Andrews. Yes? Inquired about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. That's it. That's when she must have told Andrews not to testify. Things looked bad. Good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix, but there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Honor. Everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial! Alright, sorry about that. Circumstantial. You have to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Karita. Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Karita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your own guilt, don't you think? Maybe so or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. She's taking that defiant attitude again. Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. We have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Adrian has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. It's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Because that both the prosecution and defense look further into this matter. At tomorrow's trial. Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. It isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... It's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. That's very true. Actually, there's one little thing that I'm curious about. Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off him. Is he a friend or a foe? I don't know. Court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Andrews, if you please. The glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in a messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. Then I realized that he was dead. And that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Well, yeah, like the knife stuck in his freaking chest? What's the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of his chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here is a dead man. That's, well, you see, not a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is? Andrews, your testimony just now is all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No. Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Mattengard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible, you're wrong. Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because, Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Hand down my verdict for Engard.
Objection!
Prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. Absolute real truth? What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Engard will go free. In his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? Can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francisca von Karma. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Andrews lives by gripping tightly on the worlds of another. She doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. And right now, Andrews is. Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Engard will be acquitted. Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. And what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone. Right. Yes. Court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I said she think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did, what she did not do. Think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except for the woman crying over there. Come on now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Phoenix Wright? I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around it. Can't bring myself to do it like this, not when she's making a face like that. I would like to know what you are really hiding. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure. Engard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want to end this trial? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Edgeworth? Andrew, since you absolutely refuse to testify, falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put it? She has an illness. What? Because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian. The secret of her dependent nature, having other people know about it, scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. People find out. If you're gonna say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. But then I realized he was dead. That was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room, and then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife, and I ripped off the button. Just when I finished, I was returning to Matt's room. I had a bit of inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using Nickel Samurai costume. Stab the body with a knife? Why would you do that? Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person, certain calorie man? What do you mean by all this? Might take this court a little while to understand, but... Hydrate! This is the truth. The real killer is Matt, scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. So Andrew stabbed the victim one in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Andrew supposed to be the real murderer? Right. Please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. You could tell from the state in the room was that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is part of Jammin Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it as strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. What was this plan you had? I knew right away the murder was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop one and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin the crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. First thing that came into mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. Thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. I was napping with his costume on. At the time, I slipped in, took the knife, returned to the crime scene of the crime. So you were the one to stab the victim with the knife. Gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did, but at the time I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed one's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and plant it in on guard's Sakama. Yes, that's what I plan to do, but things never go that smoothly, do they? Inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. Blowing back my spikes. That was Lotta. That's old bag. Already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared the costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. It's put in one's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. Did this in preparation for the press conference. Yes, one wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He's going to disclose Matt's big secret. What is his secret? That I don't know. Anyway, thought if I were to leave one's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to OnGuard's room and planted the button into Sakama. Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing, put it back in the bag, and I snuck out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does this all mean? Edgeworth, is it? Real criminal is Matt OnGuard. Yesterday, the woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca. She said if I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. If I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she's not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. Defense still. Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. Cross-examination of the witness is over in today's trial. You couldn't establish the witness was the culprit. Please let it go. But Edgeworth, please place Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange her detention immediately. That's all. Court is adjourned. Boy, that was long and drawn out. Fucking A. I'm so glad it's over. It took forever. What's going on with the dings and pings? What's going on? Why am I getting dinging and pinging? Dings and pings. Pings and dings. Phoenix needs to save Maya. I know, right? I guess that ain't happening. Bum, bum, bum. just delete her. Kind of wish I could. It'd save a lot of dialogue, unnecessary dialogue in the game. Today's trial, it's over. Didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I ask you something? Edgeworth. Oh, we're still here. We're still going. Oh, God. What is it? Before you leave court today, I wonder if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand, I have my interest for some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this. Wright asked about it. Though I don't remember at the time you asked me about it, right? I remember just now I found us in the room on that day. That day. Found this card when I discovered one's body. It's lying there right next to him. He found the card next to the victim's body. Suppose I must have cautiously slipped it in my pocket. It's not if this card has any relevance to one's murder, right? Guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. As far as clues, case, I don't see why. Witness that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Edgeworth, do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This, I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? Never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. Cat, no. Stop. That card, what in the world is it? What does it mean? To be continued. Oh, okay. It's always the last one in the game that kind of drags on, isn't it? Just kind of drags on. That freaking cross-examination felt like fucking an hour. So what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So you have a new job. Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now? I don't have anything coming at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You have another payday. Guess that means, say what? Searching for a new job. You say, yeah, help you, pal. I got a lot of experience. I'm great at making simple bills. Okay, what's your best dish? Instant noodles. It's the first time I've ever seen Edgeworth like that. Never thought he'd say something. Killed herself. It's horrible. Truth finally. That was the truth. Give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony. There's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. I mean, that thing. Why would she want to know? I mean, the frame and guard. Figure that out. What you're saying his testimony is a lie. As you simply dirty trick. Better than that. I'm enjoying this one. Minus a lot of old bag. Of course, this one's better than the circus one. Yeah, I agree. It's just kind of dragging out for me. It's kind of dragging out. We need to get to the point soon. I'm starting to get a little bored. So you have Karma. Do you have any more information on her condition? She was shot this morning. I was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol. She's going to be fine. I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition when she was shot. Taking a bullet out is probably return. Which one? Going to visit her. She got a heart, don't you? Let her whip you. Definitely not going. Hospital, Hottie Clinic. Oh, the Hottie Clinic. We've been there before. What's up, Feats? How you doing? Oh, it's this weirdo again. Visit a patient. Hi, wait a second. Director Hottie, why are you still here? Was it? Can I help you? Tell me, Director Hottie. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. What is it? How is Francesca? You don't need to worry. She's in good hands. Personally taking good care of her. Haha, yeah, you better not be touching her, you sick freak. Just got back from work. Another day, another dollar. I hear ya. Yep. Another day, another dollar. Another day, another stream over here. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director in a secret. It's pitiful, absolutely terrified. I understand her opponent was a gun after all. I snuck up on her and realized screaming really loud. Go back to your room. Oh, mean. That's good too, yeah. IV drops. Yep. What are those tubes doing in your hands? She shouldn't come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. It's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intention of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Made a deal with Andrews yesterday. I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on guard. Told Andrews not to testify. Don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof I made such a deal? You're denying it. It's like you were lucky, Phoenix. If I'd been in court today, this trial would already be over, all while hiding Andrew's own crime. This isn't my problem whether she had tempered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, find Ungard guilty of murder, and justifies the means. Adrian, if you don't tell the truth, then Ungard will be found guilty. What does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being... All because she believed in your words until the very end. It still has nothing to do with me. She's a weak person. I know she was. Ow. Keep visiting here. So, excuse me. What's wrong? She's gonna cut you off, probably because she thinks I had an advantage. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew Andrew's condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted to go that far. She wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. That's why I made the same witness do the same. It's only natural. No way, Edgeworth. You were really angry in court today. It's rare for you. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. They're tasked to find the owner of this card, a man named Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. Best of that, an assassin. Ah. So is this Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. First name appeared about 100 years ago. Shelley's a professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it's part of his duty to his clients. Leaves a card, then his clients can be sure it was he who killed the victim. Serves as insurance against any charges being pushed on his client. Killer vows the trust between his clients and himself above all else. Seems like this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. Think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in the case? It would appear that way. Discovered the card basically confirms it. Wouldn't you agree? Shelley the Killer. Noticed something at the trial. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? Guess I should tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Edgeworth's gonna stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. There's no way you can find her. We don't have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Alright, listen. Juan was killed by Shelley, and the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard, your own client. Please stop. See, well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. Hotel right now is restricted to police personnel. We are looking for any clues that might lead us to the killer. But if you take this with you, you have to tell him Shelley. Answer your okay, so must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. How does he even know where she's at? Ungard hired an assassin. No way. He doesn't have a cyclops. Guess not. How would he even know where to start searching for? Nobody knows anything. Please, always make it home. That's kind of silly. I'm gonna go start a search team. Okay, where is she now? Guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's making that up like Nick does and everything in court. Cat, come on. Stop messing with my mouse. Come on. Come on. Let's try the card trick. This card I found. Click. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to look around. Okay. What is this place? I got a feeling I'm not in a hotel anymore. Those videos over there? Worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. It's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. How cute. It's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. Or it's just some kind of puzzle or something. There's some framed pictures sitting on a coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. This could be a clue. Okay, that's the girl that killed herself. What was this thing? An antenna, I guess? There's a VCR. I'm sure a lot of electric gadgets here. What's an antenna doing here? VCR? What's a VCR? Locked, of course. It doesn't look like it can open the door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If I was a little skinnier, I'd be able to crawl through here. Simply what I'll do, he can have you wandering around it all. So he's got like a dog or a cat. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is. For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. You cannot. There are ways in which I can help you. Dead men tell no tales. I'm almost certain I told you on the first meeting I am an assassin. Assassin people are not always who they appear to be. Alright, we need to go to... Busy hours are over for today. Mr. Wright, you're right. Mr. Wright, there's a message from Matt on guard. Here you go. What did he write? Is it something really important? See what it has to say. Lawyer dude, I got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually I have a favor to ask of you. This cat named Shu didn't put a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. I think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me. House a little ways down from the hotel, right? So the killer took her to this guy's house, right? That's what's happening here. He kidnapped her and took her to this dude's house, which is right down the hotel. And now they're in this dude's house while he's here in custody. With to feed his cat and shoes, so make sure I'll right now. Check up on his cat. All right. You shall not pass. Oh, this bitch again. Stretch. Thank you. Don't devalue my name and turn your gas. Blah, 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 blah. Anyways, let's go over here. Sure it's dark. I'll go turn on the light. Oh, no, this is not... Well? No, this room is different, isn't it? Because there's no satellite or anything. The little thing at the bottom of the door is still there. It still could be the same house. It's just not the same room so far. What Star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Nick. Shu. Meow. Meow. This is Shu. What a lovely cat. Pardon me. Oh, this guy. This is the assassin right here. Or lawyers. I'm Engard's lawyer. The masters. Then you must be... Pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. Hold on. Let me go back over here. Letter of introduction. If I show this letter I got from Edgeworth. What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of edgy poo? Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly. I mean, it's a good flattery, fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand. Letter of introduction given to old bag. Just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. If you do anything bad, and I won't let you off the hook. Alright, so that takes care of that. Strong feelings for Edgeworth, and maybe, you know, nothing's gonna come of it. That's so mean. Alright. Rat-a-tat-tat. One little thing before I forget. Can't go into guard's room today. Why? Policeman's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll be face the wrath. Okay, whatever. Goodbye. Cat, stop. Stop. Stop attacking my mouse. Quit. Fucker. I lost my progress. Where was I? Oh, okay. Here we go. No, I wasn't supposed to go there. Here. Alright, whatever. Here. Oh, no, 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 no. We're just skipping this. I don't care what she has to say. Goodbye. You can come up here. You stop fucking with my mouse. Hey. Stop. Get over there. Otherworldly ghastly moaning. Hate evil ghosts. I think it's ghosts. Maybe it's a demon. Oh, god damn it. Her again. Recloning alien. What's wrong with you? I'm gonna sing your camera. Pay my respects to one. Now you're fucking with my stream deck. Come on.
You're going nowhere.
Not much. Talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer in her note. She was loitering around here with the imbecilic look on her face. Now hold on a second there, you little peepskeek. You're gonna make notes. Alright, you're staying up here. I've seen everything. You know, I was working that night too during my job, minding my own business, so it's not like I had time to waste it standing around here the whole night. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about Farida. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book. Heard that he was lagging behind the polls against On Guard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all, you know. He's gonna become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, the mountain of presence, this show mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. It's a single thing that isn't a bear. Heard his presence soon friends, soon to be bears. Why bears? You don't know. When my dear one was training, he fought barehanded with a bear, refused to give in and let the bear win. After the fight, they become friends. Look, just like you know, people in dramas, I can set those two tuckered out. Ever going, hey, you sure fight. Biography, what a load of crap. Nice bears, growl. I'm Uncle Bear, and they say it's barely 8 o'clock. Haha. When the present's going off, sounds like it's already 8 p.m. way past your bedtime. I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night. Time flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days already. Hello. Hello. This is not a phone. Maya. Seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain. I've heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. One more day. I suppose if I must, I need that acquittal more. Let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. What is this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... connect the... Sussy... Sussertons. Yep. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? Probably having an electronics look at it. Sooner the better. Alright. Took care of that. Welcome back. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. Out of a can. Went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. You don't have a can opener. Gotta be kidding. Thought I had whipped something up. One I know to be helpful. Ask me anything you want. You're offering. I wonder I should be asking him. Transceiver? Oh, you should ask Scruffy about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing that up and broke all of a sudden. Broke? Talking to the kidnapper just suddenly broke into static. Sound like this. I don't hear any static. Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference. So what is electromagnetic? Something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. Stuff in the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny. Amazingly happy. Stop. Room you were in when that inference transceiver happened. There's got to be something there that's sending strong radio waves. Like a listening device or something. Where were you when it happened? We were in corridors around the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct, get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright? I'm on fire. Yee. Alright, let's go. Back to the... Hey, you're finally here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Bug sweeper. Got busted trying to sneak in. You couldn't get one. Need that. Calm down. Bug sweeper. Looks a little broken. I was in elementary school. By who? Me, of course. Get off my stream deck. Stop it.
I about had enough of you. I about had enough of you. You little shit. Yeah? Yeah? You think it's funny? Huh?
Looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Where, trust me, I'll do the job. Can't set the sensitivity. It's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic. Getting a sinking feeling in. Okay, I'll tell you how to use this baby. Listening device, somewhere bud in this room. We're gonna find it. Sweep around, give it a room. Sweep, let you know strong signal it's picking up. Give enough, a lot of radio waves. Press A button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's gonna give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at anything, everything that seems suspicious. Go stand outside and keep an eye out. All right. This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've seen. Did you find it yet? The listening device? Not yet. Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found a device to me. Dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't. Ooh, rip. No. That's a miniature camera. Looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. Transmitter, pal. High-tech stuff. So this tiny thing is a camera. Maya probably broke the dish. Unless it was just Maya and then she caught up to Phoenix and was like, I'll BRB, then left to take the phone call. It's a pinhole CCD camera. Small, high-grade video camera unless it uses security systems. Video camera runs on a battery which comes in a set. No videotape to this camera. It's only the camera part. Tape recorder with the tape is somewhere else. Somewhere else? Footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder. TV broadcast? Hey, you know, you're right. So, what's the transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage to a camera to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device. It's like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, it's a timer. Send it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. Set it for a certain time. See, this looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for an hour. No date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. His camera caught the murder on tape. Think about the angle the bear is at. It's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime. The camera was in this bear's eye. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. Gave credit to this present. I don't know. This means someone out there's got a video of what happened there that night. Any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Stuff there. I got it. What? Let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? Gonna go around electronic shops, see if I can find out who bought this. It's impossible. It's 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find it. Oh yeah, it's investigating time. I'm on fire. He's gone. He's pushing himself hard. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways. You'll have to excuse me, I heard your combo just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. Can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. Don't think me yet, we still have to find her. So there is a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal. You're a lucky man. You know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. Maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. Camera and transmitter that scatterbrained detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how I got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that? I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can make it in time. I'm taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. See you soon. Wait. What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend, but besides that, right? Till court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who is the person that murdered Juan? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Well, that's very X-Files of you. Thanks, Edgeworth. Appreciate it. It's 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Edgeworth has already found Maya. Police are professionals. They'll find her. Don't you worry. If we can win a guilty verdict tomorrow, you're right. The real person who killed Corita was that assassin, Shelley, to kill her. Card was Andrews found. Crime scene seems to be proof of that. If that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who is the one who hired to kill her to begin with? I mean, who asked for the murder? The person didn't want to dirty their hands in blood. This client is there's still a killer. Never got why nearly all title have turnabout in it. Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand that one either. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Andrews? I wonder. Well, if she's the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife in the corpse herself? Andrews wasn't the client. No, it can't be. Vanguard himself? Vanguard really did hire the assassin, then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Vanguard. I mean, when we first talked with him... Vanguard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill him? Alright, just so we're clear, dude, I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan. Didn't see any Cyclops at that time. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Andrew said at the trial today, she said something interesting. What was this interesting thing? That's right, you didn't hear it. Wanted to bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. Looked like somehow Juan had in his hands secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career. Vanguard's secret? What is the secret? I don't know yet. Let's think about it this way. Kurita was going to reveal the secret. That means Vanguard had plenty of motive to have Kurita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Vanguard. There's no way around it now. Hey, wait. Anything you do is never good. I was handed this strange device for knows. Told to use it to search the hotel. This is the bug sweeper. I know, frankly, I don't care. The request came from Edgeworth. He said, "You feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you." It's absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. Sure was, you know. It's catch poor Juan in the middle of scandalous meeting. Scandalous? You mean that thing about Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close. Let you on another secret. I know who planted the spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl. Spying on people by herself as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear, they were something of a refreshing pair. So Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms. You don't know that manager woman Juan had. It was a shame she killed herself, though. I'm talking about Celeste. That's the one, the Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. You mean to Corita? Really, you young kids today, don't you even? Girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. Why would Impax want to kill herself? She was going to get married. That's because she was thrown away by Juan. But they were going to be married. They promised each other. They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled it. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines, but why? It was not in the magazines, unfortunately. The night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. Wonder what happened. Weird. Finally found the person we've been looking for, a real decisive witness. And for the on-guard case, we're taking the witness's statement right now. I gotta hand it to Edgeworth. Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, lawyer. Mr. Between the kidnappers' demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did. No visiting hours are long over at the detention center. He wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. Already called them, so they know. Go on. Thank you very much. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Sure, they must have transferred Andrews here by now. That means both Angard and Andrews are in this. Whose story do I want to hear? Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Thought your client was mad. I'm sure Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Corita had. I'd like to ask about Matt Angard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know the real him. Bear a lot of resentment towards Angard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? Why would you become intimate with his rival? Nothing to do with the case. Oh, Celeste, I finally put her death behind me. Now, thanks to you, it's all come back. Sorry. Shocked by her suicide, it's true when I heard the rumor that one hid her suicide and I began to draw close to him. Oh, thanks for the follow. Wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. He wanted to burn it, but why? I didn't want to spread another piece of gossip. I never held any murderous intent towards one. I would never do something so stupid. Why did you try to frame Angard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? Had to be. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they figured it out. Good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Psych lock. Oh boy. Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer, to be honest. You're more like my enemy. Sure, I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Miss Wright, please, you have to help me. Mr. Powers. Austin Powers. What happened? Why are you here? See, you got roped into this somehow. What? Now I'm going to testify tomorrow. Decisive witness. I was talking with a detective until a little while ago and was on my way home when all of a sudden you were there. You're under arrest. I was brought back here. So my face and whole self in general looks suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? Really don't know yet. Sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? The detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer. Who do you think that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? He's going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know, because he's got that refreshing, like a spring breeze image going. What's he really like? Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. I'd just say it's just a game to justify himself. Oh, sorry, didn't mean, but you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me, one person who wouldn't swoon over him, his manager. Why is Power suddenly looking kind of energetic? I seem actually a sucker for gossip. Celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that, Basil? It's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of other stars around me. Things happen, it's true. I mean, Impacts, or something about her wedding was canceled. That's what I was talking about. Thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Wright, why don't you go ask me about that? Go on. So you ever heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. They say Juan went and hid it. Heard about that in court today. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on the note. Something bad for Juan. Something bad for Karita? What do you figure? Before he died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. She said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. Did she mean Karita by that? Well, there's no one else that fit the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. OnGuard and Andrews are both at the detention center. Yet the two of them tell me everything. Dude, it's right. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Just dropped a bombshell on me by saying Juan was killed by an assassin, and the assassin's client is this man, OnGuard. What's wrong, OnGuard? Something I must know 100% certainty. Seem kind of different. You're totally not your usual lawyer self. About the press conference, you mean the one where Juan was going to dress up as a nickel samurai? Or a little more about it from Andrews. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is? Knew this was coming. Tell me, Cyclops. Said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you? You know about Karita and Andrew's relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know of any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Andrew, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Karita. Her mentor was Karita's manager, and Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste's impact suicide note from him. Celeste, does that jog any memories? Suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? What's a pizza? It's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else? Guard, are you connected to Impact's suicide in some way? 5? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Mr. Nick, your phone. I don't like the sound of this ringtone. Pick it up. Hello? Got a big problem. What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay. Terrible. Oh, he got here quickly. Got here faster than I thought. Yeah, you did. Game looks fun. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Some of the cases just kind of drag on a little too long, I think. But yeah, overall, I've liked the second game better than the first game. No time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as everything here. What happened? We got him. Yeah, this quickly. This bear is what gave them away. The bear? Figured it out. I figured we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. There's only one person who bought those kinds of bears who's related to the crime. Who is it? police orders is spying on the person. Mad on guard. On guard, your client, that's who. Are you sure you heard that right? That person who bought the bear was heard it from the department store clerk. Credit card receipt for the purchase. It's $3,800. Exact match to the price of the stuffed bear. Receipt, that's all you have? Not just a receipt. The store clerk said so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold the bear to On Guard. Clark even got On Guard's autograph out of it. So I'm sure that person that bought the stuffed bear was On Guard. My site is failing me. This can't be. Credit card receipt. What about the spy camera? That was the dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. No, you don't want to give up. Never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan's room was Matt. Why would On Guard do something like this? That was the catch. Andrews and Corita in one of their rendezvous. That's not good enough for me. Absolute truth behind the camera. Gonna see him? On Guard, I mean? Yes. What did the locks mean then? It's a new thing that they added for the second game. This wasn't featured in Phoenix Wright 1. But you have to have a certain amount of evidence collected in other places in the game before you go talk to someone. And they'll open up and tell you the truth. And if you don't have it, then you lose health. Alright. Detention center. You're working really late, you know, it's already past 10, dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know what ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. I wish these people would just freaking stop beating around the bush and just be honest. It turns what could be like a 30-minute case into like a freaking 2-hour fiasco. Hear what the secret of yours is. If Corita had been successful in his plan, what did he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I'm saying it to him blue in the face. So I didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. I know you paid close attention to Corita, especially on that night. Someone used this camera to secretly film Corita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? Then sent them images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? In the bear. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. Bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Where else could the person who gave this bear to Mr. Corita was you fucking douche. Why don't you just... Don't you know this bear came from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. But he says he knows you. What else did the bear tell you? Says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, On Guard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Do you have any kind of proof you want to show me first? Here's the proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engard, from when you bought the stuffed bear. Dude, you can tell from this that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time. This $3,800 could be a toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush. It's ivory and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Elephant hair? That's what rich people use nowadays. Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. Can I ask you one thing? Yes, you're my lawyer, right? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Corita's room and filmed it in secret is... What's this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. Certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly, the killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get the truth. Can't afford to make any mistakes now. So Matt Engard, I know why you know Mr. Tequila. It's because since you're the one who set up that camera, it means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So how would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why you hired Shelley Tequila to assassinate Juan. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Engard. Sigh, and here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Hold on, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. It's time for you to... Oh. What the hell? What happened? This guy changed. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engard. Well, this guy had a complete change in persona. Okay, then. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much info as you have. So you are Shelley Tequila's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? That woman, Adrienne, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. All I cared about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. I agree. Just go to bed. A weakling soon will use the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Andrew's secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, at least all assassins. What? Now, Mr. Wright, assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed above their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? Yes, that's where the video comes in. I got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. That I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. Why? Why would you kill him? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? Mr. Curtis had been able to give it, then Engard's secret would have... Well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, but really, bit by bit, it crept up on me, and then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Curtis ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin, too. How can I forget? Even you fell for it, lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, lawyer? Grown quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan. You answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that Tequila guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Kuroda. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. But too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? But you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. You wouldn't want to test Tequila. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win resolution. That's such a cliche. Juan said something just like that, memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how things turned out for him, don't we? Good night. Alright, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case, Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy, you can't do that. That's right, he's holding my hostage. What should I do? It's not something I can answer for you. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. That's why I had to leave the PO. Well, I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. Now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn. What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? Just find the answer and you must find it on your own. So you knew about this all along, Edgeworth. Thanks for the tip there. Appreciate it, buddy. You could have saved us 2 hours of gameplay by just coming out and telling us. That would have been nice. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer. On guard, that man's really doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and fair trial. Basis of our judicial system, proper defense. The lawyer forcibly and violently gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery. There aren't people should say such a thing. It's not exactly how you fought for your clients up until now. That may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. If I were to get an guard an acquittal, that isn't proper defense at all. Became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering. Can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? That's your defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. People like you and Francisco Von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight me to the very end. Even when you know the truth is not with you, but I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict. For me, and I clearly know to be guilty. She fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record, that's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see, now I understand why you despise me so. However, you're mistaken. Thanks to you, when you sailed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. Realize that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the PO? But then why? Why are you here now? And the answer to that is something you'll find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. Sure. Whatever, Edgeworth. Why are we even talking? You can't, then you can be powerless to change any of the story. Now then, attorney, you wager to obtain acquittal tomorrow. My, what's the matter, attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, why are you holding my hostage for on guard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right, please don't misunderstand things. He's my client. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity. Take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That's what's called client relations as part of an assassin's duty. We were unlucky this time and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do unless your expert help to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before. My name is DeKiller. Shelley DeKiller. You're Shelley DeKiller. Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a DeKiller, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, it would be my duty as an assassin to see as she receives a nice long nap. Now then, if you'll excuse me, meow. Mystic Maya. Don't know what to say. Did you hear that? The end of the transmission. Sounded like a cat. Sounded like milkshake. Can't be the cake, can it? I think I know where he's holding her hostage. Alright, you hurry over there as well. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. Yeah. Maya, please answer us. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape, assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and On Guard were working together this time. Say they worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Oh, it's a figure of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. Bear, isn't that more of a thing for Corita? Why would something like this be here? Look down. There's a pet door. It's for Shu. That this came through the little door. This door, it's locked. I'm pretty used to breaking down doors. Let's go. Slam, slam. Space Jam. There's no one here. When it looks at this room, I would say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this. Antenna for sending and receiving radio signals. Check the inside of the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed. Sorry, but tape deck is empty. No tape. There's no mistake that someone used this to record something. Looks like someone took the tape and we're looking for and escaped with it. We've searched all over. It looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out over grass this time, and now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. A little girl is looking to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. I can already set up checkpoints along every route. Leave the rest of us. This looks like a picture of Miss Impacts with love, Celeste. Here it is. Why would a picture of Impacts be here in Unguard's mansion? With love. What's wrong? Please let me see that picture frame. What's so special about it? On the back, there's something written on the back. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. When you come, I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get on guard. Guilty sentence. I say no need to worry. There's so much I wanted right, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Make sure you help. Someone's got to watch out with the helpless lunk. That's alright. What's wrong? Blank stare. Nothing. Search the house. There's a last room that looks like it eluded us. As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. Still short one last thing. What is that? Andrew's psych lock. I think I can stand a chance in court tomorrow. Blow this case wide open, expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Let's go. It's time to open that last lock. Good evening, Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Andrews, come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me.
Take that!
Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Unguard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. That's not it. I know you have a personal reason I dislike Unguard. Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge, so you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? An absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. A woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take her revenge. Celeste, there is only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. That is an impact suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was Juan. You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Unguard, it would mean that she must have some relation to impacts in her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? This photo of Impact's, right? She looks younger than when she passed away. With love, Celeste. This is Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, it's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Found this at Unguard's mansion. After all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but it didn't work out because Coretta didn't want to get married to her anymore. Yes, because of Matt. What do you mean? Let's see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world. I was working part-time back then and often saw the two of them together, so that's why with Love Celeste is written on the frame of that picture, where they were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide, and that's where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were planning to get married, and then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. That's why I framed Matt. I was revenge for Celeste for myself. Sure, even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off. Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. That's what happened. But why did Coretta have to call off the wedding? I don't understand. It's probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement, then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. In that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds. So that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid the note. Why would he do that? Simple. Juan realized the note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing image in any case. With his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge, that's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of the suicide note. Time that would cause Matt the most damage. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard about it from Juan. It was so I could find out all about this to Drew close one to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it's only natural that I thought the murder was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I brought a lighter. But I can't find the suicide note. That's when revenge crossed my mind. I was going to bring them to roll revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. When I stabbed one's body with the knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. That's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see what foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and talking with me. It's no big deal. Can't sleep either, not with my situation or with what I know.
Welp.
It was a whole lot of nothing just to get to this point. How do I get into this mess? Am I going to get hit in the head again? Beep. This is Phoenix, right? You don't look so well, dude. Gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Beep. Be pleased, Mr. Lawyer, remember this. It's just me, your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict. Better get on guard to guilty sentence. Get that creepy slime bag not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Maya, Maya, I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me. What am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, worst of the times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. Can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it. There's nothing left. Not here. You might be. Said a Kristen on guard. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. You're really mean, pal. It's Gumshoe. Where are you? Well, let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer. You have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up until the trial is over. Verdict is handed down. We're going to do everything we can to find a killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves. Sure, we can do that if they found Maya first. Got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. If you go at Edgeworth, everything you got, and then you can draw it out. Now get, I believe in you. You and Edgeworth can do it. Believe in us, we're going to give it all. Thanks. Understand now, don't you? You have some money will never buy friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world. You have to, yeah. Coming to the end, I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Defense is ready. Prosecution has been ready for a while. Included yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. Mystery, what exactly was Adrian's role in the murder? She really connected the crime. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of his proceedings. She forged evidence that threw suspicion on guard. Proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a costume. The guilt of these actions are those which she cannot escape. Saying all this guilty after all, not finished. Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. What is that? Looks like a shell. It's a calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan was killed by a professional assassin. The person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is on guard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. We still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Call your first witness. Prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Will Powers. Now then, witness, your name and occupation. I'm Will Powers, poor underpaid action star. What is your relation to the defendant? Guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Sorry, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. Night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room, is this correct? Yes. Didn't know that. But you know, I can actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Engard's room. Sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. I was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Oh, there's the butler right there. There's the assassin right there. Talking with someone at first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night. I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Powers' testimony. Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Engard is speaking with is an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination. Looks like we're in another sticky situation, a trap. Can't you smell it? Find out more, we're going to have to charge head first. Saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while we were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's perfectly normal. So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two. Leave a seat that night. I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket. I'm not focusing on her. Story probably wasn't gone for very long. First, what do you mean by that? Didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Why do I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago he stated did feel something weird because Matt, you give bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip giving incident? Yeah, that's it. You know your job, Edgeworth. Your Honor, this bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Powers, about the bellboy? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. Trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was. That's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy's putting the tip he got in his pocket. That's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. Afraid I don't follow it all. Sounds like Powers was surprised twice. Wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The defendant is a huge star. You can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? I'm sure, but giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify? How about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. Why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. Roll of cash? Ah, well, interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? Very fat roll of cash. You can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. There's nothing I can really object to here. I mean, who can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd? So, supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment. Payment? Is it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Wan. Then the bellboy the witness saw, yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? I've ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor. I have here the card Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime. Shelley DeKiller. He is the person that police's special investigation team have been chasing for ages. Certain that the person the witness saw this was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller. Really? What's wrong, Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Powers, testify. What did you see right away? This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom, and that's when I saw the bellboy I saw earlier come out of the room. First, when I say room, I meant one's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. He had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That's all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly the killer, and then we'll see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. If that bellboy was really the assassin, I think the answers are fairly obvious. That would be correct. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha ha ha. It's no laughing matter. What exactly was so out of place about him? Why do you think it's... Because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? Read that as a little bit strange. It's really unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed. What should I do? Should I let Powers' testimony slide, or... There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. You are done being school children. Bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplemented with his new one. Going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious. I see very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Powers, if you could please amend your testimony. Mr. Powers, yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that bellboy might be being the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying that all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting there. Liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Corita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left the dead body in the room. But can you prove that Corita was already dead at that time, Mr. Edgeworth? Blame me for leading me down this route? Terribly sorry. Was with him. Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed? Oh, you had something interesting to say about his hands? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. What? Bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black. Leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? It slipped in my mind. Does this make the bellboy look really suspicious? Alright, gotta focus. Can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, football is made of leather. You're saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime wearing black gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Seems like we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more, okay? After leaving one's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside of the room. Then the old guy just left without even going in the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then went back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, kind of saw that all by accident. Some accident said you saw too much, and all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Wright, your cross-examination. Said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us more details. Okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. He gave something to this person? Yeah. What was it something? Haha. If I remembered what it was, wouldn't be calling it something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Sure you really can't remember? I think it was something kind of small. This incredibly crucial piece of info. Please try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. After he gave the person inside the room the thing, I said hold it. Okay. Oh. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah, I would like to summarize this testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, just like that. Edgeworth, is all this that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of utmost importance. This is whatever removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Spowers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Let's see. I think it was... Remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
Objection!
What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Or if you have something to say, spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Something you saw? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Onguard's mansion. Defendant's house? What does this mean? Simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated one in the room. Then he stole the wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Onguard's mansion would mean... Goes without saying, Your Honor. Matt Onguard is the killer's client. Order. Said order. Right. It was the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yep. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. Not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Just for that, and knew it down too. I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue the trial. It has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still a few points left that we've not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I think it's very obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear? This was found at Onguard's mansion. However, the Onguard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, right? There is no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken the bear home.
Objection!
You haven't gotten the best of me yet, right? Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Onguard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. The killer and On Guard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at On Guard Mansion, but its butler. The bear figurine was brought back to On Guard Mansion by the killer. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, On Guard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Is there anything I can attack at all? To try. What do you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to? I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Matt Power's testimony. There's another one? There's still indeed. Questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? There's one thing in Power's testimony that was very unclear. That's the identity of the person who received the bear. Gave something to the person inside the room. Sorry, all we could see the person's arm. As long as we don't know who took the bear, we can't be sure of. Ah. What? What is it? You're gonna scream like that? Give us a good reason why. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, I remembered. Remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm. You gotta be kidding me. Are you sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. As we all know, Matt On Guard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we made that all clear. I think we've heard enough. We now know that why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was On Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will hand down my verdict. Thank you. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections? Well, do I? What should I do? I'll now announce my... There is only one way for me to drag this trial out. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear from the assassin. Reason two, that very same figurine was found at the On Guard mansion. However, it's possible that this is all work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know. Whoops. We're going to spare Nickel Samurai. Then the Nickel Samurai arm I saw. That could have very well been Andrews. What about On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap period during the break period. That's right. Then there's a well-laid trap set by Andrews. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What's with this trial? Come on, anyone. I can't believe the defense would go so far to save Maya. Even the whole world turns against me. This is one fight I can't give up on. Order. Destructive parties to be forced to leave the courtroom, Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game. Prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even if you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did especially bring the bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely, and I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Andrews. Who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare a witness in that time. Ha ha ha. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian. That's where this demon will pay. Where's Mia? I don't know. Really strong power suddenly called her away. Oh, Nick, your phone is from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. That's good. What about you? Anything? Have you figured out where Dakiller and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but what? You don't have any more time. If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come to this far because I kept thinking to myself, I gotta keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of all luck this time? Is there hope or not? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Yeah, looks like Maya was unconscious until a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it's Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I can see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe. Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, the Berry Big Circus. Maya's somewhere within the 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a second. Draw a circle on that map about 300-foot radius from the main tent. And I can see a mailbox under the window. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else? It was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor. I heard her, an old office building. Good stuff. Hang in there just a little longer. Look. Call you later, so don't let your battery die. Beep. She's in a pretty bad state. She's being starved. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. Just have to make the trial last a little longer. Alright, Coke. Have a good one. How funny would it be if she's actually locked in the wheelchair dude's room from the last case? Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to the client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defense manager, Adrian, to the stand. The witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called on the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. Understand? Very good. Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural the witness has. Andrews, could you enlighten the court to the bear's secret? Alright. What is she? Bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity. Just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So it's figuring it's a container of sorts. Yes, looks to me deceiving. Wouldn't you agree? A superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, narrowly forgot. You may be beginning to cross-examine. It looks like there is really something to bear. Puzzle? That's right. Looks like an ordinary figuring, sure enough. To people that don't know, I'm sure they would never guess it was a puzzle. And a puzzle is it exactly? So you can take it apart. How would that one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and you can be removed. Most interesting. Going his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. I think he's lost it. What do you find after you take the puzzle apart? How do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. And this was a present from you? That's right. Puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one. Present from Miss Andrews. Witness, continue with the testimony. So exactly knew how to solve the puzzle. Only the two of us, one and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt there are many people with this same bear in this country. This looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get what's inside. It's a toy. It can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container in a jewelry box? Never told anyone. As long as one never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you. And of course, that means Mr. Engar didn't know you, right? I think this is all about I'm gonna get for now. Figurine updated. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now we have agreed to this point. There is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What's inside the box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next, witness. Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. Solves the puzzle. Click. Opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is it? Looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's a suicide note. Suicide note? Suicide note left by One, Corita's former manager. No one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden by the victim One. It seems Celeste had very beautiful handwriting. She just as beautifully signed her own name on the document. And most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order. Witness, do you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from One. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. Couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What was written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it's only appropriate the contents of the notes be being known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it for his sake. Deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note. Very well. There's a voice ring loud through the deathly silent Carmen. Her note, Celeste left us a record of all that happened to her. Used and then thrown away by On Guard, about being engaged to Corita and Guard's role in destroying that, about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Bex had to say. One thing I would like to say here, the prosecution has no interest in slandering On Guard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. Night of the murder, One was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he's going to hold a press conference. My word. On Guard values above all else his refreshing image, which is why he had to stop the note from being made public. At any cost. No room for doubt here. The killer's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly was the defendant. Do not forget that the bear within the note was found at the defendant's house. As soon as we have at least come to the truth at last, the defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet. So you know you must do. I know, I'll have to carry on and buy him some more time. Two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation. Gallows already in the judge's hand. Hurry. Suicide note or the figurine? Which of these should I pursue?
Objection!
Please wait. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Ungard killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that's correct. That seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction. This note was hidden by Corita until the night of the murder. That is the case. Then Matt Ungard could not have known what was written on the note. I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order. Make a valid point. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one, fortunately. I think he believes differently. Leave a show of appreciation in his order, huh? Defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? Very small video camera. This type of camera is commonly used as means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. On Guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses, and the victim, One, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than On Guard. Order. Yes, Your Honor. You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities? Well, sort of. Sort of an acceptable answer. See, you're confused. Probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera I have is not the same one last night. Search the victim's house on a hunch using this. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on the camera. Onguard's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix, it's like those cameras were hidden all over the place. What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. Fairly obvious that Onguard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. Don't have anything to counter that. Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What you're going to do next? Just running away. It seems like Edgeworth is very close to putting a lid on the case. For this point, he forgot a very important thing. There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something we should really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had a chance. Speaking of riddles. This time we finally understand it. Right, you don't have any objections for this piece of evidence. You know what it is? An objection. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard. Your Honor, defense has no intention of letting go. Making you sound desperate. That's just your imagination. Edgeworth is not like you at all. And your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. That's not what I just said. Telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Edgeworth. Something you should really examine about this piece of evidence. Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside the bear, but this bear was in my possession only to a few minutes ago, which means the handwriting on this suicide note has not been analyzed. So whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Impax or not has yet to even be remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright can't be suggesting. You saying the suicide note is a fake? Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Onguard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into the bear? How dare you? Your Honor, defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to a suicide note whatsoever. But if there's a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning the figurine. The only person other than the victim who could have solved the puzzle is the witness herself. Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Onguard. I did no such thing. Right? If you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of the proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough, Edgeworth. As the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. It's impossible. This isn't good. Judges are going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it. You don't have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further instigate handwriting guilty. What does that sound? It's gumshoe. Beep. Hello. Sai, what is it with him? Where's Maya? What happened? He got away. What? Sorry. Really am. Don't know what to say. Is there some way to make it up to you? What's going on? Found this hideout. 2 of them were already gone. Terrible. Gonna keep working for them. Don't you worry. Just need a little more time. Tell me we don't have any more. Calling for his head. Right. I can't. Must have come for... Oh, what is it? Let me talk to Edgeworth. Can't do that. Right. Would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes. About to end today's proceedings, you may take your phone calls after. Hold on. Edgeworth, catch. Edgeworth, please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. Sorry, Your Honor, you were saying? Right, it's court of law. Sorry. I'm reluctant to do this, however, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. Court is now adjourned for the day. Oh my god, this is dragging on. Dragging on. Edgeworth. What is it, Edgeworth? I'm gonna press another 30 minutes. For our purpose, we can perform the necessary test evidence. Really obtain results in 30. It would be better if we adjourn for today and for tomorrow 30 minutes. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. Prosecution request to take a 30-minute recess. Be advised I will not allow no recess. Court now takes a fine recess of the day. Right, well, what's going on? The killer looks like he got away. 30 minutes, we can't find her in that. Beep. Or... Ah, is that Edgeworth? I don't have time. Spit it out. Right, looks like we missed him. He left a few things behind. A few things can we use them as evidence? Thought you'd ask. Got the things he left with me right now. I'm on my way. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab. We don't have time to wait. What? Well, I'm not a detective, so I'm really sorry, but I gotta put the law on hold. If he doesn't get in too much trouble, the hunk of junk car will be there in 20. Don't worry, I'll be there. On a mission, no one can stop me. Pulling all the stops, running every red light. And there's something among them that will decisive enough to end it. Okay. What's wrong? Gumshoe. No one can stop me. Beep, beep, beep. What happened? Had an accident. Cell phone broke. What was he thinking? Gotta hurry and call for help. No idea where he's... Cell phone's broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car. No radio. Don't get to those items before they do. Police will take possession. Can't let that happen. There's a way we can find out where he is. We have a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get in an accident? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is? That's right, there's a way. How? I'm sure we can find out where Gumshoe is through this. Oh yeah, her radar thing. Francisca's a time like this. I'll try to get in contact where the chances are slim, but she's all we have. Ooh, that's a good... We could have gotten a good one off that. Does she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using evidence to do so. Might be my turn to say defense attorney at Phoenix, right? Chooses death. Doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears whether you did your job well or not. That can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you. He said it's extremely urgent. Probably finished with the handwriting. To go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what you must do. Oh, I have to save soon and pick a wrong thing on purpose for an achievement and then reload my save. Both sides are ready. Everyone seems so distraught. Nothing. What's wrong? Something unexpected happened. Edgeworth, tell me the court results the handwriting. Yes, we have discovered this suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Edgeworth? It was a forgery. Order. This was not written by Impex. Who wrote it? We need more time to do a detailed analysis. Seems like the handwriting matches that of the victim one. Well, looks like Impex never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide is fake, On Guard would not have known about that. In fact, reception is real. You can probably possess it. Theories On Guard had no idea. Something seems wrong with it. Defense believes that the theory the prosecution has proven at this point is possible under an unknown. What's this little item calling in? Video camera, Your Honor. Small one. Camera, you kids and your fancy toys. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that On Guard knew the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Is that right? That were true. This means On Guard would have known that the victim had forged it. So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake, and if that's true, then the situation suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Prosecution theory is what On Guard motive for murder was, is suddenly disappeared into thin air. But Your Honor, it's not as if On Guard monitored Cora 24 hours a day. Next, the victim wrote a note in place of On Guard didn't know of. Right back at you, Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Order, Edgeworth. Looks like this time, as you figured, came down to this after all. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. Question, what next? What next? Prosecution can't prove Vanguard's motive through evidence. Just prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there, Your Honor. Prosecution would like to call a witness in the stand. Oh, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual.
Thank you!
You're welcome. Edgeworth stuttering. It's not like him. Unusual? Witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was the killer. That's impossible. No such person exists who can answer the question. Yes, Edgeworth, who is the witness? It is... Go on. The man himself, Shelley the Killer. What? Wait, what? Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? The assassin? He's coming here to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a matter of speaking. Recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice? Can't really do much else to drag the trial out. Defense has no objections. I wonder if this really is... Very well, prosecution calls witness to the stand. I wonder how the killer's escaping. I know it's Gumshoe, but I assume he was with other policemen on a search. Exactly. And your name and your occupation. Wait. The fuck? Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer. I'm a pressure... I say, what is going on here, Your Honor? How can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio? It was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, the killer will testify to the court. This must be what urgent call you got earlier was about. This will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Tequila. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are Shelley Tequila. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya. A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? Defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. Looks like we've run into another unexpected turn of events. Doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances. Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak anything else. What would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Wan, is this correct? It is as you say, I did indeed kill Mr. Kurita. Now that we've answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. Just a bad dream, yes, that's it. Shelley the Killer, what's he gonna say? This is freaking weird. About my client. There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself, and that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. It's my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Tequila seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be an enemy, Tequila is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, ready to cross-examine? Yes. We know what's coming next, so stay cool. Trust between you and your client. Provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. Too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. That's why you're testifying in this manner. First time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. Couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It's never happened before, but if it ever did, yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... It's enough, but very well. It's only hypothetical anyway. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I think this would be very bad for them. Doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside their prescribed rule. A rule? Person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. As a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You, who gave you the right to be so high and mighty. To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No? I didn't say anything. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try to understand the mindset. Seems steadfast and closed. You're gonna have to work to get him to talk. Trust between you and your client. I provide my services. Something you just said. You said your client had already broken the rules. Person who frames another is the worst kind of human. That's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. Can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. You revealed the name of my client, don't you agree? What is it? No, I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. Can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of the client who requested the murder of one? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Wait, what? Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on? My guess is that the killer just stabbed Edgeworth in the back. Stabbing Edgeworth in the back, I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court. The killer told him a different name. Matt Ungard, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. You're the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley the killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Ungard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow, all of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility that the defendant himself knew it was a fake. Most definite of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of the client. The killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Ungard is innocent. Seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion. Call me when you have reached a verdict. Kayla, please bring Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, Ungard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying, and Ungard is my client. I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. Wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now is one big lie. Andrews' suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And one's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible lie. But the killer himself has testified he named you as his client. No, it's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the nickel samurai. You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste impacts was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say that you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. Mr. Wright. Yep, you know the truth. Tell them. Tell them who the real killer is. Please help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. Do I take the not guilty verdict and say Maya? Do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Phoenix, I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept not guilty. You're a lawyer, I know. Matt Ungard is a killer, a murderer. Can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. Let Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Ungard. Even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. That's because Edgeworth, that I know now is the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times, but he never took a single one of those chances. I take this verdict right now. I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. I never thought about it till now. I trust him? Yes, you do. That's right. Your opinion, please. Defense requests that we be allowed to further question the killer. I'm hearing you correctly? Right. But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job. There's still more evidence to look at. A miracle will occur. Very well. The trial will continue. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with killer. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, I'd like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Actually, we would like to hear everything you know about the case. That is how things are done. So, what shall we have him testify about now? The killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures, is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew that from the very beginning that one was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said the client had broken the rules. Most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. This time everything has finally been revealed.
Objection!
Just a second. Yes, Edgeworth, we still have the cross-examination. You don't need to question testimony like this, do you, right? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies that so beneficial testimony, I suppose. Don't understand what's going on anymore. It makes 2 of us. That makes 3 of us.
Objection!
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Dakila. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that one had been murdered, but how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Dakila supposed the client thought Coretta had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian's calculated plan? That's not possible. The glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they wouldn't have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? Afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian is really your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Coretta's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian was never your client at all. How strange, yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know.
Objection!
Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. That was an awfully weak objection for the 2 of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time. Hey, Black Wolf, what's up? I'll wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my services the night of the award ceremony. Met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. Just my memory, and I believe I made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That's correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Work deadly lately, heat index of 112. Yeah, it's hot as hail outside these days. Oh yeah, it's actually going to start cooling off here next couple of days. Thank God for that. It actually rained here the other day, so I'm definitely down with that. certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters.
Hold it.
So you physically met Adrian, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that with the brief cause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. Why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. The only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Why he meets his clients is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him, face to face, that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, of any importance? It was very important. I heard what I think I just heard right now, then I think I got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of utmost importance. That's the case. Witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him...
Objection.
I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that's correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. Sorry, but that's an impossible tale. What? Shelley the killer. You have never met the real Adrian. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up about her. So what is the issue? What did you just say now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you she is a woman. Oh. Save for the achievement. I will, yeah. Did you hear, Croak? RE01 and Code Veronica are next to remakes? Oh, yeah? I've heard rumors about that for like the past year. Yeah. It'd be cool. Can't wait if it's actually really going to go down. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. He has never met Adrian in person. Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly the point. He uses to kill his client would not have been Miss Adrian. I understand your logic on this one, however. Is he leaking? Why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with your name. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Unluckily for the killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian's gender. Simply picked with the wrong gender to go with. What's going on? Shelley the killer, this court demands an explanation. I think I somehow must have mixed this client out with another. Does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well, at this time, please give us the truth. Give us the truth. We're almost done. We're almost done. Thank fucking God. Yes, now I remember I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of one and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. Can't make him suspicious, but as long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now, cross-examination. Okay, we're getting close to the achievement, but it tells me when to make a save, so. Two or three other things. Yes, and what were these other things? The other things that have nothing to do with the case. Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and got mad. Well, not they're related to the cases for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney, yes? Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber, and should you turn out to be one... Wait. I shouldn't press my luck, alright. I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? When it's the very important matter, please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. It's really that important. I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. Bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was able to find the figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was the figurine? Since I carried a suitcase, and then what did you do next? Handed over my client right away. Gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony as you wish.
Objection!
Shelley to killer. If you have really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? See where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I was gonna burn it for her sake. Even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Andrews' hands. I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order. That's where you two were going. By the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian to be the client. Order. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination is clear, demonstrating something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
Hold it!
No, please. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand otherwise. Mr. Wright, are you Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Didn't understand. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. Keep this up, Maya. Prosecution. Let's come over, everyone. Prosecution rests. What's going on? Prosecution has no further questions. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is the most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions. Then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that's the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that the killer's testimony is accurate. I mean that Shelley to kill his client is Adrian. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Engard, would be declared innocent. In his place, Adrian would be charged with murder. Prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, bring the defendant Engard to the stand. Items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. Tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. Outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. At least the charge of murder would appear you are innocent. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out, Mr. Engard. What an atrocious, brushing like a spring breeze crap. It's just atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? Better get Engard a guilty sentence. If I do that, Maya will die. If I say he's innocent, then Andrews will be charged with murder. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. I'm just on what I decide. Let's hear the defense's final statements. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian, and your client, Engard, is innocent. There's no need to ask. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this. Can't count on the evidence dealt me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Client, Engard, is guilty. Screw Maya. She's just annoying anyway. You're waiting for your answer, right? Engard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. But you're annoying. Engard is... Wait, what?
Objection!
Oh! Look who's here. My girlfriend has arrived to save the day. What are you doing here? Ah! See now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix? Exactly why you should never take your eyes off this scruffy fool. Bring them, the final pieces? Should know better than to ask that. Perfect in every way. Evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine. His injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat. That's gumshoes. I can spot tire rags anywhere. Apologize for its ugliness, but there's nothing else to wrap the items in. Fought long and hard this whole trial. What was inside the raggedy coat? Sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial's already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of the trial. What?
Objection!
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. Suppose you are right, Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies. These items do not bring up any new points, then they will be not accepted by the court. Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. Must have been in quite a rush. He left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see. It'll be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. First item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does that pistol have any relation to the case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. Sure it'll be an excellent sample for the test. That's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. Probably not going to help us very much. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. Particularly took that from the on-guard mansion. We checked the contents of the tape. Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. Speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right, it looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. Somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shadow the killer is no ordinary man. Last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that the uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about the uniform. What is that? There's a button missing on the uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. Just as I thought. Was that, Your Honor? Sure, we were under normal circumstances. These items from Shelley to Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. Alright, time to save. It is. Who is the client? That's correct. These 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Von Karma. You may step down. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine the new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence and needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderfully splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix, I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist, but you have to make that miracle happen. You come this far, you can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try for my sake. Think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation. The first... Make Vanguard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. If Vanguard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. Maybe true, but this asks me to do the impossible. The second way... Force the killer to end his contract with Vanguard. If the killer were to no longer think of Vanguard as his client, he would let Maya go. It's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it'd truly be a miracle. Bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what always worked for us? Other side? You mean turn things around? The judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? Defense, prosecution, and judge. We've all seen it. That's how we have come to know the truth. But there's one person who has yet to see them all. The person does not know the truth. That truth maybe will bring the miracle in the end. There are no objections in time. Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence. Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, grant you one chance. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible. To turn the situation around in one try. One try, that is all I'll permit to try to remember. Everything that has happened to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. Must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? Now I'm gonna save again. Oh, too late. Shit. Well. I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't have to say anything to this. How about you, Karma? I was just shot, so... I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue. What? No one understands what you're talking about anymore. That's enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant, On Guard, not guilty. Get the bad ending in Phoenix Wright. That is all. Court is adjourned. Ran from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. Never saw Maya again. Dakila heard that the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial and a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. Miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to. This miracle is something that doesn't exist. The end. That's the end of Phoenix Wright. We're done. Hey, going by that, we don't have to play the third one then, right? Hold B. Oh my god, look how fast this goes. Oh my god. Oh ha ha ha. Oh my god, this is amazing. All right. Shelly the Killer. And the videotape. Well, what do you think, Edgeworth? Think there's some merit in showing this evidence to that witness? Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to the trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape that was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. Thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of the tape? I was sternly told by my client not to watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There's a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client. That was Adrian? Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Ungard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you. This is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? Ooh. Looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning by a natural. That's the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots how to use people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. What if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract. And then, that client, for the honor of the killer name, it takes an eternity. I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see, that's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around, Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. I thought I'd never see you again. Thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm actually I don't... Ah! Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Ungard, looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You finally received the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. For that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. I need to say that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, verdict. Sorry with you, Mr. Wright. We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape. Go on, Phoenix. All right, Chief. Plead guilty. Matt Ungard, even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate. Me? My wonderful self? Your life would be in danger, no matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. No. Damn, clawing his own freaking face off. Jesus. What the hell? Looks like we haven't heard the real truth. Edgeworth, how's Matt Ungard? I've left Karma in charge of his incarceration. Sure, he's getting a full course meal of whip leather. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it? Yes, I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime. First time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about what Edgeworth really went after her. Yes, she's trying to forgive him for what he did. Witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. Would choose death. That has no concern to me. Alright, come on. We're at the end of it. Let's go. First, where I am today, when two use your combined strength. Like it's been saved. Wow, this first time. You don't express the moment. Thank you so much. Yeah, whatever. Let's get on with it. You solved everything, and there's still a few things. Good spirit is good enough for me. Don't question it. Just not guilty. Whatever. Fuck it. Let's go. Move on. We've been on this for 3 hours. Fucking hell. You were great out there, wasn't it? It's the first time you got cuffed on guilty. You have to look because there's something more than guilty, not guilty. I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think of an incredible decision. Now then, Riot, your defense is final. Can't count on evidence. Tell me you have to listen to my heart. Plan. Guilty, no guilty. You're being a lawyer. Right, Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth. Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way. You did it. Ow, she punches. Believed in you. Wow. Oh, what's wrong? Karma. About earlier, thanks. Ow. Why are you still smiling? You lost. Your perfect win, yet you're so happy. Don't think you'll ever understand. How dare you? Don't worry, Edgeworth, for my own personal victories, guilty verdicts. Used every dirty trick. Man appeared instead of... Felt like I lost everything because of that. And then... my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. I was saved by that person I called my enemy. Couldn't forgive myself for all that happened, so I left the PO. Left that note. Prosecutor Edgeworth chooses death, as you should have. Prosecutor ashamed himself with defeat, should crawl in a hole and die. That was not what happened. After I left PO, I finally came to realize that there was something, a moment of clarity, everything began to change. Bullish nonsense. Prosecutors use anything being attacked to defend everything we did so. No matter how desperate the situation said, people giving up. That man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then before I knew it, I began to trust that man as well. What? You trust your enemy? Doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself own. The only thing we could do is fight with knowledge that we have everything, erasing paradoxes. It's never easy. We claw scratch for every inch. Always eventually reach that single truth. I promise you the truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. I'm sure you knew that already. That's why you couldn't forgive me and the man who went into hiding. Is that right? Really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer became it. Because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. You betrayed your own words, that's why 1 year ago. Made up my mind. Decided that Miles Edgeworth I knew had died, at least that's what I told myself. Pathetic fool. Von Karma. I don't want to hear the wretched ripping of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who's destined to be perfect. Edgeworth, you're no longer worthy. You're no longer worthy of being a Von Karma, neither am I. It's over, it's all over. I just threw something on the ground just now. Electromagnet receiver. Is that the thing she used to track Dick with? Or return it later? Something else? Isn't that Miss Karma's whip? Ooh. Never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying. Should keep this. Okay. I got her whip. Nice. Now I can whip her. Oh, one big happy family. Woo woo woo. Wee woo wee woo. Ooh woo wee woo. Come through, you got on guard, you rescued me. Of course I did. Sure pressed for luck on the trial, whatever. Come back and haunt you. Thanks a lot. Don't mention it. My Edgeworth. Relieved you're alright. Hey. Looks like you made some real progress. Well, I suppose I'm a little different. Growl. Time for some burgers, like CS said, right? Let me get out of this depressing place. Where are we going? Food. Look, I have a burger, a prime rib. Yeah, come with us, Edgeworth. If you insist. Alright, don't be silly, huh? Case messed up, awesome evening, gotten away with gourmet food. Say we have to make it up by having another feast. Come on, Nick, food. Yep, let's go eat. Come on. Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, you alright? Yeah, I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole. Telephone pole wasn't a red light. Did it again, city boy. I felt like dear old heart was gonna give out on me and joking. More exciting than the very last episode, still samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Snooty. Don't you reckon you bullied Wright too hard? Don't start being a lot nicer to me. You might kick it tonight. Keep that in mind. Come on now, everyone, gather around. Get your picture taken by a genuine photographer. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us. Come on, I'm into that. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day. Huh, me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for you, the trial would have been a different ending. Oh, wait, that's odd. When I ran off with the things to Killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things. What? 4? Sure, I put one of the items in my coat pocket, and there's a 4th item. Come on, it's over. I'll tell you something else. Didn't get accused of murder and getting kidnapped. Never a dull moment with you. You think? Why she looks so happy? Shut away for... Weren't you scared? Yeah. Keep laying off things. Sounds like... where it went. It's too bad. It's alright. Wasn't anything important. Sure is nice to see him smiling. Beep. What is it, Edgeworth? I'm just picking something up. That's on Carter's receiver. I swear I had the most awful experience of my life. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. No, you're standing right here. Tracking device seems to be in a different location. Probably busted or something. Well, it doesn't matter. Afraid it's still have some work to do. You've eaten away too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Excuse me. Wait, what? Just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You saved me. I feel like words alone aren't enough here. Whether there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Thrown away by Francisca von Karma has certain mysterious nostalgia to it. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two, you and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Edgeworth has left. Hey, Mystic Maya. Guess you can go back to being lovey-dovey, you and Nick. Anyway, so I was paying for this lovely dinner. Everyone wants to say thank you. That's kind of the point where I can't buy instant noodles. Already put the name on your bill. Yeah, I got me a situation as a camera shop in the hotel spot. Oh yeah, no one wants to pay for the bill. I guess I'll pick it up, sure. Oh, I don't need to hold back. Yeah, pal, time to let it all out. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. It's been busy, hostage. Alright then, if you say so. Objection! Trackers on the kill, one of the items that Detective Dick brought back is missing, so I think Von Karma probably didn't give all the items. I think Francesca didn't give all the items that she was supposed to. And the tracker's probably on Tequila, so probably that's what's gonna be the third game is gonna be about. I think this one looks really short, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and do the first case of the third game real quick. It looks really short. It's always the first one. Always the first one's real short. And then going by that, I should be able to do 2 cases a night to finish the whole game. Yeah, tutorial episode, yeah. It looks really short. All right. Sorry about that. I was eating. You sure you're up for it? You kind of sound like you're done with this. Well, I'll put it this way. For the second Ace Attorney game, like I had case 3 and 4 that I started tonight, and I've been streaming for almost 9 hours. Fucking hell, man. But yeah, I can definitely do this first case of the third game. I can definitely do that. It looks super short, so we can get that out. Like, and then that'll leave me with 4 cases left to finish the entire trilogy and get all the achievements. So I'm down with that. Did I miss like any kind of post credits lore or something? Story? What's happening here? Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this. I heard you were planting things on certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he always was wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his, I don't know how it ended up in my luggage, but it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off the things from Dakila's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total. 4 things. Seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. Put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? It's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francesca, so many expectations from everyone around me. Expectation I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked ahead without me, Edgeworth. I've always hated you. And then, finally my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian did. Adrian, you were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. That's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways. Francisca von Karma. I'm Francisco von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So, you had better prepare yourself, Edgeworth. Huh. That's weird. They're both prosecutors, though. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this 4th piece so I can give it to you when at least we meet again. Interesting, okay. Nick. Okay, it was the card that Maya had. That was the fourth piece of evidence. Interesting. I don't think that would have changed the outcome of the case at all. It's just a card that she wrote on.